Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembe TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place, even as many Kenyans wake up to the reality of what transpired after the elections on the 9th of August 2022. Today, the Form 34C was put up on the public portal of IEBC. Kenyans did not disappoint. They went out and did their audit. And preliminary results from their audit raises more questions than answers. Well, others are asking, where is the president, Uhuru Kenyatta himself? His silence is too loud. What is going on? And of course, Deputy President William Ruto, as the president-elect, had his first public address today. I want us to look into it keenly and be able to come to terms with everything as it plays along. And everyone around the country, I want to urge you to remain calm and allow the situation to sort itself out, even as the concerned parties address whatever that is happening. Well, no question about it. The Supreme Court may be the destination of all these matters, and probably we'll get a lasting solution from the same. Welcome, everybody. Apologies for starting late. I had an uphill task in starting out. My internet seems to have been borrowed, and I couldn't access it until now. So apologies for those who waited for long. But now we're here. Let's get talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. Please click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Wherever you are around the world, thank you again for joining us. This is Mtembe TV, and we would love to have you join us all through in the discussion of Kenyan manenos, politics, and the life that we have to face, the reality we have to accept. I understand some of us are having a rough time coping up with the situation. Please, I want you to remain calm. Everything will be sorted out. Everything will work out. It may not come out exactly the way you want it, but the God we are all trusting, He's able to make all things to work together for our good. And our good may not be always God's good, but at the end of the day, something good will come out of even an ugly situation. So I want to encourage everybody around the world, please take it easy, take it easy, take it easy. Everything will be all right. Let's face everything as it comes and be able to deal with whatever situation. But based on the face value of what is happening with the Form 34C, Kenyans doing audit themselves before I hear there's somebody already running that there is a company hired to audit, and it has been done this and that and that. Now, before we get into the rumors, I want us to remain put. If there is anything that went wrong with elections, it will be exposed, and the relevant players will face the law, and whoever that is the rightful winner will get their position. And that goes for every seat, from the presidency to the governors to the MCAs to the members of parliament. So everybody stay put, remain calm, see to it that your neighbor is safe and you are safe, and we are looking out for each other's safety. Mr. Wangira himself, how are you today?
Bernard, I'm fine. I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm well. Good to see you.
How is my brother Wekesa?
He looks great.
Wekesa, are you fine? Are you fine?
Niko poa. Okay. My heart has been broken so many times until I have no heartbreak anymore.
You know, I'm so happy to see you people here, and I'm happy to see you still strong as we battle on. Bernard, let me just make my brief contribution, Bernard. Today, I've seen a long statement by Wafula Chebukati, the chairman of the IEBC, on the IEBC letterhead, and I've read it, and I don't know whether that is a personal statement on an IEBC letterhead or whether that one is supposed to be a common position of the IEBC commissioners. And knowing that the IBC commissioners, you know, the procedure of operation is that they go by, they either agree on consensus or they go by the vote. I would be interested to know whether before he released that particular statement today, whether there was a vote on it. First, Bernard, he talks of harassment. Then after these ladies, after the two ladies and the two gentlemen, you know, raised issues around the credibility of the results that Wafula Chebukati announced 2 days ago. Now he's coming up with another. He's coming up with another claim that, you know, the four of them wanted the presidential election moderated so that, you know, Raila Odinga and William Samoei Ruto could have been, so that Raila Odinga and William Samoei Ruto could have been seen as not having attained the 50+1% to make them now go for the second round. This is now the claim that Chebukati is putting across. And I wonder why is he putting it across now when he knows very, very clearly that we are headed into a presidential petition. And next week, Monday, we are likely to be, we as Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, will be presenting our papers ready for another 7 days of battle at the Supreme Court. You know, to me, I think that if that is the evidence he has, or the facts that he has, you know, he should keep them for the battle at the Supreme Court and not raise them, you know, in the court of public opinion. You know, the court of public opinion this time will not say Wafula Chebukati. Secondly, today, in the same statement, Wafula Chebukati has purported to postpone the elections for Kakamega and the elections for Mombasa. You know, just like I've told you that at the commission, you either agree through consensus or through vote. I'll also be interested to know whether there are minutes or to show how Wafula Chebukati arrived at postponing the elections in Mombasa and Kakamega, Bennett. So in the next 10 days, Bernard, we are in a very interesting time. Some of us who do research and, you know, take every bit of information to better our research work, Bernard. I think the next 7 days will be very, very interesting for us. I will be interested to know whether the four commissioners will be appearing in their personal capacities and whether when the petition starts, whether they will be admitted as interested party in this particular presidential petition and what the affidavits will read, Bernard. Because that's very, very interesting. So to me, sina mengi ya kusema. I'm just looking forward to the presidential petition. I don't know whether it will be presidential petition number 1, 2022, but I'm looking forward to this particular presidential petition that will be very, very interesting. I was just listening to Professor Sihanya, and he was saying that this is likely to be an easier presidential petition for Raila Odinga, even easier than what was in 2017. So it is interesting time in the Republic of Kenya. Let us just maintain peace as we seek for justice. And some of us believe that at the Supreme Court, then we are likely to have that justice. And possibly this election, the way things look, there is a high likelihood that it will be nullified, because even the number of people that voted, we don't know the actual number of the people that voted. We don't seem even to know that the actual number of the people who are in the voter register. So there are many, many questions around this particular general election that must be answered at the Supreme Court, and I believe that at the opportune time, they will be really answered. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you very much.
Asante Bwana Wangira, tunashukuru kwa mtangulizi huo, na tunaomba kwamba kila mmoja atulie mahala alipo. Tafadhali wa Kenya, tuweke amani, tulinde kila jirani yetu, tuhakikishe kwamba tuko salama. Haya maswala tuachie wahusika, sisi tufanye hesabu yetu kivyetu, lakini tuachie wahusika. Watabattle hii maneno, watatupatia matokeo. Cha muhimu ni kwamba nchi inasonga mbele na kila mmoja anapata nafuu kutokana na majeraha ya disappointments from the people we charge with the responsibility to preside over our elections. I have always said incompetence will always end us into a mess, and we are in a mess because of incompetence being given great responsibility. But all in all, we will still own it up and be able to patch it out until we come out with a perfect solution to our current crisis. Thank you very much. Bwana Wekesa, karibu. Leo nimekuwa na shida ya kuanza na naona umefika hapa. Mbona hukuwahi?
Asante. I think hata nimeona kwa comment ndio watu wananiambia leo hamwanzi mtembei, sasa kukuja huku ndio nikaona umeanzisha. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just have 1, 2, 3 picks from what is going on. One, I want to tell Mr. Chepkati, IEBC is not a monarch. The guy has become a sole proprietor in IEBC. He just wakes up and declares things the way he wants. When did it become his own company, sole proprietor? So the word independent there, according to chairman, I think he thinks that it is now the chairman who is independent, not the IEBC. So he should make decision without consulting, without question, without oversight. What he says is final. That is a sad and a slap to the democracy. So me, I was reflecting on it. Baba played a very big role in creation of this institution called IEBC. But it has become a thorn in his flesh because the people he created autonomy for are now using it to slap him. They are using it to undermine him, and they are using it to bar him from ascending to the high office. That is so bad. So the other issue Wangira has talked about is the Mombasa and Kakamega elections. The guy postponed them indefinitely. And we smell a rat. One, it now confirms to us that those counties were deliberately left out for someone to become president and manipulate them to be in his favor. And now that we still have some battles in the Supreme Court, he thinks maybe it's not the right time to go through that process. So let's push it backwards just in case someone becomes president and uses their powers to manipulate those counties. We are watching Mr. Chepkati. Two, the reason he has also postponed are the cases that are going to come up in the Supreme Court. It will include even the procurement processes that are going on. You can remember the nation woke up to a surprise that there are stickers coming to the country without our knowledge. The nation woke up to our surprise that there are people called Venezuelans who are IEBC officials. We didn't know how they became IEBC officials, and they were supposed to deliver materials for our election. The nation woke up to the shock that there were Form 34B zilikuwa mbili. And the explanation by the IEBC was that this one was to be given to observers and the rest and the rest and the rest. How he reached at that decision of manufacturing 2 sets of Form 33B, was it B or A? I have no idea. And who gave him the mandate? Because he thinks he's autonomous, he can just decide that let me add another role. So this guy has misused our resources. In my thinking, Bernard, because our elections are now being just a charade, there's nothing we're doing in terms of our democracy. Let IEBC be printing ballot papers at River Road. After all, they will be circulating them on the street. Why are we wasting time and money traveling to Greece, people to go there? In fact, when you go to Greece, you are told that this is just a warehouse, that these things were printed in another country, Romania, and then they were brought to Greece. What kind of drama are we doing? And as we are doing that, we are using the taxpayers' money. After we are done, we come and bungle the election, and we go sit in a dark room somewhere and start, how do I get 50 plus 1%? Let me remove the, is it stray ballots or the rejected votes or those ones. Because if I add them, all of them will be below 50 and we may have a rerun. So while he came to the media to accuse the 4 commissioners that they were creating a rerun, actually he is himself who avoided the rerun by just omitting the rejected votes. They were around 113,000. I think that's a lot of votes. If you subtract to that, someone comes back to somewhere zero, somewhere below 50%. So this is unacceptable, Bernard. People have invested money, time, and we want to build a nation. I was just reading a quote somewhere, and that it's better someone who steals money. It's better someone who steals gold, but someone who steals an election. Let me put it just in 1 second. It says that in a petty theft, you steal money, gold, etc. But in an electoral theft, you steal the future of a country. The second crime can be committed only by the meanest people. Such a heavy crime results to a heavy price. People like Chebukati needs to pay a heavy price. And we dream of a time where we will have leadership that takes this nation seriously. People who bungle election, people who do mega corruption. We should create a theater somewhere in Uhuru Park where we hang people, and so that people can learn that this is a crime against humanity. I think also there are options of taking such people to ICC. I don't know, but we are actually we don't want to be bitter, but we are not happy with what IEBC has become, a monarch. So we pray that the process that is going on to the Supreme Court will finally deliver justice to the nation. Just in 30 seconds, let me comment on Embakasi, the RO who disappeared. Now in the morning we hear the the aspirant of UDA saying that maybe Babu Owino was involved in this thing. And Babu Owino has answered him. And he asked a very valid question. So between me, who was getting 57,000 votes, was it 57? Okay, I don't have the clear numbers. But between me, who was winning, and the person who was losing, actually the loser was around 29 and he was getting 57. So between me and him, who was was going to benefit from the death of that person? Because actually he was supposed to be there so that he announces me as the winner. So why should I kill him and I need him to announce me as a winner and give me the certificate? So that is Vundu logic. This guy was telling us things that don't make sense. I think maybe as they say, the guilty are always afraid. Maybe he has a hand in it, or maybe he's winning, but certainly not the person who was going to win that election. Na nataka kuambia watu wetu from the other angle that who look like they have won. The likes of Amy Chemtai wale wanadharau wengine. Yani wewe, let's be sober. This whether Ruto is may be president or not, some of us will be at the same level. If you are picking tea and I'm driving mkokoteni, we are at the same level, whether you are in government or not. So let's respect each other. Thank you.
Asante Bwana Wekesa, tunashukuru kwa mchango huo, utangulizi huo, maswali mazuri, na Wakenya lazima tuanze kujiuliza maswali mazuri na tuulize maswali yanayofaa ili tu demand majibu ambayo tunastahili kupewa. Ukipewa jukumu la kusimamia uchaguzi, sisi tunahitaji uchaguzi utuchagulie kiongozi. Sio wewe uanze kutuchagulia baada ya kura kukataa kuchagua, ama wewe uanze kuongeza kura huku ukitoa huku ili matokeo yatokee vile unavyotaka. Sababu ya si kwenda kupika foleni na kupiga kura ni ili kura iamue. Sio Chebukati, sio commissioners, sio logarithm. So kama wewe uelewi kazi yako, afadhali urudishe file kuliko wewe kukaa kwa ofisi alafu unatufanyia maovu kama haya. Tunashukuru kila mmoja. Asante kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana. Samahani leo tumeanza kuchelewa, simu bado zinaendelea kulia huko. Kwa nini? Ni masuala ya internet yangu ilikuwa na shida. Kuanzia saa 3 nimejaribu mpaka saa 4:30 ndio nikatoboa. I don't know what's happening with Safaricom. Wananitumia bili nilipe, na nilipa bili 3 days ago. Sasa sielewi ni Safaricom ama ni Itumbi, lakini kwa vyovyote vile tunashukuru tuko hapa. Asante. Nelvin, vipi leo?
Yes, Bernard.
Yes, sir.
Mimi niko lakini si uko poa.
Wewe kwanza wewe ni jirani yangu hapo, unapaswa kuja tukunywe chai. Nitakuja ndugu yangu.
Yes.
Nitakuja lakini si uko salama, mimi bado niko naomboleza.
Wewe tuliza. Hii mambo vile imeanza kukaa. Naona kuna kipunga.
Unajua kuna kitu kimoja Bernard na wenzangu, msinikasirikia kwa kutowasalimia kwa sababu si yuko mzuri. Mtu akiwa anaomboleza huwa hakuwi na furaha. Mimi niko kwa maombolezi, na maombolezi ambayo niko naye ni ile ambayo Chebukati amenifanya nikaanza kuwa kwa maombolezi kwa sababu ya kitu kimoja. Chebukati anachukua hii nchi ya Kenya ni kama boma yake huko kwake, sijui ni Bungoma ama ni wapi. Yaani anaibeba kama hiyo square yenye aligawiwa na wazazi wake. Chebukati anataka kutubeba vibaya. Unaweza kuaje umesema elections za Mombasa ni tarehe fulani, tena urudi upostpone. Saa hii kuna kitu kimoja Chebukati anafaa kufungwa. Saa hii Chebukati hafai kuwa hata kwa akikuwa kwa media yoyote ama kwa platform yoyote, anafua kuwa kamiti akipigia watu simu zile za utapeli, za umeshinda ama umefanya nini pesa kimakosa. Chebukati anafaa kuwa gerezani juu ya kitu kimoja. Ukiwa kwa tenda zozote ambazo ni za serikali ama ni za umma, huwa zinachapishwa kwa gazeti. Chebukati kesi ya kwanza hakuchapisha ni wapi tenda imepelekwa na ni nani ambaye amepatiwa tenda ya IEBC. Mimi si kuona, na kama kuna mwenzangu aliona anaweza niambia, lakini mimi si kuona. Hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza, juu kwa sababu hiyo ni rasilimali ya umma, inafaa kuwa gazetted. Chebukati amechukua hii nchi ni kama yake. Alafu kitu ingine nimekuja kuona, Wakenya mkizidi kuishi kwa hii maisha, tutaishi tukiwa maskini maisha yetu yote. Juu ya kitu kimoja, unashangilia mwizi, unachagua mwizi. Wewe unashangilia mwizi, alafu kesho unarudi unapiga nduru. 2013 nakumbuka Raila Amolo Odinga alitoka na akatuambia, chungeni sana, hawa vijana ambao mnachagua watawaletea shida kubwa sana. Tukakataa kumsikia. Wengine wetu wakamchagua, wale wenye walichagua wengine wakachagua. Lakini sasa hii kitu yenye nimekuja kustuka naye, ule mtu mbaya ndiye anachaguliwa. Ule mtu mbaya ndiye anaibiwa kura, anakuwa yeye ndio kiongozi. Ambaye ati ni kiongozi ambaye tunasema sisi ni kiongozi wetu. Kuna kitu kimoja, kuna quote moja inasema, kuna mkulima mmoja alikuwa anapanda mahindi na nyani walikuwa wanakuja wanakula. Wakati huyo mkulima aliwakimbisha akaanguka chini akakufa, nyani walifurahia sana. Lakini mwishowe hiyo season nyingine, wakati vyakula viliisha kwa shamba, na hao wakaanza kukuwa na njaa, walianza kukumbuka kumbe ule mwenye alikufa ndiye alikuwa anatusaidia. Sasa hii tunaweza furahia sana. Wengine wetu wanaweza furahia, Raila ameshindwa, Raila ameibiwa kura, aende nyumbani. Lakini kuna kitu kimoja sana. Kuna kitu kimoja ningependa kuomba watu. Mnaweza furahia mtu kwa mazuri ambaye aliyofanya. Kwa neno moja mbaya mkamchukia, lakini mtaja jijutia. Nyinyi wenyewe tu mnachagua viongozi ambao ni wabaya, kisha baadaye mnaanza kutupigia nduru. Sana sana sisi tumezoea vitu ya kujitafutia Bernard. Hata watu wenye wamepiga nduru sana ni watu wa Mlima Kenya. Kwa hii serikali ambayo walichagua ya Uhuru. Na saa hii wanafurahia wakishangilia wamechagua wezi wawili. Mimi ile kitu yenye ningewaambia, maisha ni yenu watu wa Mlima, lakini si maisha ya Wakenya wote. Sisi wengine hatuna furaha na hatuna uzuri kwa sababu tunataka haki. Amani bila haki sio amani. Lazima tuwe na haki na amani zinaandamana. Kwa hivyo sisi tufurahi, lakini Chebukati tunamwambia kesi yenye iko, hata mimi mwenyewe nikienda kusimama pale, hiyo kesi ni kesi kidogo. Kwanza Raila hii kesi yake yenye anaenda kufanya nini saa hii ni kesi kidogo sana. Ni Chebukati kwenda jela, kura hata hakuna kurudia kura. Warudie, waangalie kwa hiyo system, Raila ameshinda anatangazwa. Juu kwa sababu ukiangalia hiyo wizi yenye imefanyika Bernard, ni wizi ambayo inasikitisha sana. Ile kitu yenye ningependa kuomba wa Kenya, angalau tunaomba amani, lakini amani huwa ikuji na bila haki. Lazima kuwe na haki ndio amani ikue. Hatuwezi furahia watu wakishinda wakilia kila siku. Hatuwezi furahia watu wakishinda na njaa kila siku. Kuna watu hata kwa slums wanashinda na njaa kila siku. Wanalala njaa. Hiyo ni kitu yenye tuwezi furahia. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wanafurahia, furahieni, lakini itafika siku yenu ya kulia pia. Iko wakati wa furaha na wakati wa kilio. Siku yenu itafika. Ni hayo tu kwa leo Bernard.
Sawa, thank you Nelvin, we appreciate that. Na kila mmoja tukubali kuwa Wakenya na Wakenya wazalendo ambao wanajali mmoja na mwingine. Hata katika kusherekea kwako, kumbuka kwamba uko na jirani ambaye umeishi naye kwa pamoja, na sioni kama unahamia Karen hivi karibuni, hata kama unapanga kuhamia huko. Kwa hivyo kubali jirani yako, mheshimiane, alafu tuishi pamoja kwa amani. Haya masuala yote yatashughulikiwa. So ningependa tuangazie haswa kwa nini rais amenyamaza, Uhuru Kenyatta, alafu William Ruto kama president elect kulingana na Chebukati na timu yake ameaddress watu wa Kenya kwanza leo, akakutana nao, akaongezewa wabunge wengine 10. Hayo masuala unayaona vipi? Alafu wa Kenya nao they did not disappoint, wamefanya hesabu ya Chebukati na imekataa kuingia. Wewe unaona haya mambo yanakwenda wapi? Kama Kenya wenyewe hesabu imekataa, Supreme Court Chebukati atakuja na file ngapi ili approve hii percentage zake na hii hesabu yake? Bwana Lara, sema kitu alafu tuende kwa kina dada.
Asanteni sana. Mnanisikia? Habari yenu watu wa panelist?
Tuko poa, tunakusikia, karibu.
Mr. Wangila, endelea kufanya research because your opinion here it matters, na maisha lazima endelee. Mimi nilikunywa kahawa heavy for 2 days. And I think I'm sober now. I can speak now. Okay. A country is maintained when we have a civil conversation like we are doing now. Because kwa saizi, we cannot run to our religion, we cannot run for any, we can only run to ourselves. Ourselves meaning, hiyo kitu umeona ni sawa, hiyo kitu imetendeka ni sawa. Kama ni sawa, that's what Raila has been telling us. This time round haku protest, alisema bado sikubaliani, lakini anauliza tu ni sawa. Alafu Wakenya mlichagua Raila asiseme ni sawa kwa mtaa, aseme ni sawa kwa washangiliaji, anasema ni sawa kwa Supreme Court, mahakama kuu. Na mahakama kuu ilipatiwa nguvu kwanza sheria ya kulingana na bwana Wangila. Mahakama kuu imewekwa pale kwa sababu ya election peke yake, alafu any other business can come over there. Interpretation of the constitution, interpretation of every other thing itakuja hapo kwa sababu ya hiyo mahakama kuu iko so shughuli mbili tunafikiria kama wengine atarekebisha. Jukumu la kwanza ni kuangalia election. Jukumu la pili ni masuala ya katiba, kama mwanamke apate jando kiasi gani, sio kama watu waoane, watu wasioane, ama mtu awe wanawake 6 manani hivyo, ama wanawake na wanawake waoane. Alafu hiyo itaangalia kwenye roho ya sheria imewekwa pale, alafu itaamua. Lakini tukirudi kwenye masuala ya katiba, mahakama kuu haiangalii kitu kingine, inaangalia kitu moja tu. Je, kuna utata? Alafu kiwango gani cha utata hiyo? Hiyo utata ingekuwa ingedhibitiwa na agents, ingedhibitiwa na makomishina, ingedhibitiwa na waliohusika. Lakini sasa dau hii tulipata utata kama 3. Niko very clear. Tulipata utata ya kwanza wa kwamba kura ziliongezeka maeneo fulani ambayo haikuenezeka nchini kote, ya kwamba kura ya urais iliongezeka eneo yote ya nchi. Sasa hapo ni ujinga moja hiyo. Ukitaka kuiba vizuri, ungeongeza 10 kote ingeeleweka, lakini ujaze tu upande moja tu, watu wamekuja wakapigia rais kura wakaondoka. Hiyo utata hiyo lazima irekebishwe, na kama itarekebishwa, hakuna wakati wa kurekebisha saizi. Ingekuwa Chebukati akae na wale wenzake waelewane, wakiona hiyo mwelekezo ama trend haiambatani na vile statistics inasema, okay, kwa kura maono yote inakuanga na kipendo pia makosa, pengine 0.1 or 0.2 or 0.3 or 0.3 or minus or 0.3 minus. Hakuna kura moja inapatiana zaidi ya 5 ama 4. Ikiwa ni zaidi ya 4 inapendekeza, ama zaidi ya haipendekezi, inakuwa kuna utata kubwa kwa hiyo maoni. Sasa kama kwenye eneo bunge fulani tu ama eneo fulani tu kuna zaidi ya pendekezo kama 10, yani gavana anapata 7, MP akapata 6, MC akapata 4, mwanamke ambaye atatuongeza kwenye bunge akapata 4, kwa nini rais apate 15? Hiyo kwa ile mathematics wanasemanga, kwa ile algorithm, hiyo haiwezekani, kwa sababu mtu hawezi kuja kula pale tu uwe una ziada ya kura zote kwa 0.5%. Kama for instance watu wanapiga kura 70,000 kwa kituo kimoja, alafu rais akapata 60,000, alafu gavana akapata 52,000, alafu wale wengine wa chini wote, kwa sababu hao ndio wajumlishaji wa kura, rais na gavana. Hapo ndo unaangalia, ikiwepo gavana anapata kiasi hichi, inawezekana kwamba mtu anakuja kupiga kura wa gavana na rais peke yake. Kama hao wajumlishaji wa kura zote, kwa sababu wanapigiwa kura sio kwa eneo bunge lao, wanapigiwa kwenye kaunti nzima ama kwa eneo nzima. Sasa unalinganisha nambari za gavana na nambari za rais. Ikiwa ikhtilafu iko zaidi ya 2 ama 3 juu ama 3 kushuka, uko sawa. Ikiwa inaelekea kama percentage inafika kama 70 na hapa tuko 72 kwa wapigaji kura wote, hapo kuna dosari iko hapo. Nikimalizia tu, nataka tu mjiulize kitu moja, ama kwa saizi sitaki kujiuliza, nataka tujishangilie kwa ile amani ambayo tumedumisha hapa. Bana nitakushangilia leo, kwa sababu ingawaje tulikuwa na mwelekeo, tulikuwa tunaongea kwa mwelekeo fulani, mwelekeo wa haki, tunataka tu iwe na haki. Nataka tu ukiendelea hapo mbele, Oburu Odinga aliojiwa leo akaulizwa, ulisema wewe, ulitangaza hadharani ukasema dau hii tuna deep state na dau hii inawezekana tukashinda, na vipi leo mmeshindwa? Akawajibisha hivi, mkuu na hekima aliongea kwa Kiswahili mpaka akasema, deep state ikiona sisi sio maana yake tunataka kuiba kura. Tulichomaanisha deep state ikiona sisi leo tunafanya mkutano Mlimani, tunafanya mkutano Eldoret, tunafanya mkutano Kericho, hatupigwi na polisi. Ndio tukaambia wafuasi wetu, dau hii tumepatiwa nafasi ya kufanya kufanya kampeni ya haki. Akasema tulimaanisha tuko na district wanake nini, polisi watupigi. Manake ukikumbuka nyuma mikutano nyingi za baba ilikuwa inavurugwa, zingine zinatatizwa, zingine zinafanywa nini, lakini dau hii alipatiwa kile eneo anataka kwenda, anapatiwa dayas, kile eneo anataka kwenda, anapatiwa dayas. Sasa hapo ndipo kiwango cha district alipatiwa, na ukiendelea kuangalia hiyo nukta hiyo, kuna video Alai alipost kama miezi kama 8 hivi iliyopita akiongea baba kichezo, and that video is being played inaendelea kuenezwa na watu wa hustlers, na hiyo silence ya president is not good. It could be good because he may maintain peace. Lazima tuzingatie saizi kuna ile methali inasemekana nini, kubali lakini usinyamaze. Tumekubali imetangazwa, lakini tusinyamaze. Dosari yote lazima tuelekeze na tuonyeshe kwa macho.
Bwana Lara, kamilisha tafadhali, muda wako umepita.
Jana huku nipatia nafasi, hata nimekamilisha leo. Sisi ni sugu, sisi baada followers sugu. Na by the way, ile application yako ya nominated MP bado tunaipigia kelele. Wewe lazima ukuwe pale na watu wakusikizi vizuri, lazima ukapigie mnada pale, ukaongeleshe vizuri. Unajua kuna kwanza wewe na Manyora ule university ule mlio mwenzako ule, hao watu wawili baba walete hapo, atoe wajinga kama Junet ni psychopath.
Wewe Bwana Lara, achia hapo tafadhali.
Asante.
Wewe uko hapo mpaka night class, so utaendelea baadaye. Asante
Bwana Bernard, na Mungu awabariki nyote na mubaki na hekima. Msiongee hapa na nyoo zenu, muongee na ukweli. Msiongee na nyoo zenu. Lakini baba kuna sehemu alikosea, tukubali hiyo, akiachia Juliet. Na sehemu ya pili, baba dawi hana hasara. Ruto alipiga kampeni za serikali na pia baba akapiga kampeni za serikali. Sasa rano itakuwa kila mtu acheze na pesa yake. Hapo ndio kweli inajulikana.
Wewe Lara unaleta maneno mengi, lakini tunashukuru. Asante. Naomba tumsikize Lili, alafu turudi kwa Mkururo tafadhali. Ladies first. Emmanuel, subiri tu kidogo, tunarudi kwako. Nimekuona. Ladies have not spoken since we started. We must give them priority. Lily, go ahead, please. How are you today? Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Yes.
Yeah. Hi, everybody.
Hi to you. Karibu, how are you?
I'm good. Okay, I'll just be brief. I'll start by congratulating the president-elect, William Samoei Ruto. Congratulations. I know things are pending, but so far, congratulations. And I'm speaking just as a Kenyan. I'm not affiliated in any party. Na ningeanza na kusema, I used to support I used to support Raila, but of late, not really. So I think Raila alianza vizuri, but right now things are not really, things are not really how he started. After the handshake was good enough to bring stability to the country. But at that point, now I'm speaking as us Kenyans. I'm not speaking as politician or the rich or the elite, but as us Kenyan. After the handshake, how did it affect us as Kenya, not as Raila? It affected us because we no longer had an opposition. Things were going haywire, nobody could speak. We don't have a strong enough voice that can stand for a local person, for a local mwananchi. Pesa za COVID zilikuliwa, there was nobody to speak for us. maybe Raila angekuwa opposition, tungeona demonstration, tungeona some things being brought to justice, and all these other things that happened after handshake. Us as Kenyans suffered because that's our taxpayers' money. Raila anasema ati for the stability of the country. I don't know to what extent, because corruption really increase. So with us, I think as Kenyans, tuna suffer because our tax money is going to things that we cannot see. And then...
Lily,
yes.
Just before you drop that point, I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Are you aware that there is no provision for opposition leader in the 2010 constitution? The constitution that is in act right now?
What about it?
There is no opposition leader in terms of the office that used to exist in the old constitution, where there was an opposition leader who had an office and he was on salary. It no longer exists.
Okay.
The oversight responsibility, it is now left for the whole of the parliament and the Senate. It's no longer an issue of a political party.
That is an office.
How does Raila become blamed for what he has not been voted for?
I get you.
Yes. So we are blaming him for what he has not been voted for. He's not earning a salary for the same.
So on that,
yes,
I can give him a different title, a vocal Kenyan. Because most people, Raila supporters, we've been supporting him because he's been so vocal with a heart.
Lily, look here. Any Kenyan should do that. Why should we blame Raila when we did not hire him? We hired Uhuru and Ruto, okay? We put them in government house. We gave them all the allowances to take care of our Kenyan resources.
We did not hire him.
We turn around and we blame somebody we fired.
Okay, I can briefly explain on that. So on those people who keep on saying, Raila has a good heart, he's done this and this for the people. So yes, he was doing that as in that office. So right now then, if that is the case, then he is a nobody in terms of like defending the Kenyans or being the voice for the voiceless. Are we that now? Maybe what we want to, because it's a coin on two sides. On the flip side, the supporters will be, this is a person who dies for the people. This is a person who speaks for us. You know, that has been the other side of the coin.
He has done that more than enough times. Okay, why should we blame him when he doesn't have a constitutional office and support the people who have constitutional office, yet they have not performed? That is where my confusion arises. If somebody was not hired, he was fired.
That is debatable.
And then the people we hired are in office. They have done their work badly. Then we blame the person we fired for not holding the people we hired in check in order for them to do. When did we hire Raila Odinga to keep Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto in check? That's where I wonder, if we get that, then we can take the blame for Raila from all angles.
Let me speak to any leader.
If it's a common mwananchi like us, then any of our leaders from Davadi, from Sioka, from every other leader, they should carry the blame, not Raila Odinga alone.
That is true. That is true. I agree with you on that. And on that note, even like any other leader from MCA all the way to governor, before you elect them, yes, they don't have that allowance, but they need to have that history of having done something positive to the community. I agree. So right now, the talk is about the presidential race. That's why I'm coming up to Raila. I'm not excluding them, Davadi and all those other people. Everybody, you need to have some history, what you've done for the people, unpaid, during that unpaid duration, before you expect the paycheck from the citizen. So on that note, when it came to the presidential elections, this is for me and most of my friends here in diaspora, people were really disappointed with Raila. He did not show up for that debate. So to me, I think like these are some of the things that he needs to learn. Maybe it might be too late, but when it comes to a presidential debate, we need to hear what you have on the table. You cannot just bring yourself because I'm Raila, because I did this and this 20 years ago, because I have this history for the country, I won't show up for the debate. I don't know, that might not be the reason, but for him not showing up for the presidential debate, that turned off most of his supporters. And right now, I know things are in court right now, but to me, I think Raila has a very positive history for the country. And for him just to retire honorable, he needs to kind of like just, I'm not trying to force him to accept the losing, to accept defeat, but he should like leave a country, a united country. By that, I mean, he needs to acknowledge the results. And this is one of the election in history of Kenya. You guys can laugh, but for history of Kenya, there've been a lot of transparency. When it comes, we are not all there 100%, but we have improved in terms of the numbers. When the numbers were screening in and anybody could add them up. I know right now there's still a debate on this, the total tallying numbers, but we've seen a lot of transparency in this election. So to me, by Raila not coming for the debate because maybe he knows I'm the Raila, that did not play well with him. So, and another credit,
no, with all due respect, Lily, with all due respect,
yes,
when you look at the title of what we are discussing today, okay, even Raila's name is not there. Okay. Secondly, we are all past that. We are post elections right now. We are looking at the postmortem of the crisis we are in and what led us in there. The presidential debate notwithstanding, Raila's candidature notwithstanding. And if Raila's rejection of the result is insignificant and it carries no water, then let the system continue the way it is planned to continue. But all in all, one of the reasons why we do this show is to enhance us, reach a place where we put the values of our country as a priority, in the sense that we are able to hold everybody to account and not necessarily apportion blame. Listening to you, you seem to have a mission to apportion blame to Raila for everything, so that the questions being raised about the legitimacy of the elections should be forgotten. You should just brush it off and then forget it. I felt that even right now. In fact, where I sit right now, I feel tumesumbua Raila for too long. He has suffered enough for us as Kenyans. We should just let him.
Bernard,
if we keep blaming him, we are not drawing any lesson from our history nor from our present problems.
But Bernard, in any race, they have to be a winner and a loser. So this postmortem, okay, what are the characteristics that might be run
according to the law? The rest must be like, we just completed the Commonwealth, okay? You don't run and win except you run according to the rules. The Bible also records that if you want to run to win, you must run according to the rules. Any rule that is broken, it makes your race, your win, not to be a win.
The court is to prove the brokenness of the rule. Because right now you sound like a Raila supporter. So is the court to prove that?
It doesn't matter whether I'm a Raila supporter. I am a truth supporter. If you want to blame Raila, give me reasons why you should blame him. Not for you to come and say he should be blamed for this and that when they are not validated.
But some of them are just the public interest. He did not show up for the debate. If you don't show up to the debate, you're likely to lose. So I'm associating his loss with him not showing up to the debate and telling the Kenyans what he's going to do to them. So these are really direct related.
Uhuru Kenyatta missed the debate in 2017. Are you aware?
Yeah. Did
he win the elections?
Were they legitimate? Is that the one that's going to go for round 2?
Did he become president?
We talk about the win.
No,
there's a direct relation with the winning.
2017, Raila showed up for the debate. Uhuru did not show up.
I hear you.
Yeah, so if it is showing up for the debate that makes you a winner, then Raila should have won in 2017.
It doesn't make you a winner, but it increases your probability of winning. It
Please,
increases
let's
your
forget about
probability
the
of
debate.
winning.
Please, let's just forget it. Let's do what we are talking at, the audit of the elections.
And finally, about the question about Uhuru, my final statement about Uhuru's silence, I think it's just because of what he's been supporting. It didn't come to light. And according to the press, the machinery that were to be used, but still it didn't come to pass. So that's my guess about his silence.
Okay, thank you. Mute your mic, please. Let's listen from Emmanuel.
Hello, Bernard. Hello, the panelist. Okay,
hello,
Bernard.
How are you?
Fine,
hello.
fine.
Thank you.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, sasa Bernard, about Uhuru being silent. Aze Uhuru sijui anacheza Raila ama nini. Nimesikia leo Amani Manyora anasema ati that's how power works. Ati unaenda tu una grab power kama Ruto. Alafu anasema ati ile system na deep state pengine inaona haitaki kufanya kazi na Raila because of his nature. Ati sasa inaonelea ifanye kazi na Ruto juu Ruto deep state na system inaweza handle Ruto kwa sababu ya nature ya Ruto. Hivyo ndiye anasema. Alafu hii mambo niguzie tu mambo na Mombasa na Kakamega postpone the election. Hapo naunga Wekesa mkono. Hii mambo na Chebukati anataka in case Ruto akiwa president anaweza influence, anaweza changia sana wale candidates wa UDA kuin Mombasa na Kakamega, but naona Mombasa anaweza chukua, lakini Kakamega niko sure hiyo ingali hiyo ni 100% stronghold ya baba, hapo itakuwa ngumu kiasi. Ni hayo tu Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. Okay, political analysis is just everybody gives their perspective. So whatever Manyora said, it is his view and how he analyzes, but it has nothing to do with where Uhuru sits and whatever the deep state is doing. And the deep state is deeper than deep. So you shouldn't think that it will be as surface as you people think. There is a reason for letting go bombers. There is all these things can be explained, but all in all, I want us to remain sober, number one. Number two, let's not overread. Let's not overread. It's good for us to be cautious, but let us not overread. Chebukati is now lame, in my opinion, having been implicated by the 4 commissioners. And now some of the decisions he's making, in fact, I think somebody should be in court tomorrow to question his viability to postpone those elections. And now that it's becoming clearer that he has tied those elections to who becomes president. He must come out clear. What is it? The ballot papers have not been printed, because the other time he said the ballot papers had issues. Now the ballot papers have been printed. They have been brought in the country. The election should be on the 23rd. Why is he postponing indefinitely? He needs to come out clear. And so whichever way, things are going to fall in place. That is my conviction. And we want our Kenyan systems to function. We want the constitution we gave ourselves to be laid to function. We want the vote we go out and cast, elect for us leaders, not somebody to select for us leaders and tell us that is what the voice of Kenyans said. Kenyans know who they voted for. Kenyans know how to speak for themselves. Let nobody speak for us and claim it is Kenyans who have spoken. Thank you. Alex, you have a matter before I bring in Kipchumba?
No. I will counter Lily later on. Let everybody speak. Lily, don't go out. I'm here because of you.
Thank you. Please, Olara, half a minute. Half a minute. I will stop you if you go beyond that.
Yeah, exactly half a minute. You see, you said your last statement here that the vote should be counted and declared. If we have a smart system like KimKit, the kit they were speaking about, I don't know how the abbreviation of that word, I don't know what it's meaning, but it's a kit. It's just something you do a biometric on it. It can be blue as my background. Then you put your fingerprint on it. And automatically, that kit should be smart enough to alert the returning officer that this voter voted this way. So now, I know in America they're still doing it the ballot, they're not doing it by biometrics. I would envisage, because Kenya election is becoming so expensive, if on your own wisdom, Mr. Bernard, if the papers are not trusted, should we be the first nation in the country, in the world, that just use a Kim? Because remember, Marjan is a Nubian like me. Marjan ametoka kule Kibera kwetu. Watu wanasemaga ni bora si bora, na Marjan ni Mnubi kama mimi. Yeye ameinsist ya kwamba Kim situmike. If the Kims are replaced as bombers with papers or with persons, then I want us the next time when the outcome of the Supreme Court comes out, it should be clear. The Kims should be telling itself, I verified this so many people, and if the manual was used, the manual should be cut off. Okay, manual was used only on this panel, on this stream, and to this extent, maybe 500 people. Then we cut it off there. And the victory is coming home.
Olara, your half a minute has become 2 minutes.
I contributed.
Okay, thank you. And your background is not blue, it's green, please.
Olara, we ni Mnubi kweli.
Umekubaliwa.
Olara, you make me happy. How are you, Olara?
Niko sawa bwana. Huyo Marjani wetu Kibira pale, huyu ni mtu wa baba huyu. Atakuja kutoa kitu mzuri about Chebukati. Najua pesa Chebukati akula peke yake, amekula peke yake, hakuna watu wote wale wengine wakimbia.
Wewe Olara, take it easy. Okay, Kipchumba, karibu tafadhali.
Asante sana. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. I don't know. Let me just give a little bit to Lily before I go to the topic. My dear daughter, the constitution we have in place does not provide for an opposition leader position, nor any structure that a presidential loser could use in checking governance and the leadership in place. So that's one of the gaps of the constitution we have. Although we are supposed to do this through parliament, unfortunately, the parliament we have is weak because the people who never believed in the new constitution came to power. They watered it down. They messed it up. They didn't understand what the constitution was all about and how different it was from the previous. Sadly, they are the major beneficiaries of the old system. And so as they came in, devolution was a strange idea, and it was taken to be devolution of the bad governance system of the previous constitution. That's why many people who were serving at the national government before 2013 devolved themselves with their bad manners to the counties. And therefore the corruption was devolved and it was presided over by the URPTNA government that was in place. So by 2017, when Honorable Raila Odinga saw that Kenyans loved Ruto governance so much that they gifted Uhuru on 26th of October during his birthday with a vote. He said, Ewala, you love it, have it. So he joined just to stabilize the country because we were in shit by then. So the handshake was good to calm the country. But you had made a choice of Uhuru presidency. So why don't you have it all? And that's what we've had. And we've enjoyed it, at least. So that is the reason. The person Raila, not only has he suffered, but he has sacrificed to play a role that nobody ever gives him. I've run for elections too. Nobody is ever elected to be in opposition. You are chosen when you lose, and there's a structure of losers to participate in the governance, that's better. But now there isn't. So why demand accountability from a loser? So let it be. On today's topic, why is President Uhuru Kenyatta quiet? As a leader, and especially when you are exiting, it's very important that you play a neutral role, especially when there is some dissent on the results of the elections. Because one, he could easily be believed to be using the state machinery pro somebody or against the other one. It is important, I as a leader, that I'm leaving office, should just take time, allow those who are going to court go to court. And my role is, if there's no problem so far in terms of insecurity or instability, I'd be quiet and allow Kenyans and their legal frameworks to flow. There has not been any problem. Just cause some little problem and it'll come in. But we don't need that. We thank God that we are peaceful, or we presume we are peaceful, though I know we are just tolerant to each other for now. My wish is that we allow the lawful constitutional processes that is being taken by Azimio to go on. And this is good for Kenyans to learn that violence or an alternative way other than legal processes is not necessary. It's maturity that we can disagree. And when there's no agreement, there's a legal framework. These are good lessons, good practices, so that people, when we disagree, we don't go chopping each other's head. We know that there is another process, a better process. So let's encourage the Supreme Court process to take place. There's enough evidence, I have some, of how some of these things were inflated somewhere. I have more than 30 polling stations, that an additional 30, 50, 70, 10 votes were added, and cumulatively makes a difference. But other than that, today I saw one HNIB, or whatever they call themselves, or HINB, claiming that the declaration of the votes by some of the commissioners during verification were wrong. Those were the verified calculations or the votes that were being verified. And therefore, if they have those backdoor penetrations or uploaded, let them meet in court, and let's allow Kenyans to just move on and learn that we can disagree in elections and never fight over it. Allow the legal and lawful constitutional processes to take place. As I finish, this country is going to rise again. It will rise again. Let me assure people. Some of us, you see today, even tunaona leo hakuna ndevu. Yeah, because the comrades, the people who were in the trenches fighting for the constitutions since 1992, we were able to call each other. We have met, and we want to bring back the civic education, the inspiration, the motivation to the people of Kenya, not to allow and not to be lethargic to the issues of our country. We must rise again and fight for our rights, freedoms, and space. So it shall be well, everybody. It shall be well. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Kipchumba. We appreciate that. And thank you for taking us through all that. I believe it sheds more light, and those that are willing to understand will understand. But there are those who choose not to understand. They are also entitled to the same. But like I keep emphasizing, let us remain peaceful. Let us watch out for each other. Whatever crisis that there is will be sorted out. Let the concerned parties work out everything. But from the emerging revelations, we are disappointed by how elections are conducted in this country, and we need that fixed, and it should be done fast. Now, just for our proceeding, let's listen out to this tape. It's a bit disturbing, but all in all, I want it to come out since this is our country, and we need to address whatever issues that arises in our midst. It's part and parcel of our society. Yesterday, we talked about church ministers and their role in prophesying and in whatever, allowing politicians to run them, or other politicians to get into the church and address the people. Now, one vocal person who has been on the front line is the Anglican Archbishop. Let's watch this.
The church is not opposed to donations, but insists that politicians should watch their tongues when they take the pulpit.
This comes as political leaders said they should not be barred from making financial contributions or engaging congregants on matters of national importance. NTV's Zacchaeus Mosame has more.
ACK head Archbishop Jackson Olesapit announced that the church was taking the pulpit from the politicians, asking politicians to keep their dirty money to themselves. Speaking to a gathering in Garissa, Sapit kept the message that politicians should only take the Bible to the pulpit.
Tusitumie wakati wa ibada kama siku ya leo Jumapili iwe ni nafasi ya kutangaza mambo mengine ama kupiga upato kwa mambo na mazungumzo ya kisiasa.
Ole Sapit, kama kweli sadaka ya politician ni chafu, ile 8 million yenye mheshimiwa alikuwekea kwa briefcase, wewe Ole Sapit, rudisha hiyo pesa kwanza, ndio tujue hautaki pesa ya wanasiasa.
Tujasema tumekataa pesa ya mtu yeyote, lakini nasema tutoe kwa njia ambayo ni staarabu, kwa njia ambayo itaheshimu Mwenyezi Mungu, isiwe ni nafasi ambayo tunatumia kana kwamba tunajipigia debe ama kana kwamba tunatangaza mambo mengine ambayo si.
MJ Stephen, are you there? MJ, are you there? Is he asleep or something?
I think he's on another phone.
Okay, so let's hear from Alice then. Alice, go ahead.
Okay, I'm not going to be here for a long time.
Nico,
Yeah, let me let him talk.
Yeah, nataka
Hebu si ukuje kwa kamera, we need to see you. What is happening?
kumjibu
Why are you
mwenzangu
covering
hapo
yourself?
kwenye ameuliza kuhusu Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye amefuatilia. Okay, nafikiri nilikuwa nimeshazima taa, naweza nikawasha kidogo ndio mweze kunipata.
MJ, what is I think you're not serious. Alice, go ahead, please.
No, he's saying that let him light on his whatever. I don't know. Okay, fine. Okay, thank you, Bernard. Hi, everybody. Hi, Kenyans. I love you all.
Thank you. Karibu.
Yeah, I'm not going to be long. Thank you so much, Kipchumba. You've rejuvenated my, I remember those days when we used to do things, when we used to run for our liberation, when we used to do, thank you for, if you're letting us go back there, because I've been looking for men and women, patriotic men and women who can make us to do the things that we used to do before. The ones that would make us to run to Kamkunji, those days of Sabasaba, those days that we were running for our freedom or liberation. I can see there are still men who are still living. I can see there are still men who can take us back there and get whatever we want. We were getting it the way we wanted it. We were not asking for like as in peace and whatever, because we needed what we needed and we got it. So I think that is how things are going to be done in this country. When we need it, we get it. Having said that, sorry if maybe nimeumiza mtu mahali, lakini lazima I'm wondering because I don't know if tulizaa youths wa aina gani. That is what is in my mind and I'm thinking and I'm wondering surely vijana ambao sisi tuliowazaa, ile nguvu tuliotumia, ile nguvu tuliofanya, wakawa wako na freedom of speech, wakawa wako na freedom of expression, freedom of everything. Where are they that can do whatever we did? Because some of us are getting old now. We cannot run to the streets. We cannot get whatever we wanted like the way we did for them. And now they can't do whatever we did so that they can be free. Wacha niende kwa nani Rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta. It is not his time to speak. He's an incumbent. He's watching. He's trying to show Ruto that when I was saying that I want to go to where he lives, you thought that it was easy. You know, let us go to all the legal process. Let us finish the legal process. Is when Ruto is going to know why Kenyatta was saying that it's better I leave this thing to this man. Let us finish all the legal process. Is when we are going to know where do we start from here. If it's going to still stand that he is the elected, the president-elect, then that is when he's going to know that this country, there are some people that bled for it and they're still alive. About him meeting his people, that is his own. He added some more people that are fearing that now, since he's the elect, let us go on his side. Those independent people, that is, it doesn't concern us. Let him do whatever he wants to do. Here we are still Kenyans, we are still living. We have to teach these people the way Kipchumba said, because I think they don't know. I've been trying to talk to so many youths. They don't even know the history of this country. They know nothing. The people that voted know nothing about this country. They know nothing at all. The youths that voted have no idea the way the freedom of even the Section 2A was scrapped. They don't know. They know nothing about this country. But I thank God there are still men who are standing. And I'm counted in as one of the women who are standing. Election auditing was a sham. I even have one of my neighbors who gave the son her ID to go and vote with. Can you imagine? My neighbor, the son, went and voted with the ID. So there's nothing somebody can come here and tell me that that election was free and fair. Thank you. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Alice. Thank you so much. We appreciate that and the call. I understand the pains and the disappointment, but it's something that we have to carry. There is something wrong with our young generation, no doubt about it. We have a culture of people who want to carry a good life without taking responsibility for the same. They were born in a free country, so they think everything was like that and everything is free. But I think it's our duty to let them understand that life is not what it looks like. But one place that I will not in any way allow it to go is the aspect of justifying what is wrong. The moment we let that become our culture, we are doomed as a people. When something is wrong, let's call it wrong. Even if one vote is wrongly apportioned to one candidate, that one vote should be seen as a wrong, not for it to be told that is margin of error. I went to the polling station. I never voted a half a vote. I never voted a 50% vote. Every vote was a full vote. How did we get to a place where we're now allowing a margin of error in terms of tabulations when every candidate either got votes or votes got spoiled or votes got rejected? And these votes were a valid physical vote you are counting. It was not an opinion poll you're collecting from different people so that you can come up with a margin of error that 100 people say this way, 20 people say this way, 30 people say this way. This is really practical, physical vote counting. Where is the margin of error? We were not putting up figures. So there is something wrong with our system and we have to fix it. And the only way to fix it, we must accept it is wrong. We teach in church that there are 4 people you can never help. One of the people you can never help is one who does not admit that he has any problem. The moment we don't see our problem as a nation, we will never fix it. So if we see everything is okay, everybody's elected well, our IBC is okay, when 4 commissioners have walked away, let's accept it, you never accept results and all that. It is all an escape route. But whatever we are trying to escape now, it will catch us there. So we either own it up and fix it or allow ourselves to suffer the consequences thereof. That is something that we need to think deeply about it. Call it lamentation, call it murmuring, call it whatever you want to call it. But allow one wrong, it will need another wrong to justify it, then it will take another wrong. And of all things, why should a returning officer have to lose a life because somebody has to win an election? It was Msando. Now it is Musyoka. Every election, somebody dies. And then you still tell me our country is okay, it has made progress, we have done. No, something is wrong and we must fix it. And we are the people that need to rise up and say no. About the church, I will speak that because I'm a church minister. Now Halwale has come out. So there are briefcases of 8 million. That is what is making these people run around and prophesy, run around and ordain, run around and declare. It is 8 million. It's not God. It is not the will of God. It is not the interest of Kenya. God have mercy on us. Domi, karibu.
Okay, hamjambo.
Hatujambo, vipi? Karibu.
Kwa salama kabisa. Okay, let me start off with what is on the screen before I react on one or two things that have been said. About the president, silence. I'm trying to put myself in the feet of the president. Things have gone the way they are. We also know in some way there's been a pull and push between the president and the judiciary. And that is where the petition is headed. I think the president is right to be quiet, because if he speaks, if he looks like in some opinion, he could be trying to influence the direction of the presidency, the court may decide to go to the other direction. Okay, that is my opinion. And you know, unfortunately, also the judicial, okay, the court consists of, for example, okay, the Supreme Court is 7 judges, and the 7 judges, it's all about the majority. It's also somehow some politics in it, in as much as it's based on facts. They also based on facts, but there is also a vote. If the 7 goes to one, if 4 goes to one direction, that is the direction the court will go. Even if you present everything the way the way you want. We remember even the time of Willy Mutunga, he decided to throw out, away the evidence that was brought, some additional evidence, which made the whole the whole petition be thrown out. And in fact, in the end, he just read a statement and said that that's the judgment. So I think President Uhuru is being wise not to speak. And also, on the other side, also by the nature of Uhuru, he does not speak very easily until he's sure of what he's speaking. That is the nature. That is what I've realized with what I've seen with Uhuru. About the audit, I think it will be. Somebody will be lying and openly lying to claim that this election was free and fair. It is clear. It's just as clear as that. You know, I think that several people have come here with some being witnesses of flaws. So Lily coming here to tell us that the election was fair, I think there is a problem somewhere. The audit shows, okay, they are not, the calculations are not adding up. I thank God because I'm I happen to be in an engineering field, and we base engineering on mathematics because mathematics cannot lie. It is 1 + 1 is 2, and there cannot be anything around that. So about the address of Ruto, I did not listen to it, so I can't make any. In fact, I don't intend to listen to it because it irritates me. You cannot single-handedly influence the election to thwart the will of 50 million people and claim to be patriotic. That's an insult. That's a practical insult to the intelligence of Kenyans. And if all Kenyans will be lied to, I will not accept to be lied to. Okay, Lily has come here to tell us about the way Raila should just go home because, according to her, she is defeated. Apparently, I see that this is a young girl who practically did not see the pain of losing freedom, the pain of not having freedom of speech, the pain of being silenced. Even a statement that comes out of your mouth will be followed up to your house and be mishandled. Really, you don't know. That is why you are talking carelessly that Raila should just go home. Now, let us understand something. Elections, it is not about, and this is the wrong thing that Kenyans go into election with. It is not a competition between them with us. It is a point where we need to get right leaders. What you don't know is this: getting a wrong leader in power. And remember, Raila has been seen as the only person who can face anything. And let me tell you, one of the reasons as to Ruto rigging is rigging because he is scared of Raila. Take Raila out of that. Okay, somebody gave an example and said, when the monkeys saw a farmer, heard that the farmer who was chasing them away from the maize farm died, they celebrated. But when they saw next year there is no harvest, it is when they realized that the farmer was feeding them. let me tell you the truth. Get Raila out of that position, out of the politics of Kenya, you are in shit. And especially getting somebody like Ruto, a strong, vicious, somebody who can lie openly, somebody who can do a wrong in the open and not even apologize. You think it's a walk in the park? Be my guest. I tell you, Kenyans, and I'll say to Kenyans, if it happens that Ruto is sat as the president, without that, okay, if the challenge in court does not go through, and Ruto is sat as the president, my prayer is that Raila just go quiet and retires completely from politics, and then we see. The only problem with Raila is so merciful that many times when things go wrong, he will somehow he will raise up and speak it out. You are asking as to why he was not speaking. By the way, if you are talking of corruption, the first term of Ruto government, we lost over $1 trillion. This government, if you are talking of COVID, we lost about, okay, they are talking of 6 billion. So can you compare 6 billion to 1 trillion? Really? Unless you're out of your mind. And if anything, Raila was not the person in the government, is not in the government. He has no position, so he cannot go to. He cannot do everything anyway. And if anything, if I have not seen anybody take leaves and go to do a demonstration to question the loss of the billions, nobody did that. Those days, people went to the street to question why Muge is killed. Why so and so is killed. We are talking of people who are killed for opposing what is wrong. You have not seen people killed Lily and all other Kenyans who are listening. Let us not take things lightly. It is not as light as you. I think there is a very big problem with the youth. Unfortunately, that time will be
time, please. Conclude, please.
Okay. That time we'll be thinking of rising. Mutakuwa mmefinywa sana. There was a time I was telling my fellow workers, pahali wakati tulikuwa tumefinywa, nikawaambia tunafinywa, hatujafinywa vizuri. Ile siku tutafinywa vizuri, hakuna mtu ataambia mwenzake twende tuulize haki zetu. So by that time inafika, wakati Lili utaamka mwenyewe kwenda kuitisha haki zako, it's when you'll understand. Okay, that's what I will say for now. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Domi. Thank you. Mute your mic, please. Okay, I appreciate that, and it's good for us to appreciate the situation that we are in and look for a lasting solution. If you get a wound on your foot or wherever, and you go to the doctor to dress it, the doctor does not get the bandage and overlay it on your wound. First of all, you clean the wound. Because if he doesn't clean the wound and dresses it when it is dirty, the healing effect will not take place. As a nation, if we are not willing to clean our wound, I want to heap bandages over it and forget and move on. When the leg begins to rot, it will result into amputation. Amputation is worse than the pain of cleaning the wound. We have been given an opportunity to investigate our wound and get it treated. But we want to cover it with bandages and blankets and say, let's forget and move on. Let me just lay this there. Kenya will never be where it is right now. We lose this opportunity to fix our problems. 50 years is when we may, by God's grace, get another opportunity like the one we have right now. That one, you can record this video, copy it out, and keep it. Even when I'm far gone, you will remember what I told you. The country where it is right now, it is an opportunity. If we don't address this issue of election cheating, the next elections, nobody's standing up to vote. And when nobody's standing up to vote, you will need to change the constitution, come up with a new way of how to decide to get leaders. So what we are dealing with is not a Raila thing. It is not making Raila president. It is, are our systems working according to the provision of the constitution? If somebody's meddling with it, we need to fix that. Not to play this ostrich game I see from young people here who want to bury their head in the sand and say everything is all right. It can't be all right. When 10,000 people voted for the president, when they give us valid votes, it's 86,000. Then one candidate gets 72,000 of the 86, okay? Then another one gets 32 of the same 86,000. So 32 plus 72, does it give you 86? And we see nothing wrong with that. We say it is Raila complaining. Let me play the video. Probably I am the one who is, they say I'm emotional or I'm overreacting. I did some little mathematics. I did banking as a profession. Numbers is one of the greatest specialty in my field. 86,000 giving you 76. Then it can also give you 32,000. Hiyo ni hesabu ya Chebukati peke yake. It's the one, the video, the other one was still downloading. Let me see if it's the one.
Gentlemen, welcome back again to Kisi Hot TV.
Sorry.
By the way, ikiwa ni mara yako ya kwanza kwa hapa ndani,
it's not the one. Let me get this. We don't have permission to play that. We must get the rights of where is this? One moment. Okay. Okay, let me give somebody to make submission as I get that video ready. Murunga, it's your turn. How are you?
Very fine, Bernard. Good evening.
Good evening to you. Karibu.
Asante sana. Nashukuru sana kabisa, isipokuwa niko na uchungu, roho yangu ni nzito sana.
Samahani.
Roho yangu ni nzito sana kwa vile tunaona ya kwamba mambo yanazidi tu kwenda kurudi kule tulikotoka. Mahali niko, I feel sorry for the young people like Lily who are either ignorant or just inept, out of touch completely, or they're just ignorant. Bana, mimi ningependa kurudi nyuma kabisa. Manake mimi mwenyewe ninapoangalia kule tulikotoka, tuliona utawala wa mzee Moi. Utawala ambao haungeweza sema lolote kuhusu mambo ya kikatiba, ama chochote kuhusu mambo ya ile tunaita usawa wa kibinadamu ama mambo ya kuhusu ile tunaita human rights. Manake human rights, yes, it's a universal. Human rights are universal. Human rights is not negotiable. But when we hear young people, especially the young lady here, telling us Raila should retire or Raila should get out of the stage, she does not know exactly where we have come from. She does not know that it's only Raila Odinga who has been able to bring us where we are. I want to pose a question to her. My question is this, and I think you'll be able to answer me when I'm done with my submission. I'll take, for example, in a country like UK or South Africa, can you announce a presidential result in that kind of environment that Chebukati announced his results? That's a question I would ask you. Secondly, presidential results or presidential elections are conducted in developed countries by the municipalities, because there's a lot of trust in that. If you give them the mandate to do it, people know what the results are meant to be. And it means that you have to do things that are really by following the law. Here we have a Chebukati who is controlled by a certain candidate, a Chebukati who is who operates by the powers of a candidate, a Chebukati who is ready to issue a presidential results without other commissioners verifying, and the results being given, number one, are results coming out of a process that is questionable. Number one, a returning officer is killed in a constituency. Number two, the results, you know very well, there's many regions of a country, presidential results are announced, the number of voters exceeds the number of voters, the votes that are being cast. And here you want to tell us how Raila should exceed the stage and actually just justify an anomaly? Honestly, it's either the youths in this country are clueless, they have just decided to bury their heads in the sand and forget where people are coming from, or they are just ignorant of knowing exactly what it means to have what we call transparency. And that's why I'm telling you, Bernard, today, that corruption in this country today is being, the people who are actually pushing it are the same class you hear today lecturing us, telling us how Raila is bad and Raila is supposed to be taking his retirement. I will tell you today for free, minus Raila in the political spheres, mutalia machozi mukisaga meno. There is no other politician in this country who stand up for a person of William Samoei Ruto and question his habits. Never. This is what I want to remind the young lady. Please go back to your history, read your history books, try to understand where this country has come from, and actually learn what it means to be tolerant. It's either you don't like Raila Odinga, or the people who have brought you up perhaps told you something about Raila Odinga that you still bury in you, that makes you speak such a words. But sorry to say that if I've offended you, I am sorry. But I'm only asking you, Can you as a commissioner, perhaps as a commissioner, can you read such a results in an environment where one Chebukati gave his results? Bernard, I feel bitter today. I don't want to make more contributions beyond that. I will only be waiting for an answer from this young lady as I retire to my bed. Good evening.
Thank you, Murunga. I'll give you a minute, Lillian, to respond quickly, please.
Okay, I will respond to that. I think you mentioned about the systems, like this past election, how things were not in order. I'll start by saying, yes, I agree with that. We as Kenyans, we saw that. There were some irregularities, even in tallying, some numbers were not adding up in the IEBC website. But I think here on this show, we are kind of skewed towards Raila Odinga. I respect his honorable Raila Odinga, but I feel you guys are so skewed, I'm sorry to say this, in the sense that, okay, we are talking about presidential debate. Presidential results. We only have 2 presidents. I mean, we had 4, but we only have 2. So you guys can make like...
please, can you just respond to the question? You have 1 minute.
I think my question is very simple. I only ask this. Can you announce a presidential result in an environment where Chebukati made his? I think it's a very simple question, unless you don't understand the English, English language I'm using.
But there's also system in place whereby if you refute, there's a system in place for you to go ahead and do that, and which I encourage, which I support. According to democracy, that's a plus. I support that. But my point is, on this show, we should know that, okay, Kenyans have a liberty of choosing who they want to be as a president. I feel like on this show, it's so much skewed towards pro-Raila. You know, we are against corruption, I agree. I'm against like any violence during election. I'm against all that. We want a better Kenyan. But that does not, that we share, all of us here on this forum. But we should also know, like, we still have different supporters. I feel like the moderator and everybody, it's like you're ganging somebody. You know, when somebody give a different view, you might not agree with my view, but it's a different view. And I agree. I'm very much against violence. I'm very much against rigging or any irregularities. I'm for free and fair elections. And as of now, if we all follow law, all of us here, and even the Kenyans, the president-elect is William Samoei Ruto, and let the court do its thing. Let's not incite Kenyans in any way. Let's not express our biased feelings here. I welcome any objective thinking. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
So, Lily, I would take you on the same. Sorry, there's a phone call coming in. Let me give to... yes, Achuka, your hand is up. What is it?
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, everyone. Now, I want to contribute. I want to contribute in regards to what Lily has just given out. That one, you must appreciate, if you are following the tally that were done at the Bomas of Kenya, you could see all those malpractices that were that the Kenya Kwanza Brigade wanted to sneak in, which again will inform the basis of litigation in the courts of law. Two, I really don't know. Maybe I might support your argument of saying Raila should retire. But come to think of it, with the kind of the man who has suffered all his life, all his youth age, fighting for democracy, the space we are now sharing, that we can air out our feelings, and for you to come out and say, really, they should retire or somebody won elections fairly, honestly speaking, you are very wrong. And I beg that you may forgive me if I'll be hurting your feelings. Two, do you want to tell me every time when the presidential results are announced, 4 commissioners will always dissent? Is it something that you want to tell me is by virtue of really the commission decides? No. There could be something wrong with the chairman, Chebukati, Wanyonyi, Wafula. So in this case, the chairman might, I may say, announcing results under the situation in which we saw at the Bomas of Kenya was not very right. He had up to Tuesday or maybe a day after he announced to make the announcement. Why then was he rushing? And again, leaning to one presidential candidate when others were not there. What does that one really tells you? And making an allegation that there are some of his staff who have been abducted. He does not know where they are. He's been coerced. Where was he to make such allegations before announcing such a results? Lily, from your start, you evoked emotions. And personally, I bled the whole night that day Wafula Chebukati made the announcement or declaration of the president-elect. Now, come to think, in 50 years, I like how Harold Kipchumba has argued his point, that he even has some evidences of additional polling stations where some ballot papers were stuffed. And if you go back where the commissioner, some of the commissioners denied when the ballot papers were brought from wherever they were to the country, some of them said they were not aware. Why did then Chebukati did it solely? What intentions did he have in the first place? Meaning he was partisan. That one, we cannot sit down and say everything was okay. For the person of President Uhuru keeping quiet, I applaud him for that, because some people will...
Sorry. I thought you had a question or you wanted to intercept because it was not your turn to submit.
All right, thank you.
Time to submit. Thank you. So wait for your time to submit. You will submit. I want to clear something about what Lily has said. We have been here. This is the 11th month, almost every day debating. And the purpose we're doing this because we need a better country governed the right way. And like I already said, it doesn't matter whether William Ruto wins the elections, but he needs to win it rightly. If there is any question mark on the way he is declared a winner, that question needs to be settled. We cannot sweep it under the carpet and say he has won, so what? Let's move on. That is where we are. Going to the Supreme Court, there is nothing illegal about it. It is what the Constitution stipulates, and that's what needs to be followed. So why would people be afraid of people going to the Supreme Court? Why should it be a problem? And to say that we are here to defend Raila Odinga, we are not defending Raila Odinga for Raila Odinga. We are defending the truth. If the numbers are not adding up, you are, for example, you are the director of a company, okay? Decisions are supposed to be made by 7 people, okay? And 4 of the people you're supposed to make the decision with run away from you. They say, no, they are not in agreement with you, okay? Then you go ahead and make a decision as the head of the department, and you disregard the people that are supposed to participate into formulating what you need to go and submit. And then you tell me everything is all right. You don't see anything wrong with that. Then in my opinion, you are the only one that is deceived here. And probably you want to be here to perpetuate the deception. Any flag raised on a process, that flag needs to be attended to. The moment the figures that were being brought on the floor of Bomas were raised questions, everything needed to be stopped and then those questions addressed. You cannot come out of a faulty system and be a right person. It doesn't work. So I don't know what you stand for, but here we stand for justice. We stand for truth. We are against propaganda. We are against cheap politics. We really want a country that's governed by the law, and that is what we pursue here. And any part of the law, it doesn't matter how minute it is, because it will eventually become a monster. And that's why we're here as gatekeepers, to shout it out before it gets out of hand. Let William Ruto enjoy the president-elect status as long as it lasts, until the Supreme Court rules otherwise. If it rules in his favor, well and good. That is the ruling of the court. We will support it all the way. But as at now, there is a question mark on his election. That question must be settled. And anybody asking the question should not be vilified because he's asking the question. Raila Odinga has nothing to lose whether Ruto becomes president or he becomes president. He has nothing to gain from the presidency and he has nothing to lose. The greatest losers in this are Kenyans. And I'll give you 2 months down the road. 2 months. 2 months down the road is not long. Just 60 days after the swearing in. Everybody will be asking, where is Raila Odinga? Why is Raila Odinga not talking? Why is he silent? Just 2 months down the road. That's a promise I give you. So if you are here for the truth, well and good. If you're here for what is just for this country, well and good. But if you're here to push an agenda, a narrative that you know is twisted, then you'll be uncomfortable in this place. Thank you. Where is George? George, your mic is not mute. What is it? And you're in darkness? Okay, now I want us to get back into the debate. Focus on the topic, please. Let's not turn Lily into the topic, and let us not turn what she said into the topic for today. Let's look at the silence of the president, the address of the president-elect, and the audit of Kenyans. I'll be playing a video just to show it's a little funny, but just to show what Kenyans are saying about the whole process of Chebukati and his calculations. We start with the Mambo.
The registered number of voters in Kenya is 22,120,458 registered. 65.4% voted via Kim's kit. These are not manual. Via Kim's kit. 65.4% of these voted via Kim's kit. Remember, kuna wenye walivotia manual, but let's leave manual for now. Let's just do this math na hii. 65.4% of this number, of the total registered number, is 14,446,780 people. Okay, votes. Plus now zile za manually. Okay. According to Chebukati, the results he announced were 14,326,787. This was the total number of votes that Chebukati announced. Chebukati announced these votes. Akasema za candidate ni 14 to 13 na spoiled ni 113,614. Zote zikakuja hivi. Unaona? Hii namba hata haijafika enye ilikuwa kwa schemes kit. Hata haijafika 65% of these. Na ukumbuki watu manual. Difference ya hiyo yote ndiyo hii. Difference yenye kwa schemes kit ni hii. 139,993 votes plus zile za manual. Chebukati, where are these votes? Where are these votes? You just need a calculator and facts. Check.
Ruto
Tuanze na Saruto.
Saruto ni
7 million 176,000 7176 for 14 hivyo.
Tulete za baba.
Za baba 6 9 42 930
Tulete za
Wajakoya. Wajakoya ni 61,000
plus
969
Lete za Mwaure
31 987 zote total ni 14 21 3027.
Na wale watu wote walijitokeza kupiga kura ni wangapi?
Ni 14 21 3027.
Kwa hivyo inamaanisha hakuna mtu alijaribu kura hapa.
Hakuna spoiled vote.
Chapukati.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, those are ordinary Kenyans, yani mahasla wenyewe, not university graduates, not professors. And the figures they are adding are just normal figures straight from Chebukati himself. And they are refusing to agree. So I don't know when now each and every Form 34A will be scrutinized, and Form 34B will be scrutinized, and Form 34C will be scrutinized. If the total figure itself has refused, will these other things add up? Now, if they don't add up, is the process still clean? A question that Kenyans need to come to terms with. Vincent Omondi, make your submission as I get another item to share with Kenyans. Vincent Omondi, go ahead, unmute your mic, it's beside your name. Papa Vincent, your gadget is not working. Give it a try. I can't even help you. You are the only one that can switch it on. Okay, then let's go to Achuka, and then we'll come to you when you are set. Thank you. Achuka, go ahead, make your submission.
Thank you, Bernard, and good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. It is good we are spending much of our time, much of our sleep to discuss pertinent issues in regards to elections that were recently concluded by one Wafula Wanyonyi Chebukati. Two, I find it difficult to understand how one man, one person wants to plunge the country into chaos. But I want to applaud the Kenyan citizen for keeping the faith, not getting themselves into fight, lynching one another for the reasons of politics. It is good it is coming out very clearly. And one, I must appreciate Kenyans for being so vigilant to notice the malpractices that the commission has for a very long time been doing. Injustices in terms of really where the votes don't count. The voices of the majority don't count. It's like the money exchange hands and the commission or one person decides who to give the presidency to. Now, as I said earlier on presented in regards to the 4 commissioners dissenting, is it by a miracle Is it by design, or is it something that they saw that they cannot be party to? And our brother Harold Kipchumba actually gave a statement that he also has some evidences that will really be able to help guard the impunity one Chebukati would want to plunge this country into. Now, I was saying, I applaud the President Uhuru for keeping quiet. Because remember, when the campaigns were done, you had him saying he's not handing over the country into the thieves. 2, we also had the judgment that was given in regards to the 200 million by Rigathi Gachagua, and the same people are the one who have been rewarded. So I was thinking, like, is it now coming to materialize that the 200 million that were frozen will now be used to buy meat, roasted meat, the rice for kina mamas to come and eat porridge? Where this country is headed to? You know, for me, or for others, we may be laughing at the person who is dissenting the results of just concluded presidential election. But we also, I believe most Kenyans sat down, followed the processes that were done at the Bomas of Kenya. Now, this means it is that Bomas of Kenya where the will of people is stolen, not even at the grassroots. And we also, everyone saw, in fact, for me, and I'm sorry to tell you this, Bernard, I nosebleeded the whole night when those results were announced in a security tight environment, which was not supposed to be the case, because Kenya is a democracy country. Why were the members of the Kenya Kwanza so much in a hurry to sneak in some unwarranted materials into the Kali Center? You saw all that, and it is good. This one, I believe all those that are handling these cases, there is the evidences of those that were caught, plus, what do we call, the ballot papers, which were all over the handbags for one Madam Bosiole will form part of the evidences. What were they for? 2, from the clips you've just played, doesn't really make sense. With the resource the chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, really displayed or used to announce the president-elect with, because it means he allowed some crooks to penetrate into the system of the IEBC. Anyway, Bernard, I'm emotionally affected by all this. Just understand me, honestly speaking. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take it easy, Achuka. Take it easy, Achuka. And I just want us to look at this before we proceed. I want us to look at this before we proceed. I've just been served with another evidence that is a bit alarming in terms of the light it sheds. I don't know if you'll be able to zoom it close for you to get it, but we will analyze it, I think, later on in the show. I just want us to look at the Mount Kenya results. Now, if you're on a bigger screen, I think you'll be able to see. But just want to see Nyeri, Nyandarua, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Kiambu, Laikipia, Tharaka Nithi, and Nakuru. Those are 8 counties. Then we have the total presidential vote is 3 million. Okay, the total presidential vote is what? 3 million. And then the gubernatorial total is 2.5. Okay. The senator is 2.5. The women rep is 2.5. Now look at that. The president has 3 million. Every other person has 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. How is that possible? That 500,000 people went to vote and they voted for the president only and no other person, and walked out of the polling station. Is that even possible? So as Kenyans, we either want the truth or we want to live a lie. But when you choose to live a lie, you know the consequences thereof. All right, let's get back. And that is not from River Road. That is from Form 30 what? From 34C, okay, that was uploaded where we are getting this fact from. So Chebukati will need to go to the Supreme Court and tell us how it is possible that 500,000 people in Mount Kenya were not interested in the MCA. They were not interested in the women rep. They were not interested in the governor. They paid no attention to the senator. They were only interested in the presidency. And 500,000 of them voted for the president and walked out. Okay, the question was posed in the last petition. The Deputy Chief Justice asked, if you are given 6 ballots and you voted for the president only, where do the 5 go? Chebukati will need to produce those 5 in the Supreme Court. But I am for justice. I'm for truth. I want a country that I can rely on. I'll be comfortable leaving my children behind because I know the law is going to have its way. But if this is how we get the leaders, I don't think they will let the constitution work. And eventually, we will begin to eat up each other. And when we have finished each other, everybody will come and say, why was Raila silent? Somebody saying Raila should have asked Uhuru to reduce the price of unga. You know, I feel for Raila because it is very hard to be Raila Odinga. I wish when I grow up, I'll be Raila Odinga, but it's very difficult to be Raila Odinga. Because if somebody does not have dowry, he will blame Raila Odinga. If somebody is beaten by the wife, he will blame Raila Odinga. If the price of unga is high, he will blame Raila Odinga. If the government is not working, he will blame Raila Odinga. This Raila Odinga, mtoto wa watu. Tafadhali, mwachane na mzee. Face your lives, young people. The price Raila paid for us to be where we are, if we don't rise up and take responsibility to secure that future you're talking about, it will be taken away from you people. Endeleeni tu kuimba hiyo wimbo mnaimba. Sawa, naomba tumsikilize Mike tukisonga hivyo. Ngoja Walto Cinema ulikuwa umeinua mkono. And I hope ni swali.
Yes, my name is Walter. And how are you everyone?
We are good, we are good.
Leo kabla tuongee sana, I will speak Kiswahili. Mimi nilikuwa ndani kwa ground na nilikuwa nafanyia mkubwa fulani campaign hapa Kiambu. And for the security purpose, let me tell you, sitaongea sana. But everything went wrong. I was here, we have evidence. Na mtu asijaribu kusema hiyo election ilienda vizuri hata kidogo. Na hii maneno ambayo watu wanasema, wanaenda wakisema, oh, sijui Raila amekuwa akifanya nini, oh, sijui. Yes, mimi nimekuwa Azimio. But the truth is, mambo ilienda mrama. Hadi kuna mambo zingine, siwezi sema hapa, ambazo zilifanyika tukiwa. From that day, nilikuwa mgonjwa, nimekaa kwa kitanda, nilitoka jana Aga Khan. For last, hiyo siku watu walipiga kura. watu wakipiga nini usiku. Vitu ambazo zilifanywa hii area ya Kiambu zilikuwa vitu za maajabu. But let me tell you Kenyans, because I know there is a lot of people hearing this. Tujaribu tuache kuwa na chuki na ukabila. Kwanza viongozi wa kanisa, I'm very sorry to say this. Kama tunasema sisi ni Wakristo na tufuate Ukristo, sisi Wakristo tumejaibisha. Tunataka hii nchi iende wapi? Tunataka watoto wetu waishi maisha gani? Tukatai kama Ruto alishinda, ni sawa, ina shida, lakini ashinde na uzuri. Atukatai kama Raila alishindwa ama alishinda, lakini iwe haki itendeke. Tuache hii maneno ambayo watu wanasema akishindwa akubali. Venye umesema tu, kuwa Raila ni kitu moja ngumu sana kwa nchi. Kuwa Raila ni kama kujitia kitanzi hapa. Unachukiwa, unaitwa mganga, unafanya nini? Like now mimi hata sitembei, watu wanasema but I don't care. Mungu ndiye anajua watu wake. But ile kitu nitarudia tena, tafadhali. I know kuna young generation wengi sana ambao wamepatiwa maneno, wakaharibiwa kichwa, wakadanganywa. Mimi nilikuwa upande huo mwingine, nilikuwa nasimama MCA na ticket ya chama cha UDA. And something happened, siwaharibii jina, na mimi nikatoka, sitasema what happened. Nikakuja, nikakaa hivyo, and then nikakuja nikajoin Azimio, ambao nilikuwa nisimame na hiyo ticket, but because it was under one umbrella ya Azimio, that's Jubilee, ODM na Kenya na hizo chama zingine mingi. Nikawa stronghold ya Jubilee, sitasimama, ni step down, na nikaingia kwa kukampenia baba na kiongozi ambayo nilikuwa na kampenia. But what happened, I will never forget. Mimi usikia watu wakisema, but I saw it with my own eyes. Yeah? Then mtu mimi akiniambia tikura hazikuibiwa ama nini ili happen, mimi nashindwa mtu anasema namna gani. So please, mjue election haikuwa mzuri. I'm not trying to incite anyone. Au nini wa ABC wa ine si wendo wazimu. Okay, sawa, wanaweza sema venye watu naona wana post kasumba na nini mambo mingi. But kwani wote wamekuwa kwa hiyo link ya Raila? 4 people. Kwani ni wendo wazimu? Hawa watu sio wendo wazimu. Yeah? Hata history inasemekana sasa Babu Owino ndiye alifanya venye alifanya, anawekelewa. Kwani wewe umeshinda tayari, utaua huyo mtu kwa nini? Why do you have to kill the person? Why? Si tujiulize swali zingine. We have to be mature in politics, na tunafaa hii nchi yetu iendelee na tujue venye tunafanya. Na hiyo ingine nikimalizia ya mwisho kabisa. Tafadhali viongozi wa kanisa. Tunatuma hata wale watu wangekuwa naenda kwa kanisa, wanakosa kuenda kwa kanisa because of your characters. I'm not trying to accuse anyone, but your characters. Because what you are saying and how do you behave to people seeing you. And it's like they are recording. Watu ni kama, unaona venye mtoto unaweza ongea kitu mbaya record, wanaweka juu wewe ni kiongozi wa kanisa. And then huyo mtu unamweka mentality gani? Tuongee ukweli, na hata kwa Biblia watu wa kuongea ukweli hawakutakwa hata kidogo. Mtu akiongea ukweli, wakina Yohana Mbatizaji walikatwa shingo. Yesu mwana wa Mungu, wakati nani aliuliza, mnataka Yesu ama Barnabas? Watu walisema Barnabas. Na hapo ndio tuko. Tafadhali tuangalie, because this country, tukicheza ekonomi yetu itaanguka, mambo yetu itaharibika. Kunafaa kuwe na haki. Hii maneno ya umwagikaji wa damu, ati sasa mimi juu niko mwegemeo mrengo fulani na kuwa adui. No, we are not. We are all brothers. So viongozi wa kanisa wajaribu kuspread the news of peace, love and unity. Na tuache koti ifanye kazi yake. Mwenye atashinda sisi hatuna shida naye. And we need peace. Let's preach peace. That's all. That is only what I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Walter. We appreciate that, and we wish you quick recovery. as we pray for everything to work out. The young people, Kina Chirichir, na Kina Chipu Chip, and the rest on the comment section. I am devoted to block you, and I will continue to block you because you don't see anything wrong with what is wrong. And I find that very, very annoying. I've just shown you here the compiling of the results from Nyeri, Nyandarua, and the Mount Kenya counties. The total number of presidential vote is 3 million. But the MCA, the women rep, the senator, and the governor is 2.5. Where did the 500 votes come from? If you don't see anything wrong with that, then you are sick. And if you support that, you are wicked. You should not be in this country. And it's a proof that you don't love this country. You think this country, it's there to be plundered. It's there to be milked. That's your mentality. That if something is wrong, let's call it wrong. Don't support what is wrong. I don't care who does what is wrong. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Let's not support it. The church does something wrong, let it be called it's wrong. And Chebukati and team have to come and tell us where the 500,000 voters voted for the president only. If they cannot account for those people, we remove 500,000 votes from Ruto's votes. Okay? Then we go and look for them elsewhere. Anywhere anybody got more votes, including Raila. If Raila got more votes in Homa Bay, okay, or in Kisumu, there are more than the governor, are more than the women rep, they are more than the senator, all those votes to be knocked off. Then we'll end up with the right results. From there we can talk. But if somebody goes to the polling station, votes for the president only and walks away, mnadanganya sisi hapana wajinga. Wajinga waliisha Kenya. William Ruto is famous for saying that. Hawa wajinga wamerevuka. All the same, let's get back into the debate. Twende kwa Bwana Mwangi. Mike, how are you?
Hi, good evening, Mambo. Poa. Thank you for having me. Kidogo tu ningetaka kusema tu kitu moja tu kulingana na vile naona debate ikienda. Inasema kuna vile Uhuru aliachilia amenyamaza sana. Kweli sio? Ni according to kwenye siasa imeenda mpaka Ruto akaapishwa, si kuapishwa mpaka akakuwa yani Chebukati akasema ni ameshinda. So one thing I want to say about all this whole scenario, Uhuru actually played his part. I'm talking this kama kijana kutoka Mount Kenya. All right? Uhuru alimesimama mbele yetu not once, not twice, not thrice. Akaita kongamano huko State House, akaita vijana, akaita wamama, akatuambia, hey guys, vile naona hapa kukienda, I think this is not the right way to go. This is the best way to go. So, I don't see mbona we blame Uhuru for any of this. I think Uhuru has done his best and it was up to us Kenyans, right? And for Uhuru, kusimama Uhuru venye alifanya, that was very brave of him, especially as a Mount Kenya kingpin. That was very brave of him. I cannot blame Uhuru. I remember there's a time akiwa pale on his way from Thika, he went to alikuwa na launch a particular project. And he talked in Kikuyu, and this thing was broadcast in the whole of Kenya. And he told us, no manywe magai nywe. Nemo kadirikana. Meaning to say, You guys, one day you remember me. Uhuru is not stupid. Mount Kenya people are not stupid. And as I stand here, I actually voted for Raila under the influence kwa sababu ya Kenya Uhuru alituambia, and I believe I'm not alone. Ukiangalia hata I have neighbors here, because sitaki kusema generally Kenya mzima juzi, jenda Kenya mzima ama nini. You see, I'm talking about Kenya nimejionea mimi na macho yangu, wale watu najua, my immediate family, hata wale watu najua, niko na watu Nakuru. And by the way, because of Uhuru, this round hatujatoangwa. All right, Uhuru wants the best of this country. For once, we have not been threatened, we have not been intimidated, and he promised that I'll to promise you kitu. Na akatuambia, when I'm going, I will leave you in safe hands. That also he promised us. So I still have not given up. Mambo ya hesabu, I'm not really good in mathematics. Mimi ni hustler, lakini sio hustler wheelbarrow. I know tuko na kina Orengo pale. I know things will be okay. But all what I want to say to my my other brothers from the Luo Nation, this man Raila, I know he's gone through a lot. Najua ijakuwa mchezo hata kwake. I cannot imagine what it feels like to be Raila right now. Being Raila is tough. Don't ever feel like Raila amekuwa no. Huyu jamaa wacha, unajua this guy is from Mount Kenya, matiko muira, they will not tell you the truth. Hawatawaambia, lakini ukweli penye iko, we all know this man. So mimi sitaki ongea mambo mingi ya sijui, sababu hiyo nitawaachia. Tuko na vigogo pale watapambana nao. You see, hao tumewaachia kina babu. Mimi nasema mambo ya ground ya hustler, na si ya hustler wa kwambia tusukume wheelbarrow. No, I'm a hustler, but I refuse to push a wheelbarrow, because that is not the kind of politics I subscribe to. All right? Penye niko hapa kwa hii bed sitter, sijui si ati unaweza kuniambia tikesho niamke hapa niende nikatafute. Hello my friend, are you even normal? Hey.
Sawa Mike.
So anyway, Kenya naambia tu very honestly, and Raila, even if things don't work out for Raila at this particular moment, most probably this is his last shot. Most probably, I will say, when this guy comes back home, embrace him. Mpanieni pate moja kubwa sana, na msahau Mount Kenya. Tutakuja kwa hiyo sherehe, na si Mount Kenya yote mbaya. Kunajua kwa ground hizi kura zikihesabiwa, nakwambia tunapiga hiyo percentage hapo. Wakipiga percentage, mtaona ukweli penye iko. Mount Kenya is with Baba. That one I can say for sure. Na nasema, why am I saying for sure? Nikitoka hapa, I'm in Rwaka right now. Nikitoka hii Rwaka sasa niende mpaka Getirini pale, niende mpaka nini? Hapa watu wanasema ni UDA, lakini ukiongea na watu wasema hai nienda ikilia Baba. This is Rwaka. All right? This is Rwaka. So I'm also in doubt of these things. Hii maneno lazima iangaliwe. Na ile and kuna demo alitoka hapa alikuwa anaitwa nani? Alice. I think it was Alice. Alice alikuwa anasema most of us use, I think we are kind of lost, we don't know what we want, we are not motivated. And I want to tell her, okay, she's not here right now, but I can say most of the youth right now, si kama kitambo. Okay, probably because of all these TikTokers and all these things, people, But we have a lot of young men and young ladies who are very passionate about Kenya and working very hard to push this Kenya to the next level. Maybe circumstances are not working for us at the moment, but we are still tunapambana. And najua for this to work, we need democracy, we need honesty, we need accountability. And you know, for us to get these things, there's only one person, whether we like it or not, whether we jump up or we come down, whether we listen to Uhuru, even if Uhuru did not tell us, still there's some things we cannot be changed. Even if Uhuru did not stand there and tell us, vote for Raila, still that's a fact. Those are facts that cannot be deleted. They can, same like the votes, it will not be deleted. Hey, what? So kitu inafaa kwa hapa, Kenyans, let us be honest with ourselves. Tuweke pride chini. Vijana, mimi najua niko na vijana tumejitolea, tu working very hard. Unajua, like right now I don't have a family, all right? Why? Utaletaje dem hapa akuja kule mashida hapa na unasema uko na president na mbwa kupush wheelbarrow? How? Guys, let's be serious. Na hii kitu inataka hivi. I don't want to my little brother looking at me aseme ati yo Mwangi, yeah, already this is a Mwangi. Definitely this one voted for Ruto. No. You can rent a Kikuyu, but you cannot buy one. Do you know that's a fact? We use minds. Tunatumia akili. Hii election haikuwa sawa na sisi wote tunajua, it's a fact, and we need to go back to the courts. We need to have a count or whatever needs to be done, but things have to go right. But anyway, we open to options. Ikienda vibaya, we don't know. We are even we are not in a capacity to do anything at the moment, right? Wacha tuongoje vile koti itasema ama Kenya baba atasema, tujue the way forward. I'm done. Thank you so much guys. Tuko pamoja. Nawapenda sana. Baba the fifth, unapologetically.
Asante Mike. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can mute your mic. Asante sana kwa hayo maoni yako, na tunashukuru kwa kila Mkenya ambaye anasimamia ukweli. Sisi hatupingi mtu yeyote kuwa rais, tunapinga kuwa rais kisivyo halali. We are against anybody ascending to any office from MCA to MP to senator the wrong way. Because if you get the leader the wrong way, he will be the wrong leader and he will do wrong things. I don't know why it is difficult for people to embrace that. You cannot come into the space the wrong way and be the right person in that space. So Ruto being president is not an issue. Did he ascend to the presidency the right way? That is what we are asking. And it's not that he ran against Raila Odinga. He did not run against Raila Odinga alone. There were other three candidates. So we want to see the votes that Wajakoya got. Were they the true votes he got? The votes that William Ruto got, are they the true votes? Are they the reflection of the will of the people? Because the reason for general election is for the people to express their will. But if they are unaccounted for votes to the tune of 500,000 to 1 million, and somebody is still having his head on and sees nothing wrong with that, then we are a lost generation. We are completely lost. In fact, we are mad. Let's ask right questions to get right answers. Chebukati has a lot of accounting to do. Whatever results he gave, even the total alone has refused to add up. From his inflated percentages, they have refused to agree. And now it is discovered now there are 500 to 1 million votes that are for president only. No one else. those ghost voters must be brought to the Supreme Court and justify how they walked into the polling station, voted for the president only, and who gave them the ballot paper for the president only and no one else ballot paper. IEBC, the officers. And I kept warning you guys, remember, the code of conduct you signed stipulates that whatever crime happens under you, you will stand for it alone as an individual. It's not IEBC. So ulikubali kuwa returning officer, ukakubali kuwa presiding officer, ulikubali kuwa clerk, whatever happened under your watch, you will be answering for it individually in your capacity. Kama hukusoma hiyo nini ulisaini tu kwa sababu unataka hiyo hela, bas jua kwamba when the thing goes to your polling station, you will be required to defend yourself, or else tabeba na Maria kamiti kujaja. Okay, thank you very much. Let's listen to George. Tumefika kwa George. Yes, George.
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Yes, how are you?
Jioni, mchana penye wako kwa penye inani asubuhi. So Bernard, me the thing I'm failing to understand here. Kuna kitu Chebukati alisoma wakati alikuwa na nini ati Raila have got 25% in 34 counties and Ruto have got 25% in 39 counties. How did this thing? Hii kitu hata ninashindwa kuelewa. Inakaaje? Hata imenisumbua sana. Nimefail ku understand hiyo maneno ya Chebukati. Alafu hata ukiangalia watu wa IEBC vile walikuwa wanasoma result, walikuwa wanajaribu kutuma message fulani. Juu unapata kama chenye mtu amesoma add up, unapata kama imepita na either 10,000 ama 15,000. Imepita either na 10,000 ama 15,000. So I fail to understand hata wakati walikuwa wanasoma hizi vitu. Mtu unaweza pewa kitu uende usome mbele ya watu, yenye hata wewe mwenyewe add up unapata kama iko na mistake na unasoma tu. So I do fail to understand these two things. Hiyo kitu inanisumbua hapa. Kama uko na jibu ya hizo swali, at least we elaborate nisikia hata mimi mwenyewe nijue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, George. A very important question. And this is what I would say. 25% in 39 counties and 35 counties. It was, I would say, a political statement given by Chebukati. Political in the sense that he wanted to show us the reason why Ruto has won is because he has won in many counties than Raila did. But what the law stipulates is that for you to be pronounced as a winner of a presidential election, you must get 50% of the total votes cast, okay? And then plus 1. And then even if you get 50% of the total votes plus 1, and you have not attained 25% at least in 24 counties, you cannot be pronounced president-elect. Okay, so the law requires that you must get at least 25% in half of the counties. Okay, we have 47 counties, so 24 of them, you must attain that, and then 50 plus 1. So what he meant is that in 34 counties, Raila got more than 25%. And also Ruto in 39 counties, he got more than 25%. In other words, we split. We are 50-50. So it is not that he added more counties. It's only that in all the counties, the 47 counties, the person who led in majority of counties is William Ruto by attaining 25% in most of the counties. But of that 25%, Raila also had his own 25%. Sijui kama hiyo inaeleweka. Okay. Then story ya kusoma, the law requires that before the results are announced in total, they must be declared. That declaration is a requirement of the law. So our commissioner kupewa kusoma ilikuwa ni sheria inahitaji. Wasiposoma, and then we go to the Supreme Court and say they gave the results without reading, like there are 29 constituencies that were not proclaimed. That's also an issue that will go to the Supreme Court, because the law requires for the result to be read out loud by the commissioners. So these 29 the constituencies that were not declared is an issue that will come up at the Supreme Court, and that is sufficient to nullify the elections, in my opinion. And then so our commissioners kama vile umesema like majority wale walikuwa wakisoma ni hawa 4, okay? Hao walikuwa wanasoma kwa sababu wamepewa kusoma, and they were not involved in tabulation. And from what they are complaining is that this thing was done in the dark. They walikuwa tu wanapewa kwenda kusoma, and then they say hata kama iko na makosa wacha tusome ili Wakenya waone nini makosa. In my opinion, hao walielewa hii kitu imeharibika and they wanted it to be secretly corrected, but Chebukati would not buy into the advice, so they said kama mbaya ni mbaya, okay, unataka tusome vile ilivyo, tutasoma vile ilivyo na Wakenya watakundua nini. So I think it was a type of whistleblowing for them, because nobody would just pick a figure and say the valid vote is 86,000. The first presidential candidate got 72, then the other one got 32. 32 plus 72 cannot be 86. Even if you have not calculated, we touch pencil like karatasi, even your mind alone will not accept that. But I think it was part of the whistleblowing so that the thing get out there and Kenyans will begin to raise flags on the matter. That's what I can say on that. But everything else, it's okay. Let's wait and see. Chebukati has a lot of questions to answer, answers to give. He must generate those answers, and I hope he's prepared. He says he's a lawyer. We will see him at the Supreme Court. Asante. Naomba sasa tumsikilize dada yetu ndio tuende kwa majamaa. Majamaa muongea sana. My own sister, Christine, how are you?
Hi, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Hi, my fellow panelists. How are you? Okay, Bernard, me, as you know, I'm always a woman of few words, but with a lot of affection. So I'm just going to go direct to the topic of the day, Uhuru's silence. This is just my opinion. I'm heartbroken even as we talk today, and the only statement that I saw today that gave me some hope was Martha Karua's statement after the meeting they had today. But about Uhuru's silence, as we've all known, Uhuru is a man who never rushes to talk. Many other times we can tell from his leadership, we've always wanted him to say something, but he takes time. We've also seen in the past when abuses have been thrown to him and we expect him to react, he will not react. But at the time when when he wants to talk and say something, he'll always leave us with something to talk about. So I think Uhuru's silence for now, even me, I've been worried about it, but when sometimes we want things to be done our way, we want quick fix. But for me, for now, I think from the voting pattern, let's assume, for now, I know there are so many things that are not adding up, but let's assume those votes were genuine from both sides. We can tell the country is divided into two. And if Uhuru can come and make a statement as of now, it will be contrary to his desire of living a united Kenya. If Uhuru will come and make statement that is favoring the UDA guys and their win, remember, half of the country is gonna be heartbroken, and we can do many things that are not appropriate or say things that are not appropriate. If Uhuru comes out right now and backs the 6.9 million of us that Chebukati claims, again, the other 7 million, which is half the country, we are divided. So I think if you look at the Azimio team from today, just reading body language, I'm not an expert, but you can tell they are composed. They know what they are doing. They are treading carefully, and at the end of the day, I don't think Raila would want to lead a divided nation. So whatever the path they have decided to take, I'm sure in due course of time, Uhuru will talk when everybody feels that justice has been delivered. So at this moment, I know the country is peaceful. We are not preaching for peace. The way we voted, as the people that voted, we did our part. We went down, we voted, we waited patiently for the results. We never threw words or insults at each other. We never caused violence even after the results were out. So we did our part. So let Chebukati now go and take accountability for what he brought to us in the public. There are so many disparities. There are so many points we are not agreeing on about the numbers that Chebukati gave us. But how I wish Chebukati would just sit down and think over it before presenting it to us. He still had one more day. And if we go by the numbers to be genuine, let's assume they are genuine. We know there are places we are contesting the numbers. But let's assume the numbers are genuine, as this is just an assumption, 7.1 and 6.9. We can all agree that this was a closely contested election. That even taking 1,000 votes or those number of votes from one person was going to affect the other person. So for right now, there are 113,000 votes that are not being accounted for. There are others that were, those are the ones in the Kim's kit that we know. There are those that voted manually. And if we see the difference between a win of Ruto and Raila, those numbers meant something big. And I remember the first, let's forget about 2017 ruling, the Mutunga ruling. The Mutunga ruling was so quick and fast, and again, we grieved. Mutunga ruling was the number that the NASA side presented that were taken away from them. He asked, if these numbers were to be added to Raila, would it make a difference? By then, the thievery was so classified that the numbers we kept picking, the small constituencies we could present in the court, would not make a difference. But this time, are numbers going to make a difference? Yes, this time, even 100,000 votes numbers is gonna make a very big difference. So to me, I think we are still going back to the drawing board. And right now, I tend to agree with Atwoli's words of saying that Uhuru is still too young to lead. Uhuru is going nowhere. I'm not seeing Raila taking it now. I'm not seeing Ruto taking it now until the right things are done. And the right things has to be, as a voter, we did our work right. Now Chebukati has to answer Smoking Wanjala's question. He asked, when you walk in a tallying center, you are given 6 ballot boxes, 6 ballot papers. Even if you don't want to vote for the MCA or governor or anything, you decide you'll not be allowed to walk with the 5 papers out. That is a fact. So where these 5 papers will be put, whether they'll be rejected, spoiled, or stray, the total should be amount of the 700. I think there are 700. But right now, we are seeing there are people that just walked into the station, voted for the president, never walked out with these ballot papers, but the president votes are more than the other seats votes. We need an answer for it. Smoking Wanjala asked, I thought Chebukati is a lawyer and he'd be smart enough to cover some of his, the dirty tricks they were playing. If you look at Itumbi's figures, the figures that Itumbi gave us before the results were verified or at the tallying center are the same things that Chebukati presented to us. Fine. Even right now, he's saying he differed with the 4 commissioners because they wanted a rerun. For sure. If we go by the numbers presented to us by Chebukati, we factor in the missing 100 and something that it's nowhere, cannot be explained. For sure, you find Chebukati is just entangling himself. So I think it's not yet Uhuru. As Azimio supporters, we've gone through tough times, but tough times don't last, but tough people last. So let us be tough. Let us continue with this fight until we reach our destiny. Thank you.
Okay, Asante Christine, we appreciate that. We really want to remain sober and vigilant. It is good for us to ask questions. Kenyans, there is nothing wrong with us asking questions on the process of us getting leaders. It is all within our rights to do that. So Don't let anybody stop you from asking right questions. Another aspect is don't support what you don't know and what you don't understand. Investigate, come to a conclusion. Don't just buy into everybody's ideology of saying that this person is bad and this person is good. Any person who advises you that so-and-so is bad and the other one is good without giving you solid evidence, then there must be something wrong with that particular person. We have gone through this process. It has been uploaded as a transparent process because there was something called public portal. Okay. Yes. Now we are looking at what the public portal generated into Form 34C, the results that were read. From the total themselves, question mark. Now, if the total has a question mark, the percentages given have a question mark, then it means where they are coming from, that's where the question mark is coming from. So let's not be naive and be people who want to push everything under the carpet, especially those of you who want somebody to assume office the wrong way. It is wrong for anybody to be in an office the wrong way, public office for that matter. So let's wake up and begin to ask these questions. It is our right to do that, and we must do it the right way. Thank you. Twende kwa Laban.
Asante sana Bernard, na mimi kwa leo nataka kuwa very brief. Nafikiria hata kama sheria zetu za uchaguzi zimefanyika, bado inabidi sheria ziongezwe. Mimi kwa fikra zangu tu, kwa sababu maswali ambayo mengi tunajiuliza hapa ni kwa sababu tunaona kuna huo mwanya. Number one, ni mambo ya mtu kupiga kura moja kwa our 6 candidates. Na swali hapa inanishinda kwa sababu hii ndio swali ambalo linaendelea kuulizwa na tunatakiwa tupate jibu. Mtu mmoja huyu mwenye anapigiwa kura, mbona awe ni rais? Maoni yangu, mtu ambaye kama kuna mtu mmoja anatakiwa kupigiwa kura, mimi nafikiria the most important person pale other than the president anafaa kuwa MCA, kwa sababu ndiye mtu mwenye uko na yeye kwa ground all the time kuliko rais. Sasa ikiwa itafikia hapo, in fact inatakiwa kuwa at least baada ya mtu kupigia huyo mtu mmoja kura, katika hizo sheria ambazo zinatakiwa zirekebishwe, at least huyu mtu inajulikana ni kwa sababu gani alipigia rais peke yake kura. Anyway, hayo ni mambo ambayo watu wataendelea kujiuliza, kwa sababu hizi ballots zingine zenye unawacha, it comes with a cost ambayo ni taxpayers money. Inaenda wapi? Kwa nini unaitupa? Na ni pesa ambayo ni ya mlipa ushuru. Swali tu, kwa sababu nafikiria vile wengi wanasema Kenya's election ndio most expensive, and even nasikia kama sio second iwe third in the world. Kama ni hivyo na tunaenda na hiyo hesabu, mbona watu huwa wanatupa hizi ballot na hawakuzitumia na zinahitajika kwamba zihesabike? Anyway, nilisikia Chebukati akiitwa the hero of that day of his declaration, and the rest of the 4 commissioners were wrong. Hii ni kama kejeli kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Mtu mwenye amefanya makosa, watu wanalia, anaitwa hero. Hawa wengine wenye wanalalamika kwa sababu walikuwa wanataka kusave that situation, inasemekana walikuwa wanataka relearn. Mbona inachukua muda kuelezea watu kama hiyo ndio ilikuwa issue from the word go? Sasa nafikiria kuna msichana amekuwa kwa panel, nafikiria anaitwa Lily, na issues zenye alikuwa na raise, anakubaliana ndio kulikuwa na disparities kwa figures, lakini nakumbuka kwa 2017 ruling Maraga said the process, the results are as good as the process. Kama kulikuwa na disparities, was that process right? Sielewi vizuri jibu yenye kila mtu atapeana, lakini wacha tungoje ile kitu yenye mimi nafikiria ama najua, mwishowe we will be happy. Asanteni Bernard, tutaongea mengine as time goes by.
Sawa, asante Laban, nashukuru kwa mchango wako, nashukuru kila mmoja. Asante kwa Wakenya na wote mnaojumuika nasi katika kipindi hiki, na washukuru kwa kuendelea kutufuata. Kama unatufuata kwa Facebook, tunakuhimiza usubscribe kwa YouTube. We need you here longer because this show lasts longer than what we have allowed to broadcast on Facebook. So if you want to get to the conclusion of the matter of this discussion, you need to be a subscriber on YouTube to last with the show until it ends. After the 8th hour, the Facebook wherever link gets blocked, and then we proceed further with YouTube. So we encourage you to do that. Na kama unatupata tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili tukamjumike pamoja katika kujifunza katika maswali tunayouliza na majibu tunayopata. Lakini cha muhimu, Kenya tukitaka idumu ni lazima tuijenge kwa msingi wa ukweli, msingi wa haki, na msingi ambao watu wote ambao tunaweka katika public office wawe ni watu waadilifu, watu waaminifu, watu ambao watalinda rasilimali ya Wakenya. Lakini mtu akiwa mkorofi alafu nampatia ufunguo wa store, basi jua vitu zile ziko kwa store zitapotea. Hakuna mtu ambaye anaajiri mwizi aanze kucomplain kwamba vitu zimeibwa. So ni jukumu letu kama Wakenya kuhakikisha kwamba wale watu tunawapatia kazi public office, wao watu ni waaminifu. So Chebukati amefanya yake. Kile tunataka kama Wakenya, akuja tuambie vile alifika kwa hizo figures, zilitoka wapi, hao wapiga kura ambao walipigia rais peke yake walikuwa wapi, na wanaweza kuja kotini wakasema mimi hapa na hapa ya kwamba nilipigia rais peke yangu supported by presiding officer huyu, na huyu ndio alinipatia karatasi ya rais peke yake, akaninyima ya women rep, akaninyima ya governor, akaninyima nini, because this election is called general election, and the reason why it is 6 ballots is for safeguarding, to balance the outcome, to stop the theft. Now that we have 500,000 people who voted for the president only, and from one region, that is something that the Supreme Court must hear and be able to rule over. Asante sana. Naomba tumsikilize Momanyi, na Bia atakuja baadaye. Momanyi, vipi?
Safi, nashukuru men. Amjambo wote.
Tuko poa. Vipi huko?
Oya, hapa tuko salama. Tuna sukuma gurudumu men, tulipe bills. So kitu moja mimi nataka kushukuru Mungu kwanza ni ile Mato, long time man. Yeah. Kitu moja mimi nashukuru Mungu ni ile we have peace. Watoto wanaenda, my daughters are going back to school tomorrow. They were asking me, Dad, why when you go back to school? I'm like, don't worry, things are going to be okay. Tomorrow they are going back to school. And business zimefungua. Watu wanatafuta chakula wanakula, wanafanya biashara. Meanwhile waiting for the leaders of Azimio kufuata the due process, and I'm really happy about that one. The second thing in ile, the way Christina said, it's high time Chebukati aache kucheza na akili yetu. We don't belong to Chebukati's family. Chebukati is joking with the life of our generation to come. Wamesema ya kwamba Bernard wamesema kwamba there's no out you can give a thief a key to the store, then you expect that zile vitu ambazo ziko kwa store utazipata. You see, wewe kwa akili yako Tanzania hivi vitu ziko kwa store, kumbe jamaa in fact hiyo ni hall, hakuna kitu hapo ndani, you see. So the same thing Chebukati did 2017 is what he has done again. That's what Smoking Wanjala asked the so-called IEBC. How can you just wake up in the morning, go to the polling station, you just vote. You're being given six or seven ballot papers. You just go and vote for the president. Then you walk out and go home. So the remaining 6, zimeenda wapi? Na hujatoka nazo? Umetoka polling station venye uliingia mara kwanza, cause ukiingia ulipewa hizo karatasi zote, lakini ukitoka ulitoka hivyo. Sio? So I think the presidency was set. 2017 the presidency was set. And I think Chebukati was warned. If you don't conduct this election the way it's supposed to be, once it reaches our table, automatically we're going to nullify it. And this time around, I'm just praying that Azimio lawyers, kitu ya kwanza kabisa, their prayer ikue ni recount. Let's not go for whatever, read and whatever. The first prayer on a table kwa Supreme Court ikue ni recount. Because if you see what happened in Juja, the results of Juja, ni wote ndani umeangalia, it's crazy. Kura zote zilipigwa na zenye kura zote zenye wamesema nini zenye Ruto alipata na Raila na Wajakoya and the other guy, in fact zina exceed what is in the registered voters, you see. So that means kulikuwa na manipulation nyingine ya ajabu yenye tujaiona, you see. So man, it's crazy. Chebukati, I don't know whether Chebukati has a personal issue na Raila, you know. This guy is like he has a personal issue na Raila Odinga, and he doesn't know that Raila, we do have Raila. Raila is an institution. Raila is Kenya. That guy has really fought for us for a very long time, you see. And that's what known at this time around Monge. Everybody's cool because we have hope. And I like what Martha Karua said. It's a victory deferred. And that's a very powerful statement. It gives us that energy, you know, that hope that things gonna be okay. Watch Raila ende kotini. If the court waseme ya kwamba the election was good, maybe ABCD nini waseme iko hivi nini, mzee Raila akubali venye matokeo na so long as ikwe finality. Aseme kila kitu iko hivi ABCD, Raila will remain to be a statesman. Raila will remain in history. At a generation to generation to come, they know that we had a father of the nation who really fought for our rights. And the democracy we have, the devolution and everything we have is because of him. Whatever Raila has done, he has done more than presidency. No. So let's have hope and let's be very positive. Whatever say tunaongea, let's be a piece information. But I know with Martha Karua is not a joke. Martha Karua kuja kutoa statement kama ametoa, that lady is learned. That's a senior counsel. He knows law. Anajua venye kesi iko na kila kitu. So let's the team take time. They gather all information, all evidence. Then kitu ya kwanza wakiingia prayer ya kwanza ni recount. Wakirecount hivi vitu utapata kwa maybe Raila, in fact Raila won with a big margin, you see. Kama ni kurudia uchaguzi, turudie uchaguzi, then tuone mambo iko namna gani. But sasa we want to come in case if we have a rerun, we don't want Chebukati to be the chairman, you see. That's the second thing the Azimio lawyers should work on. They have to say we don't need Chebukati. Chebukati still it is the same thing we are going to come up with. Now we are wasting time, we are wasting taxpayers money. Unaona venye COVID imefanya watu, economy ni mbaya, unga ni 230, kila kitu, it's a problem, you see. But hopefully with senior counsel James Orengo, akina Tenda Omolo, all how do you call it, Martha Karua, hopefully they are going to have a good case. Lastly, man, I'm happy. once tutakutana hapa hivi, ile hasira uko nayo at least inapungua, kwa sababu we are talking as a family and it really helps us. Si unaona? Inatusaidia sana. Mtu kama mimi unajua mimi ni Mkisii. Yani mtu aniongeleshe kidogo hivi nawezaenda na yeye. Sasa I'm happy at least tunaongea hivyo, na nimeona Mato hapo hivyo, nimeona hapo George, nimeona Achuka hapo hivyo, Walter, at least ukiongea hivi hii hasira ina drain, alafu unajirefresh, hata tunajipatia hope na maisha inaendelea. So thank you very much guys. Mimi niko job, nazidi kuwafuatilia as usual, na in case nikipata time tena nitaingia run tena tuone kwa namna gani. Thank you so much Bernard.
Sawa, asante sana Fred, we appreciate that. Tunashukuru kwa opportunity tuko nayo kuongea. Bado tuko na Uhuru. We don't know how long it will last because I may soon be seeking asylum, so please prepare a room for me.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Now, everybody, thank you. Please, let's keep it clean. Let's ensure that we do the right thing, because the right thing is what will save us, not the wrong thing. Don't cultivate evil, because evil will mess you a great deal. Let's embrace what is right. It may be painful to embrace what is right, but it saves a lot. I guarantee you. A country built on a lie will always crash. A leadership built on a lie will always crash. If you don't know, if you don't believe what I'm saying, and you have been in Kenya from 2013, 2017, 2022, then either you have not been alive all those 10 years, or you've been around and you have not been conscious. You've been unconscious the 10 years. That is the only way you will tell me that building a nation or a leadership on a lie can give us good results. But if we want to have a great nation, it must be built on values and right followership of the law. Chebukati is the chairman of IEBC. It is his role to declare the winner of elections. But the law also stipulates he needs to show us on how he arrived on that conclusion. His figures are not adding up. And those are the totals. So if we go to look for each polling station and whatever came from each polling station, if there can be a mistake on the final total, it means where these totals are coming from, there must be a river flowing with errors. Now, if there is any error that it warrants to, like this one, Christine has put it, the contest is very close. That means if you take 1,000 votes from Ruto, just 1,000, it will not be 50 plus 1, just like that. It is that bad. And so, was somebody fixing this? Was he pushing this? Chebukati. Wacha zile nywele zimeng'atuka. Let's just have this before Martin comes in. I want us to remind ourselves before Martin comes in. So in the next 10 or so minutes, let's listen out to the Supreme Court.
79
and 83.
Yeah.
That there were no security features required on these forms?
It is not a requirement of the law.
It is not a requirement of the law?
No.
But did these forms have security features?
Yes.
So meaning, if they had, they all should have?
Abundance of caution.
Yeah.
The commission, out of abundance of caution,
Yes.
are the ones who designed the security features.
Okay.
Yes. And my Lord, we have explanations. It's just that there wasn't enough time. Because when you scan a copy, you can actually lose some of the security features. But what I'm saying
Mr. Mwita, before
is
you
that
move,
the forms
Mr. Mwita,
34... Yes.
Before you move.
Yes, my Lord.
How do you explain Nyali in that form?
and the serial number, or lack of it? Yes, there is no serial number, but that's admitted. What does that mean? If I had time, I would take instructions. But if you go to the next column, my lord, yes, it says it is signed by 2 agents, ODM and Jubilee. So that the next question, my lord, why were the agents of ODM and Jubilee signing the form for Nyali? So they are signed. Is it reasonable to expect a party who has signed a form to come here and disown the form?
Mr. Macharia,
Yes, Your Ladyship.
you're making the assumption that the voter votes for whatever candidate it is they want.
Yes,
And when putting, and that's an assumption,
yes,
when putting their ballot box in their ballot papers in the box
yes,
for the candidate they have voted for,
yes.
they would put all 6.
No.
That's the only way
Yes,
a stray ballot would arise. A stray ballot is one
yes,
which is put in the wrong box.
correct.
So even though it is correctly marked,
Yes,
it is dropped in the wrong box.
correct.
My question is this:
Yes,
where a candidate, where a voter collects the 6 ballots,
yes,
because the assumption is we will be given all 6,
yes, you're given all 6.
and you want to vote for only one candidate,
Yes.
where do the other 5 ballot papers go? It's a very simple question.
That's what I answered, Your Ladyship. That the law, and I think the regulations actually make it quite clear, that even having been given the 6, and even with the color coding that the ballot boxes have, and the ballots themselves have, room is still created for what Your Ladyship correctly called the stray ballot, which is a correct ballot placed in the wrong box. Now, when you look at the regulations and you decide to do your ruling, you will find that those stray ballots are kept in a separate envelope by themselves, according to the rules. Yes.
Mr. Macharia?
Yes, my lord.
You are still not answering the question.
Yes.
You walk into a polling booth.
Yes.
You're given 6 ballot papers.
Yes.
So you decide, as you may decide,
yes,
that you'll only vote for a presidential candidate.
Correct.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
Those 5
yes,
are not stray.
No.
They are unused.
Yes.
You've been given 6,
yes,
but you have elected to use only 1.
Yes.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
What we are asking,
yes,
where do those 5 go? How are they accounted for? It's a simple question.
Oh, yes.
They're not stray.
No, they're not stray.
They can only be stray if they have found themselves through in the wrong ballot box.
And that's the point.
Okay. So they're not stray. So you still remain with 5.
Yes.
Where do you put them? You carry them away?
No, 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 no.
How are they accounted for?
No, and that's the point I'm making. You vote. You vote for 1, and vote for the 2nd, and vote for the 3rd. You have 6.
Yes, my lord. Please cut me wrong. There are these figures you said that were cast on the television screens.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you call them?
They have been referred to in my client's responses as statistics. In my submissions, I referred to them as data. But my lord, what I want you to carry away from my submission is that those figures were not the result, and they did not form the result.
What were they?
My lords, I have explained that prior to the decision, and the phrase I used was surgery. Prior to the surgery that was carried out by the Court of Appeal on Section 39, 2 and 3 of the Elections Act, those figures were what were referred to as provisional results. And what used to happen with provisional results is that they were sent electronically as text messages. And my client would then transmit, or the presiding officers and the presiding officers would then transmit either electronically or in hard copy they would transmit the physical Form 34A to the National Tally Center. And the National Tally Center would then confirm, once they received the physical Form 34A, that the results that had been received electronically...
So let's go to the polling station.
Yes.
You've completed Form 34A.
Yes, ma'am.
You've scanned it.
Yes.
The figures on Form 34A, you now manually enter them.
Yes.
Into the what?
Into the KIMS kit.
Yes.
Yes, madam.
What do you do with them?
You send them simultaneously.
Yeah.
You send them simultaneously to the National Tally Center and to the Constituency Tally Center.
Yeah.
And then, at the Constituency Tally Center, the first collation of the results is done. And the first collation is then sent as Form 34B to the National Tally Center. At the National Tally Center, the Form 34Bs are tallied from the 291 constituencies and a result declared.
So the ones which are entered manually are the ones which went to the screens?
The ones which were entered manually, my lord, are the ones which went to the screens, yes.
Okay.
But they were not the result, and they were not the result because of the decision of the Court of Appeal in Civil Appeal number 105 of 2017. They were provisional results. Sorry, what used to be, my lord, provisional results? There were no provisional results.
Our expert has instructed me that where it is indicated against the third respondent that there was no comment, that is incorrect. The correct position is that our representative was satisfied that the soft copy fulfilled the order. So as against the no comment, the correct position is that our representative was satisfied that a soft copy fulfilled the order. And equally at the bottom of that page, the same position holds true, that our representative has signed against the schedule that the court, the registrar provided, that we were satisfied with the order. I turn to page 12.
I was not allowed to put a document. Mr. Ngatian is now giving evidence. Mr. Ngatian, my learned friend, is now giving evidence of what his experts have told him, and is not part of the report. I don't think he can be allowed to do that.
Perhaps let me repeat.
He can comment on it, but he cannot rebut the report on the basis of what he has been told, because that is not his duty as counsel, to give evidence.
Let me repeat, maybe I wasn't clear to Malanet Senior. I say that there are annexures to this report. The annexure is a document that our representative has written, handwritten notes.
It's not here, my lord. We have a report which you have been given by the court. And that annexure must be a strange document, which we don't have.
No,
we don't have it.
Maybe the judge could indicate.
Maybe there's something happening somewhere.
Too suspicious.
Finish off, Mr. Ngatian.
Yes. I'll finish off, my lords, because I was coming to the conclusion at page 13.
There's one point that I raised. You haven't responded to it. We agreed that this is not a dying declaration. Therefore, you should say something about its evidentiary strength.
Yes. Thank you, my lord. I think this came against the background of very serious integrity questions or confidence questions that are being asked by the people of Kenya about the preparedness. And your lordship and my ladies will find that there are materials that were placed in our petition where the petitioners
down memory lane, and probably history will repeat itself. That question, I'm sure, is going to rise up again. Mato, sema maneno.
Vipi mtumishi?
Salama, tell us where the 5 ballot papers go to. You must know the
Natafuta, nimezitafuta mpaka chini ya kitanda my friend, na zimenipotelea, sizioni. Nimetafuta mpaka chini ya kitanda, sijui nani alipita nazo jana. Natafuta.
Hire private investigator. Hire private investigator.
Aki nimetafuta mpaka chini ya kitanda, nikaingia kwa socks. Kuna socks moja inapotea. Unajua saa zingine unakaaga hivi unashangaa, kwani kuna shaitana alipita na socks moja kama mwanaume. Unashangaa ilipotelea wapi, nikiosha ama iko kwa kabati. Ndio hiyo sasa, socks imepotea. But we have to be answerable. Alafu unajua kitu ulisema if you don't know, unajua kule watu wengine tunakaaga wanasemaga if you don't know now you know. Sitamaliza ingine, sitaki kupata kasi. Mwenye atakwambia venye hiyo ingine inasemagwa. Now actually kitu lilifanya niingie briefly, nitakuja baadaye, was about 2 people. One of them ule huo jamaa alisema alikuwa down wa Central. I think there was a mic and there was somebody else that said alikuwa huko Central, right? Sijui kama amechomoka. Yeah, I think amechomoka. I wanted to say the guys who are in Azimio in Central, they are going through a hard time, eh? Wamegongwa kugongwa. Na ile kugongwa yote wasidhani ni kijiji, and I want to give them encouragement. Hiyo ndio maana niliingia, cause wote wanasema wamegongwa. And I have so many friends in Central who are still in Azimio and have refused to come out of Azimio. But everybody mwenye alikuwa anajulikana ameshika kitu in Azimio in Central, they are trying to popularize that there was no Azimio in Central. And so wametuma watu to go and hit their social medias, make them feel like they were against their community and everything. There's a thing that is happening. If you ask anyone, the returning officers, the people that were on social media talking about Azimio and everything, these guys are trying to make Central look like everybody was Azimio. Was UDA. They were not. I am here to find one. And I have so many friends so many friends in Central, because I have roots out there too. I am yet to find, and we need to console these guys, because they are actually not console them because of elections. They are getting a big backlash because wametumiwa, especially if you played a big role. I will also say this. Yes, I am a disappointed man, because I know we spend so much money to have cyber security on this time. That's why we caught them the first time they tried to hack. I was a part of a community that spent a lot of money to try and stop any kind of hacking. We did stop it. Tukaenda tukajaribu kila kitu, and then the last day when Baba was supposed to go kuannouncewa with the right numbers, then they pulled a move that we had not anticipated. I am a very good person to watch things, but even me on this one, I failed. We didn't think they were gonna pull that move. Ile ya mwisho, after kila mtu ashatoka nyumbani, kila mtu ashakaa chini, everything, and then they pulled the last move. Hapo tutatangaza huyu, with so crooked numbers that mathematicians like some of us, and even even IT guys that could even catch a hack, cannot do anything at the last minute, and they just pull it. In fact, This thing is not even being demystified by the mathematicians. And God, Mungu ni mzuri, mamangu alinipeleka shule mzuri, akanipeleka nikakuwa at least asante. Mama mzazi. You see, but today is not being demystified by the people who are learned. It's being demystified by the regular person. Anakupigia hesabu hivi hata unasema, okay. You played a couple of videos, Bernard. Hizo zote hazijatoka kwa ma-engineers, hazijatoka kwa sijui nini, sijui mathematicians and all that. Inapigwa na mtu wa nursery school, hata kama ni nursery. Mtoto anaweza kupigia hesabu, mpatie calculator, anakuambia hiyo ifanyiki, ni uongo. So how do we get to a place like that? And you know what? We're even making our Supreme Court be a kiddish Supreme Court. Supreme Court shouldn't even handle something that can be demystified by hata mtoto wa mtoto wa class 8 ama class 2. It's an insult to our education, to our education system and to our judicial system. This thing was stolen upright, but there's a catch. And going back to the topic of the day, President Uhuru Kenyatta has to be quiet. He cannot seem at this point, time of crisis, when people are calmed down, he cannot seem to be trying to push things. Because remember, for the last 5 years, he's been told, oh, unatusukumea mtu, unatufanyia nini. So sitting in that seat where Uhuru Kenyatta is sitting is not a good place to sit, especially right now. And you remember, this guy gets all the briefing. So, yeah, he needs to, when you're on Lisa, why is he quiet? He needs to be very quiet. He needs not even to give any kind of press conference. Here's the good thing that everybody needs to be happy, and thank you played that video that you just played. I keep on saying here, Constitution is not made by what the people, the founders of the Constitution went and made. And that's why today we have a minor KI case to go back and think about. Today we have the case that you just played, that was 17, I believe, to go back and think about, where do you take the other 5? We have many questions which have a law that has a precedence. This case is also going to set another stage of the constitution of the electoral, how we do our elections. Whether Baba comes out or he doesn't, this is the time that we are making a law that the next person that will ever try to do that thing, because now we have to clarify, do we do the majority? If majority says no, then what? If one says no, then what? If we have malpractices, then what? If numbers don't add up, then what? So this case, however it goes, but I believe it's going to go Baba's way. And that's why I keep on telling people, and especially Mount Kenya people, they've wamekulwa, wamegongwa, na wametumiwa watu. I have a friend that is not talking saizi ya kuhosi. Telling me, siezi enda kwetu sasa. Because I stood with that, watu walinikubali na saizi wametumiwa watu wananiambia mimi hata ni hame Central and all that. But it's not their family ama neighbors. Social media ametoa yote. Sick. And I tell Central people who stood up for the right thing, Kenya is bigger than anything. You have brothers here, the people that stood with you, we are all brothers. Bernard, that's what brought me in. Wakiongea, na ulisikia venye waliongea, the two. To tell them to not be worried. Kenya ni kubwa kuliko Central, na Central bado ni Kenya, ni yetu pia. We will be there, we are with you, we work with it, and we are going to make the rules of this Kenya so that hata mtu wa Central akiamka, anaendea kiti yake, ataipata in the right way. We are not going to play these games. Mtu anakuja Okay, hiyo kitu umecheza, that thing was nullified. Who was on top of it? Now we know that Ruto was the one alikuwa anapatiana nini details na nini itafanyika. You see now what he did, and people, there's so many evidence watu wanajua because he was on top of it, and that's why even before ajue inaenda we're going to to litigate this case, the man even goes to try and puts doing a cabinet list. What are you putting a cabinet list? Who told you you're the president? Hujapewa sword, hata hujajua kama tunaenda koti ama hatuendi koti. What are you trying to do? So he's running like he's the president now. Already, ushakuwa president, hujapewa sword, una chochote, you're still, we take care of you because you are a vice president in case something happens to Uhuru. What are you doing? Constitution doesn't work like that. Intelligence doesn't work like that. The security of the country doesn't work like that. But I like Uhuru to stay quiet, just the way he is. Let's do it. Hivyo tu, mstaki Uhuru aongee kitu, wachanine, wacha achunge security ya country. Let it be solved in the courts as it's going. And by the way, the UDA guys running around and fighting, be very careful because those numbers, we have them. I'm telling you, some of us say this time round, we knew there will not be a sleeping server. There will not be Aita Tolewa in France. This time the server is out. The server is everywhere. And be very careful because we know what you did. And I want to tell people to be very careful in when you manage stress yako. Just slow down. Some constitutions are made. Some of the places we live, they had to go through civil war, but we are not going through civil war. This time, we are going to use the laws and the peace, love, and unity that is in our national anthem. We will use that because we love each other. We are diverse people. Hata Mkale hapa, Mkisii, mimi ni Mkamba. We are not ashamed to say who we are because we are all Kenyans. I'm telling people, calm down. It's a good thing for our country, and it's a monumental thing that is going to be remembered for a long, long time. Na wale watu walikuwa Central wenye wanatauntiwa, please, wacheni kupata stress, wacheni kwenda hosi. We got you. Ukitaka kuja Ukambani, kuja kwetu, nitakuweka huko, wache kukusumbua. Hata ukiambia bana danda ya kuweke kwa, watakupeleka. We ni brother yetu. We are fighting for the same thing. And let me tell you, the people who will love the last laugh. The last laugh will be for the revolutionalists, especially those of Central that went against yenye inafaa kuwa. You should be very proud of who you are, and that's how Raila became who is, the enigma, because he went against what was an oppressive system. If you're going against that, be very proud of you and know God has got you and we got you as your brothers. What was Central? Please, sisi brothers and sisters. Bernard, I'll come back. I had to put that. I wish the two brothers were here because walikuwa wanateseka. And I want to tell everybody to be okay. Kenya ni yetu si wote. Na tupigani tena.
Thank you, Martin. We appreciate that. And the message is out clearly. And let everybody maintain peace. And please be safe. If you feel you're not safe where you are, we want you alive. So go to safety. This matter will be sorted out. There is the 7th estate on the comment section. He says, I can even vote for president and don't mark on other papers and put them in the respective colors without marking them. No one knows if I have marked them. So president will have more votes. Yes, 7th estate, president will have more votes. But the unmarked votes should tally. 7th estate, you need to understand that the law requires that in every polling station, we can only have maximum of 700 people voting. So if there were ballots that were not marked, they need to be placed in a place so that they tally. For example, if the president will get more votes And there was another part you talked about, the MPs' votes were more spoiled than those of the president. That is why there is spoiled votes, there is rejected votes, there is unused ballots, okay? Unused ballot paper. For example, if you went to mark and you marked on the wrong candidate, you have a right of exchanging the wrong ballot you used with a new one. That wrong one you marked needs to be accounted for. So the presiding officer needs to get it and make sure that when we say that in Makadara constituency, in Harambe ward, in polling station Jericho, 700 people voted, we need to see the 700 people that voted for the MCA, the 700 people that voted for the president, and then even if the president gets 700 votes, governor gets 500 votes, and women rep gets 300 votes, the difference need to be seen in the either spoiled votes, rejected votes, or unmarked votes. But if those unmarked votes are not there, rejected votes are not there, but you have the president having 700 while the rest are having 500, 400, and 300, then there is something wrong with that. That is why we have that balance. So spoiled votes coming to the magnitude of 500,000 from one region, that is record breaking. But all in all, let's wait and see. Mbivu na mbichi inakwenda kujulikana. Nobody should defend what is evil. Let's call evil evil. That's why we're here. Bwana Dan, karibu, toa maoni yako.
Thank you Bernard. Uko salama leo? Mko salama leo?
Tuko poa, tuko hapa ngangari kabisa.
Okay, I just want to make one point that we should all understand. Some people are saying that Raila should retire and go home. He has tried 5 times, and therefore he should retire and go home. But people who understand the struggle, this thing is not a Raila thing. This thing is about the next time you want to vote, you will be voting for a different candidate of your choice, and you will undergo the same things that Raila is undergoing. So we are doing this for the struggle. We don't want to set a wrong precedent in our country, such that if you want to win elections in this country, you amass a lot of money, then you corrupt everybody, then you become the president. That is not a precedent we want to set. We want to be a democratic state. And therefore, these people who are telling Raila not to pursue going to Supreme Court, that he should go to Bondo and retire in peace because he's old, because he has lost 5 times, I think those arguments are, to be fair, they're naive unless you don't understand what we are doing here. So the thing is, we are doing this for the future of our country. We are not doing this for Raila. It is not a Raila thing. Raila cannot live forever. So yeah, that's the point I wanted to make. I saw someone on social media that really broke my heart when he was saying that we have voted for you 5 times. Now we are even tired. Go home. When you have bad governance, they are telling him to go home so that we move on. When you have bad governance, you will not move on. You will still suffer years to come, years and years, and your children will suffer. This is what we don't want. We want something that is progressive, a society that is progressive. And therefore, we must struggle. This thing is not about an individual. Next will be Kalonzo, next will be Karua, next will be somebody else. And we don't want the same to be done to them. So that's why we were saying we shouldn't look at this thing as it's about an individual. It's about Raila Odinga. No. It's about, it's a wider thing that we should not set in our country. Yes, that's my point.
Okay, thank you, Dan. We appreciate that. And it's a good call that everybody needs to appreciate. these people were dismissal in terms of sending people to retirement. I don't know what role they play in this country and why they haven't retired others. Why is Raila on their list of the people who need to retire? Voting for somebody 5 times. I think you voted out of conviction or you voted out of somebody asking you to vote for them. Raila is followed because he's a leader. He's not followed because he asked people for votes. So if you've been voting for him out of no conviction, that's why your vote doesn't count much. It's important that we do it right. Seventh estate, you're trying to find to defend what is undefendable. He says some Kenyans must have hid some ballot papers and left with it from the polling station because they don't get checked when they are exiting. Now, you know that doesn't add up. It is illegal to be found by IEBC materials when you are not an IEBC official. We have played videos here of IEBC officials who are found with IEBC materials. Another person was arrested for arriving a day late in bringing from 34 from the polling station. He said he went home to sleep. And they say, where did the material sleep? He said at home. Then that is illegal. He gets arrested for the same. So who will go to the polling station to vote and then carry IEBC material with it, with that risk in place? And what will be the profit for the same? Tukubali, wale wezi wa kura waliiba kura. The ghost voters, wale watu wanafufukanga siku ya kura, wanaenda kupiga kura, alafu wanarudi makaburini. They came back. Let's accept it and be able to address it. Wacha kujaribu kujustify mambo ambayo tunajua ni mabaya, ni maovu. Wale watu wa kufufuka siku ya kupiga kura, wanaenda kupiga kura, alafu wanarudi makaburini. Hao ndio wamerudi Mount Kenya, wakapiga kura this time. When we were told the first time it was 45% to 55%. Then at the 11th hour, they now tell us 65%. Now 65% has refused to add. Now they will come and say it was what? 75. Chebukati, lazima tukutane Supreme Court. Na ujibu maswali ya Wakenya. Usitubebe wajinga. Na wala ambao mnasupport wizi na uongo na udanganyifu, Mungu awasamehe. It is wrong for anybody to stick up their neck to defend what is evil simply because he wants somebody to be president. I don't want any president who becomes president fraudulently. I don't want, even if it's Raila Odinga, I want him to be president because he has the mandate of Kenyans. And Kenyans of goodwill have voted him into office. Not that somebody planted him into office. We don't want it that way. And the only way to get a free president who will do what is just for the country, he needs to have the mandate of the majority of Kenyans. Not that some clique there came together, agreed, and made him president. Then he will serve the clique. He will not serve the people of Kenya. So the danger of us allowing Wizi to determine for us a president is that we can't stop Wizi. Siwezi kuwa mtoto wa Wizi alafu ni mzuie Wizi. Sasa nitaendelea kuwa nini? If stealing made me what I am and you want stealing to stop, do you want me to die? So that's exactly what we are advocating for. If I'm born of stealing, stealing is what sustained me. So when you stop stealing, I will die, and I don't want to die. That is what corruption is, and that's how it looks. The moment we use a fraudulent way of getting leaders, we cannot stop fraudulent way of handling affairs. Corruption in, corruption out. Falsehood in, falsehood out. Irregularities in, irregularities out. Is that what you want in this country? And will we have a country if we approach it that way? Let's think. Let's reason. Let's not just be sycophants. We want it done the right way. Chebukati should tell us the figures he announced, where they came from, how they arrived to them. He should tell us the 500,000 people who voted for the president only. Where did they come from? Who gave them the ballot paper for the president only? And when they voted, where did they disappear to? We need that done well. If that is not accounted for, then this was a falsehood, a fraudulent election. Let it be thrown away. Let's get the right president into the right office. Thank you. Naomba tumsikilize Roda sasa. Roda, vipi?
Poa sana, habari zako? Nyinyi
Salama
wote
salama. Uko fiti?
haupo? Okay, mimi sijui nitasema nini. Nchi yetu sahii iko na a lot of manipulations na a lot of lies kwa social media na nini. Unajua sahii kuna mchezo mwingine inaendelea kama Ruto sahii ana threaten watu. Unaona vile alikuwa anasema huko Karen, akasema about Wamarwa, about Kificho. He have akona a lot of angers na it's not good at unataka kuchukua nchi kwa nini, unataka kuwa president ni must nichukue na nguvu, nitapunish President Uhuru Kenyatta, nitapunish. Let me tell you, Ruto, everybody will die. We die naked the way we came, and we go naked how we came. Even queens, even Queen Elizabeth, and Queen Elizabeth is the richest woman in all world. Pesa zote za serikali zinaenda kwa atakufa na kona a lot of slot. So let us, Ruto, please respect our democracy and our country, the rule of the law. Let us stop to play that kind of evil game, like the way Bernard say, kuna maiti wanakuja kutafuta. Unajua Kenya siku hizi kuna a lot of devil worshippers, a lot of lies. Let me tell you, the devil is a liar. Our country must be respected. Na sisi Azimio la Umoja, sisi watu wa kuogopa. It's better we die. If we die, we die. We die once. Nobody leave this world. I'm already telling people die. Whether you are rich, whether you are poor, whether you're in Islam, whether you live in diaspora, we die. Even here, watu wanakufa. Wanasikwa 6x2. Na watu wanalia. The same shit. So we don't give a damn. Please, Luto, don't praise that kind of game. Dirty word. Threaten Kenya people. We are all Kenyan. We are all tribe. We have the land blood. I get so tired. Whether you are Kikuyu, whether you are Luya, whether you are Kamba, we are the same people. And the more we tell every tribe must bow, no, Jesus is the Lord of the Lord. Kikuyu tribe must bow to Jesus and confess Jesus is the Lord of the Lord. Every tribe must bow. We are suffering because of this tribalism. We are suffering. We are not going to punish President Uhuru. We'll fight together. We die together. We hold hands together. When we go to Canaan together. That shit. That shit. This is a time we have to wake up. Wake up. Kenya people, wake up. We fight for our democracy. We fight for our right. We have to fight for our President Uhuru to live State House peaceful until we see what Mother Kome will do. And Mother Kome, you do the just thing. I know you're a very intelligent woman. And we know whole world, they are looking Kenya. Whole world, they are looking Kenya. What is Kenya? That shit. Bye-bye. Back to you, Bernard. Bernard.
It's okay, Rhoda. Take it easy, Rhoda. Take it easy. Take it. It will be sorted out. It will be sorted out. Let's take it easy. Everybody, let's stand for something. Let's fall for anything. And all in all, let's function with what is required. Our peace is important, but justice is the foundation of the same. Justice be our shield and defender. Okay, then we can dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. Without justice and peace, justice being our defender, we will not have that unity. And so when we mess up our justice process, that is when we mess up everything else. And it is that simple. And it's like the national anthem is a prophetic statement, okay? Our founding fathers understood that it's only when we have justice being our shield and defender, that's when we'll have peace, we'll have unity, then we'll have abundance. Until we fix our justice system, everything else will collapse. It is true. It can't hold together. Where justice is not being served, nothing will hold together. You will preach peace until you become pieces. Nothing will hold together. So if we want to have a united nation, we must begin by treating every person equally and respectively according to the rule of the law. Ukienda kwa uchaguzi, wacha uchaguzi uamue nani rais. Stop interfering with the process of us getting leaders. Planting votes. Wewe umepewa nafasi ya kuchukua maoni ya Wakenya tofauti, ili haya maoni ukiweka pamoja tuone maoni gani ambaye yanafaa ama yamepigiwa kura na Wakenya wengi. Wewe umetupa hizo kura kando, unatumia kura zingine ambazo does not exist. Unatupatia numbers ambazo hazielewi. Wewe mwenyewe usielewi, unajaribu kuzieleza, huwezi kueleza. And then kuna wajinga ambao wanataka kufanya nini? Kusupport. Don't support what is wrong. Stand for what is right. And when questions are raised, let there be answers. Let there be answers. We cannot have a polling station where the number of votes are more than the number of registered voters. How can that be a just system? And you tell us nothing is wrong with elections. Number of votes are more than number of registered voters. So we had people who voted who are not registered. That's what you mean. Then what was the use of the voters register? Then let every Kenyan vote anyhow, because there's no need for register. So tuulize maswali yanayofaa. Wizi wa kura lazima ukomeshwe. Wale wanaosaidia wizi wa kura lazima wakomeshwe. Na tukiendelea hivi tutaiba mpaka tuibe Kenya yenyewe. Mtamka tu siku moja Kenya imekuwa Uganda. Naambiwa mbadilishe ID, mbadilishe majina. Inji imeuzwa. Amko. So you choose whatever you want to support. But one of these fine days you will wake up and find yourself, you are all Ugandans. I promise you that. So wake up, do the right thing, or else you will be part of the wrong thing. I choose to stand for something that's right. I want Chebukati to give us the winner of the elections. Prove it. Elections must be credible, must be transparent. They must be verifiable. Verifiable means figures going forward must agree, figures coming backward must agree. If we go to the forms, we tally them together, they must give us the same place. No margin of error. On the vote, there is no margin of error. Margin of error is on opinion polls, not on actual voting. Actual voting, there are no half votes, there are no quarter votes. Every vote is full. So when you give us the figures, they must agree. No margin of error. So Chebukati and team should prove what they did in this election. Failure to that, waende jela. Waende jela kujibu mashtaka kwa makosa waliofanya. Ni kukosea wa Kenya. They gave us an inflated one budget that was so huge because they wanted to give us an election. And now they go and make a mockery of the Kenyan taxpayers' money, using it for doing a fraudulent process of giving us leaders. And then you want us to be quiet? We will not. So let everybody everywhere realize that we are sick and tired of paying people huge money only for them to come and display their incompetence on public platform. And then there are those who are so twisted that they want to support it. We don't care whether Raila is president or not. In fact, the loser of this thing is not Raila, it's Kenya. Is Kenya. And I give you 60 days. 60 days. Hata nimeambiwa leo kuna watu wanalia tayari. Wameenda kwa ofisi wakawekwa 2 hours. Mkutano wa kikale ukiendelea, umalizwe kwanza ndio mkuje. That is not incitement. That is reporting. It was an article in the newspaper. So find the newspaper and read for yourself. All in all, Chebukati, either you go to jail or tell us where 500,000 ghost voters came from, voted for the president only and left. We want that scrutinized from everywhere, from Mombasa, from Western, from Nyanza, everywhere. Any person that had more votes than every other person, the extra votes must be knocked off. They must be knocked off. Then from there, we decide who won the elections. So the 1 million, the 500 to 800,000 from Mount Kenya that voted for one candidate without any other person, hizo zitupwe nje. Then let's get the percentage. Na kama ziliongezewa Raila, pia hizo zitupwe nje. Zitupwe nje. We want only the valid votes that were genuinely voted, that were participated in the decision making. Hizo zikauntiwe. Hizo zingine zote zitupwe nje. Then at the end of the day, hapo tunakuwa na rais ambaye tumechagua, na kitutesa tutavumilia kwa sababu ni sisi tulimchagua. Lakini wewe uende kutuchagulia mtu akuje hapa kututesa kwa sababu ni wewe ulisema na ama wewe ndio ulilipwa, na sisi tunakulipa mshahara, unaenda kuchukua hela nyingine kutuhujumu sisi. We will not accept that. So you support whatever you want to support, but we are not in support of any fraudulent process of getting leaders in this country, from MCA to MP to all those. Na wale watu wako rigged in, tunawakujia. We don't want fake MCAs, fake MPs, fake senators. Wale wataenda kukaa Nairobi kususpend miguu kwa sofa doing nothing, then come back 5 years later and say, you know, this year has been tough, give me this one more chance. Nothing. We want leaders who can deliver. And the leaders who can deliver are the ones voted for by Kenyans, not voted for by one machine somewhere. And then somebody comes to justify it. Okay, enough said. Naomba sasa nimlete Stone PK. Asante sana Stone PK kwa kufika. Umefika kwa wakati mzuri, masaa yako haya.
Sawa Bernard. Mimi sikatai. Yeah, how are you, Bernard? Good to see you. Naona uko strong. We are happy with what you are doing. And we really need to pray a lot. Now we want to ask God what we need most. That's what we have agreed on this television. Tulisema tuitishe Mungu atusaidie na kile hatuna. Kile ametubariki nacho. Tunamshukuru tu. Thank you God for this. But this is what we need most.
One moment, Stony. Just one moment. Let me respond to this Cupcat S Chiri. Okay? Kwani hamukuwa na agents kwa polling stations? Shenzi sana. Wewe ndio mshenzi kabisa. Kwa sababu ukweli ni kwamba we don't even need agents. What are agents for? Wewe unatumanga pesa yako kwa bank alafu unatuma agent kwa bank. IEBC is supposed to protect the votes and make sure the votes that are allocated for a particular candidate go straight to those candidates. Agents are unnecessary in the polling station. If Chebukati knows his job, he knows that what is voted for this candidate should be protected for that particular agent. We cannot be paying you salary, then hiring a watchman to watch you to do the work. So wewe chiri inaonekana wewe ndio mmoja wale chiri walikuwa wanajaribu kuhack system. You are twisted in your understanding. The truth is, extra votes added to any candidate are going to be the first one to be thrown out in the Supreme Court. Ndio tujue hiyo percentage yenu ya 50+1 ilitoka wapi. Chebukati afungiwe kamiti. Nitamtembelea nimpelekee soda. I promise him that, na ile mkate ya buffalo. Ile inaitwa nini ile Broadways. Yes, Broadways. Ile ina slice. Okay, unsliced, ili akule vizuri ajisikie, lakini kwa kuhujumu haki ya Wakenya akae kamiti. Stony PK, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you Bernard, you are right. Chiri hivyo umemjibu ni sawa kabisa. Indeed, we want to go to a situation whereby mimi nimepiga kura, system nimelipa 40 billion, it should protect my vote, because all what I need is my vote to ihesabiwe tu 1 + 1 = 2. Hiyo, that I don't need an agent. So this is nonsense ya UDA people saying protecting votes. Hiyo ni they should say it is stealing votes. And this is the end of it, by the way. Bernard, this is the end of either Kenya or corruption. Hii hatuwezi semi na kuficha ficha. It is either we end the country or corruption, and then the country is bigger than corruption, because corruption is people. We will end you. We will end you, Chirchir, and your people. Unyinyi ndio terminate legally. We will throw you to the cell. And thank one of the two people that have ended their career so badly is Mr. Chebukati and most of his following. Our career yao imekwisha hivyo, unfortunately. Quickly, let me come to what I would have liked to say. Uhuru's loud silence. This is super. This is wonderful. Uhuru doesn't need to talk. Why? What does he need to talk? He's the head of the state. He's the head of security. He's the head of every ministry. He's the head of the civil service are his servants. So for him, he's just asking, and he's not asking because he lives in Kenya. So UDA should be very worried. The president was not away. He was not outside the country. And even if he was outside the country on some assignment he was doing, he would have watched all what happened. So Uhuru is silent. He has, the system is there. We have administrative system. We have security system. We have, they are doing their job. In fact, there is no one moment Uhuru is supposed to talk and say what. So these UDA people are, I think the UDA should change to idiotic party of whatever it is, because everything they are discussing and talking is just idiocy, you know. What do you want Uhuru to say? Honestly, if you have your brains, if you are intelligent, what do you want the president to say? The president has the mechanism. He has people working. What he needs is report and briefing in the morning, and then he gives the direction. President doesn't give mwananchi direction. President doesn't go on Twitter, sijui nini. Wakenya saa ingine tunakuwa wapumbavu kabisa, especially watu wa UDA. Oh, Uhuru should speak. Speak what? Grow out of that thing. The president wants to be told that this thing went this way, or this is what we need to do. Then he will give a final whatever. And his final word will be at Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, where we have gone or where we are heading, will scrutinize all these things. Sasa UDA Chebukati, mwanze tu kuhara mkinunua manapi. Yeah, nunueni manapkin mingi, muhare kabisa, because there is always an end to everything. And thank God, this is why I'm praising God so much, that whatever has a beginning truly comes to an end. And this end of corruption, end of stealing votes, I'm so happy that I'm seeing it in my life. I was thinking nitakufa kabla sijaona, but God has done wonders. Amefunika watu akili. Of all the people, akafunika Chebukati. Can you imagine you are the one? That mistake even a nursery school kid cannot do. Especially when you are retiring. Chebukati should have retired so calmly. Hata kama amepewa mabilioni na Ruto, he should have done it fairly. If Ruto wins, fine. If Raila wins, he will be the safest human being. But he's cut and he's gone. By the way, let me tell you, even if anything does not go like the way we want, Chebukati, we are coming for you. The people will take the power and the people will drive it. People, and I'm happy we are calm. Let's give, you know, watu tunakujanga when everything is exhausted, not to our favor. And our favor is just. Hatuonei anybody. Mwananchi anafanya just. Ukimnyima justice, then of course, you can read the stories of al-Bashir, Sri Lanka. Those are human beings. And we are not smarter than those people. Some of those are better economies than Kenya. Yeah, they have more learned people. They did this and that, and they decided. When you see people deciding to walk into people's homes, if you saw what happened, I think it is Ecuador or somewhere in the America and the Mexico, where they went picking ministers from their houses and putting them in the dustbin. I'm sure you guys saw that. It is not long ago. Tunakukujia kwako, tunakuchukua, tunakuweka kwa ile matangi ya takataka, and we cover you there. Tunakutoa hata kama ulikuwa juu ya bibi yako, tunakuinua with your underwear. We sprogmat you and put you in the dustbin, because that is where you belong. Chebukati, that's where you belong. You belong in the gutter. You belong in the garbage. Whatever billions you are promised, honestly, you may say, oh, people are lamenting. And then you go sheepishly issuing a statement to the press. A statement that even a nursery school student cannot send to the press. At the mandate you have and all that, the percentage that these people wanted to force a runoff, and oh my God, I wish you had just kept quiet. Now you are exposing your ignorance. A whole lawyer, a whole muzee, lawyer plus muzee, you should be one of the super guys. Wisdom plus masomo, it should give you something. Okay, so Uhuru silence, fantastic. Now Ruto, as usual, is going to atatupa miale huku na kule, atatoa matamshi yasiyo na maana. Tumesikia matamshi ya deputy wake. Ni sawa. Let them do it. Let them do it. It's unfortunate that we did not go for an eye, because when they stormed to bomb us, we would have done the same. But then when you join a fool or a pig, you will not know. Hakuna mtu atajua ni nani msafi. So it was good we retreated, and thanks to Baba and Uhuru for advising and for making sure that our supporters remained calm. Ruto knows what our supporters can do. We can run over his home in Karen without caring. Ni yetu. Yes, but we are remaining cool because we are saying justice is coming. And as Mother said, it is coming, and it's coming very, 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 very soon. Not even tomorrow. It is soon. The evidence is too much. The overwhelming evidence, hakuna. And if anybody decides to vent here, sasa you will see what will happen. Now, lastly, you see the audit that is coming. This is the most shambolic election that our country has ever held, and it's a shame for our country. And again, when the Supreme Court deals with it, again we will cancel the negativity, because yes, sahi tuko chini pale chini kabisa. We are being rubbished because you cannot rig an election like that. We have graduated. Sahi tulikuwa tunataka tukue na high level, high tech rigging, ile itachukua yani miaka kama 2 kudiscover. Sahi tulifanya yani ujinga, upumbavu ile ya mwisho, na ninasema ni Mungu alifunga watu akili, because the end of ever rigging is now. This is the time. This is when it will be the end of people like Ruto, the end of people like Chebukati, and the end of the Gachaguas and the rigging. They can count that. Wacha nipoza hapo Bwana Bernard, tukubalie wale wengine wanakuja. As we continue to chambua these things, we don't want to diverge so much that is going to happen. Right now, the evidence is just overwhelming, very proven evidence. In fact, the judges will take the shortest time possible to give the decision on this case. This is one case, this is one stealing that has been done so foolishly. It is gaping. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante Stony PK, thank you so much. And now I hand you the mantle to proceed with the show. Makiadi is around to help into adding new people and sharing the link. Otherwise, I enjoyed my ride on this great discussion. We will keep talking because we have to until justice is served. So Stony PK, utamkaribisha voice, then from there, mjipange wenyewe because wengine washaongea. Mungu awabariki.
Bernard, please don't go. I want to say something to you before you go. Just one minute.
Voice.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pastor Bennett. I appreciate that. Thank you for just giving me 1 minute. Today I am a very happy man and a happy person to have been listening to
to all of the people who are in the or most of them, not all of them, of course. I just want to greet you guys. Hi, how are you, everyone? I hope you're doing well and fantastic. I find that it's awesome to live in this kind of time, this period of time that was prophetic, and I believe that this is the time to prophesy. This is the true time where things are seem to be hard, and where it seems to be no way, where things are when things are challenging. Yesterday, I happened to listen to pastors, bishops, archbishops, senior doctors giving a statement that those who voted for Raila Odinga are from the devil, are evil. And I just want to respond to that as a believer. I believe that you cannot cast Jesus Christ in the name of Jesus Christ. Hawezi fukuza Yesu kwa jina la Yesu. Hiyo haiwezekani. Hiyo ni kama kuambia na kufukuza we Yesu kwa jina la Yesu. Haitawezekana. Hiyo haiwezekani. Church ya so-called church imenipatia nguvu sahihi ya kuona mambo ambayo ilikuwa natabiriwa, unabii ambao ulitoka awali ambao unatumia sahihi. Yani nashukuru Mungu sana kwa kuona wakati huu, kwa maana ni wakati wa revival, the true revival. Nataka kusema hivi Bernard, nikiangalia kwa viongozi wote wamekuwa nagombea kwa kipindi hiki cha 2022, nimeangalia Raila Odinga alienda kila mahali na alikuwa na tawazwa kuwa mfalme, alikuwa na tawazwa kuwa kiongozi kila mahali na kila mahali na kila mahali. Sikuona mahali ambapo mgombea wowote ama sipangwingwi guys, ambapo walienda mahali wakatawazwa ama kuwa viongozi. Na wazee walitamka, na mtakuja kujua kama wazee wakitamka vitu wanakwanga wameona vitu na wanaona mbele yetu. Sasa hii najua watu wanakejeli Francis Atwoli, wanamkejeli na kusema maneno ama kurushia maneno kadha wa kadha, lakini kitu najua ni kwamba watu watapasua matelevision, watu hawataamini, watu watashtuka, kwa maana kuna msisimuko. Lazima Mungu dismantle hii yenye inaitwa kanisa. Sasa hii anajenga upya. Nyinyi watumishi mnaejiita watumishi ambao mnafikiria mna represent kanisa, huduma, siku zenu zimekwisha. Hiyo ni kweli. Na wakati huu ambao ninaongea sasa ndio wakati wa kutabiri, wakati wa unabii ni sasa. Wakati mambo inaonekana haiwezekana kama wakati wa Isaya. Sasa hii ni wakati wa Isaya. Wakati ambapo neno la Mungu liko rare, wakati wa Samueli ambapo neno la Mungu halikuwepo common. Neno la Mungu lilikuwa liko rare. The word of God was very rare. Kwa hivyo ole kwa mtumishi yoyote ambaye alifungua kinywa chake na kutabiri uongo na kuchinja nguruwe kwa madhabahu takatifu ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Na waonya ndugu zangu, watumishi, mumetabiri, mumenena, mumesherehekea, mukakejeli, mukajitenga, mukachukua side. Kuliko kuwa wapatanishi, mumekuwa watenganishi. Mumewagawanya kondoo, mumekula kondoo, mumewala kondoo. Yaani inashangaza sana kwa kuona watu wana macho lakini hawaoni, wana masikio lakini hawasikii. Na hili leo mimi nitasema kwa Kiswahili ili nisikike kabisa. Ukiwa umeona vizuri signs zote, sasa ndio wakati wa unabii. Sasa ndio wakati wa kutabiri. Mwenye kuomba, wakati wako wa kuomba ni sasa, sio kesho. Maana na hii ndio maana nilisema Bernard anisikie. Maana wajibu ni sasa, nguvu ziko sasa, mbingu imefunguka sasa, sio kesho. Ule ambaye anangoja kesho ataamka na aibu kubwa. Mungu anaenda kuaibisha watumishi, wachungaji, makanisa katika taifa hili kama vile haijawahi kuwa. Watu watajificha, watu watasononeka, watu wataona mrama ikipigwa, watu wataona aibu kubwa, watu wengine watajinyonga, wengine watakunywa sumu, wengine watajiua wenyewe. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu wamekataa sauti, wamepinga sauti, wamemfuata mpinga Kristo kwa alama zote. Kusema kejeli limekuja kanisani na kusema hatio, sasa sisi ndio watumishi na sisi ndio wachungaji. Nataka kusema hivi, Roho Mtakatifu yu sasa ni mtu. Roho Mtakatifu yu sasa. Wakati wa unabii ni sasa, na unabii wa kweli watimia sasa, wakati ambapo anga yote inakuwa ni kama haiko hivyo. Na ndio sasa wakati wa kugumu, mahali pagumu, mifupa mikavu inapewa uhai sasa. Kama unanichukia, unaongea vitu zako, unasema ninakwambia kwa sauti hii, nisikize vizuri na ushike maneno haya. Hakuna gisi Mungu aseme uongo. Mungu hajawahi shindwa lolote. Hata ukisifu maovu kwa jina la Yesu, hauwezi kumtukana Yesu kwa jina la Yesu. Haiwezekane. Biblia inasema hivi, the Bible says that I love what Paul said in the book of Romans chapter 12. He said, be ye transformed by the renewal of your mind. Do not conform, but be ye transformed. Watu watabadilika. Hii ni wakati wa toba. Watu watatubu, na kuambia Bernard, watu watabadilisha mahindi yao sasa, kwa maana uamsho, the true revival that was prophesied in this country that we are into. Some of us came because of that revival. Some of us came, we are not from this place, but we came to witness, to be part of the revival that is going to take place in this country. And this is the time. When they say the time is now, it is the truth. The truth. Na jana nikasema hivi, kuna tofauti kubwa kati ya believe na knowing. The highest form of worship is knowledge, is knowing, is not believing. When you know is when you can worship. He is looking for the true worshippers who will worship them in truth. Truth is the knowledge. You cannot say truth when you don't know. Truth cannot be changed. Truth cannot be flip-flopping. Kenyans, stop being watermelons. Stop accusing Kalonzo of being a watermelon, and yet you are the watermelons. Stop flip-flopping. Oh, tukubali matokeo na tuendelee. Don't do that. Stand firm. Stand firm. It is the time. The time is now. Those who are not believing right now, people will cry. People will weep. I'm telling you, you will remember this day. You will remember the salvation that God will bring to this country. And that is the truth. That is the truth. And the truth shall set you free. Even if you doubt, even if you may be even an Azimio supporter, but you doubt. I understand you. I understand people like you. Go and read go read the Bible. There are people like you, people who had doubts. Raila is a Moses. And right now we are before this the Red Sea. Right now, it's not that the solution is not there. There is solution. God will provide a solution. We are before the Red Sea, and the way maker will make a way. The way maker is not Raila Odinga. The way maker is not Martha Karua or the Supreme Court. A way maker will make a way. He makes way where it seems to be no ways. That's what I believe. Stop hiding, prophesy, shout hallelujah, pray, adore, worship. True church, come on, stand. The prayer of one man transform nation. One man, one man. Where is that one man to pray? Where is that one man that will stand? Where is Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? Where are those three people who will not bow? Where are those people who will not bow at time like this? In the time of tribulation, in the times of doubt, in the times of darkness, we don't see, there is no way, we are saying right now. But the way maker is there. Believe what the Lord told you during day, even when you see darkness. That's what we're supposed to do. God will make a way now. We are on the Red Sea, before the Red Sea, from Egypt, from Goshen to the Red Sea. That's where we are right now. It doesn't mean that the way will not be there. Be prayerful. Prophesy. A prophet doesn't talk, doesn't confess. A prophet makes a decree. And understand me, a decree doesn't be that is not is not made by a president. A decree must be made by a king. A prophet is a king. Son of God, you are a king because Jesus Christ lives in you. If Jesus lives in you, your words becomes a decree. Come on, start making decrees. If you are a true believer, I'm talking to those believers and those so-called believers. It's your time to repent. This is a time of true repentance. I'm telling you, you will not believe now. And for those who will not believe, kuna wengi hata wataenda na hiyo vague, because kuna upepo mkubwa unakuja, unaangusha wengi. Mwaka wa 2020 niliona mvua kubwa, niliona mfuriko kama wakati wa Noah. Niliona flag ikibeba watu wengi, na watu wengi bado wanainuka na hiyo maji. Maji itabeba watu wengi wanaenda na hii flag, lakini watu wengi wanainuka. Corona is not the end. COVID-19 was not the end of the crisis. I want to conclude saying but like this, Pastor Bernard. I thank you. I appreciate you so much for standing firm. And I want to prophesy today as a Mount Pus, as a man of God, as a man of God, living God, as a true prophet of the living. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of God. I cannot be ashamed. Come on, this is my face. Come on. I am not ashamed. I cannot be ashamed. You shall be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself, of the stand that you are in right now. Where are you standing? I am not ashamed. It doesn't matter how many words you will speak, but I prophesy in this month of God's life. Man of God, I understand you may have a small ministry, but you are not small as you think, as you seem to be. You are a big person. You are an international. Wewe ni mhubiri wa kimataifa. Simama na ukweli mpaka mwisho. Simama na ukweli. Wewe ni apostle, simama. Hubiri, pea watu kweli, wape dawa. Pea watu dawa na watapona, na kuhakikishia kwamba wewe ni kutoa ujumbe na Mungu aliye ndani yako ni kwa kukamilisha ujumbe. Na wapea nyinyi wote, sikukuja kuwapea hope. I didn't come here to give you hope. I came here to give you the truth. I'm not here to massage. I'm not massaging anyone. I'm not making some people to feel bad. No, I'm not. I never do. I'm not a therapist. Like, oh, now unajua you are a loser, manini. There is no loser right now. There are those people who will repent. Instead of losing, you shall be repenting, my brothers and sisters. There is no losing game here. It's a win-win. God should be adored. Thank you, and God bless you, Pastor Bernard. Wherever you go, shine, my friend, shine.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that word. I agree with it 100%. And it is just a confirmation. There has been a prophetic word concerning this country. God is going to give us right leaders. But before that happens, it will be preceded by judgment. And so what we are doing, what we are seeing happening right now, I just want to put that in perspective, is judgment first and then revival. So we are just on that verge. And you see the way our men of the cloth are behaving a certain way, like the prophets of Ahab. You say, if I go for this war, will I win? And all of them said, go, you will win. But there was a Micaiah who came and said, no, I was before God this morning. And God said, who will come and deceive Ahab so that Ahab can go to war and die there. And one spirit said, I will go and enter his prophets so that they prophesy to him what he wants. Then he will go and do the war. But he says, you will go, but you will not come back. Kenyans, we are in a very critical place. A very critical place. Don't be quick to dance. Don't dance. There's a preacher who says, when you dance on other people's graves, your own grave will be dark the following day. Please be careful, especially those of you who are related to church or you are saying something about church. Be careful. And if you're not standing on what is true, be very careful. Judgment first and then revival. And one of it is through these particular elections. It may seem like it has gone this way. Then suddenly, before you know it, things will turn around. And the same people who are being glorified now will be the one to carry the shame. So be watchful. Let's do what is right. You don't lose anything doing what is right. You gain every time. Thank you very much, Mtu wa Mungu. I hope we'll talk more.
Yes. I want to quote one Mr. Enigma Raila Odinga. This why am I quoting him? Because of those people of Azimio who will try to engage in confrontation with UDA guys. I want to just tell you that once Raila Odinga said that ukienda kisimani alafu unaoga kisimani, umetoa nguo zako umeziweka kando, alafu mwenda wazimu aje achukue nguo zako wewe ukiwa ndani ya kisima ukioga, alafu mwenda wazimu amechukua nguo zako amekimbia nazo, ukikimbishana na wewe mwenda wazimu, mkifika huko town, mwenda wazimu na wewe ndio utakuwa mwenda wazimu. Hii si wakati wa kukimbishana, hii si wakati wa kampeni zilisha. Na hata pia nashangaa na watu wa UDA, kama mko certain na victory yenu, mbona hamsherekei? Mbona mko hapa kwa comment section? Mbona mnakuja kwa panel? mbona mnakuja kusema mapoint zenu, mbona hamusherekee? Mungefaa kusherekea tu, lakini mi ningewaonya kusherekea ni kama kusherekea yenu itakuwa ni kama kudance na mziki haijapigwa. So mungengoja mziki ichezwe kwanza ndio mjue kama iko na tempo gani. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, man of God. Thank you, voice. We appreciate it, and let's keep talking. My number is on the private chat. Let's engage outside the panel for further engagements. I want to appreciate everybody for continuing to follow Mtembei TV, and please let's keep it up. If you are not subscribed on YouTube, please do so. PK, continue with the show. See you later on in this day. God bless you.
Sawa Bernard, that's okay. May you be blessed na lala salama. Wacha tusukume gurudumu tukisikiza Wakenya wenzetu namna wanatoa maoni yao. Thank you very much. Haya sasa, tunaanza na ladies first. Christine Adika. Karibu sana, karibu nyumbani, tuelezee mambo yanaendaje.
PK, good to see you. It's been a while. Umenitupa?
Ni wewe umenitupa.
Okay, nitakuokota leo.
Asante.
Rod, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you today, smiling.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, is it Dan? Hi, Dan. Stana was here just a while ago. I was here a while ago. And I just wanted to continue encouraging us, like, let's continue being strong. I know the journey sometimes, before you get the right things, there are ups and downs. We are all human. At some point, we have those low moments. At some point, we have the high moments. As each day dawns, we are hoping to receive good news, good messages, but we are not getting anything. But at least I thank our leaders, because each and every day they come, they tell us something small. It might not be what we wanted to hear immediately, but it is encouraging. Today, we also, the matter statements, to me, it encouraged me. I had a long, tiring night yesterday night, because sometime in the evening you hear good news, then after 1 hour somebody tells you something else. So I just want to encourage ourselves, like, we should also filter where we are getting information. You know, we are, even here in Mtembei, wherever we are, there are people that want to tell us messages to discourage us, to make us feel that, okay, to discourage Baba supporters, to make us feel that we lost it, to make us not even take any legal action. An example is the maths question, that the percentage of 0.01. You know, when everybody was doing it, like, we were saying, oh, why are we going to court for 1,414.20? But what I can tell you, before that lady made that statement, it is clear. She can't answer all the questions that everybody wants on the media. Media is not the judge to hear any complaint or any voice of resentment that they have. Whatever they were throwing to us there was to keep us busy. But I'm 100% sure those are learned people. Those are people that know the law. And I believe they have state protection. To me, that is my prayer. Because if they don't have, and unfortunately the president-elect is sworn in as the next president, I'm just worried for their life and their families too. Something I just want to talk about that I didn't talk about the last time is about Christianity. I know many of us have condemned the men of God for standing with Ruto, but the people that have condemned the men of God for standing with Ruto seem to know God. And even biblically, we are supposed to not take anything from anybody. So me, what I can say, the God that you know, Even if you're gonna stand alone like Ezekiah and you speak to those dry bones, stand alone. We don't need all these men of God to endorse Raila presidency. When Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, there were 3 in the den, in the fire. But for them, they were seeing, there was a 4th person with them that not everybody was seeing. So as long as you stand for a fair cause, judgment is not for us. Yes, whatever they are saying, whatever they are doing, might not be palatable to us at this moment. But for us that remain, that feel that they are doing the wrong thing, and we know God. God is not a man to lie. So we should not focus on who is endorsing Ruto. We should not focus on what is Uhuru saying. We should focus on our man that we took to lead us in that war, Raila. He is the person that will give us a final word. If he tells us we go left, that is where we'll go. If he tells us to jump, we'll just ask, how high do you want us to jump? So all these things we are waiting, we are hoping for, I think it's gonna bring our spirit down. I just think we should wait to hear from him. Wherever he is, he knows he has supporters outside here waiting to hear from him. And what I know from my little knowledge of knowing Raila and walking the journey with him for a little while, he always makes his moves right. When we think we are sending him to Bondo, he comes out a different person, full of stamina, full of strength, and full of positive energy and an encouragement to us. So I'll just ask ourselves, let us filter where we are getting messages, information. Let us even not fear whatever the court outcome will be. If it is vote recounting, that is our prayer. But if they say it is a rerun, let us not fear that there'll be voter apathy. We are the soldiers. We are still soldiering on, and we will have to reach each and every corner. Thank you. Moderator is busy kwa simu. Who wants to talk next?
I could like to talk. It's okay, PK? I can talk. It's okay, everyone? It's okay I talk? Well, I can talk. It's fine. The way I can say like this, unajua, whole world they are looking Kenya. Africa they are looking Kenya. So ni must Mungu ule tunaomba aweze achilia sisi. Na watu whole world wataokoka. Kwa sababu vile Mungu atakuja kufanya nchi yetu. Wale wajajui Mungu hata nchi yetu watajua Mungu ni wa ukweli. Hata yeye amesema, I'm the only way to enlighten. No one come to the Father except him. Watu watajua Mungu kabisa na wamuogope. Wanaomba Mungu wa ukweli. Kwa sababu vile vitu atakuja kufanya nchi yetu. Watajua Mungu wetu si mtu, Mungu wetu anapenda kila mtu. Jesus love everybody. He love the sinner. God is not discriminations. God loved the world. He give only forgotten son. Everybody believe will have eternal life. You not die, but you have eternal life. When you die, your soul go to heaven and you spend your life, you spend your soul with Jesus. And your soul is heart. And heart is the Holy Spirit. So that's the hope I can tell message of Kenyan people. God is coming to do a new thing. No man can do. We are going to see awakening revival. People crying to Jesus. When Jesus is coming to do, there's a time you can say, who can fight for us? This battle is God. People that will be saved, people that will be repent. Even those who decide, they'll start to worship true God. They'll start to repent. They say, Jesus, I need you. I need you. There's a time, I remember in Brazil, something happened in Brazil when COVID came. I'm telling you, Brazil is a country of the revival. They were praying to Jesus. All Brazilian people, because they were dying too much in COVID, they mobilized in the Brazil. They were kneeling down and crying to Jesus. We need you. They cried to Jesus and they cry and they cry. Do you know what happened? Even their president, receive Jesus, their president, because they were dying in COVID every time. The president called the church, please pray for me for salvations. Now revival is booming in the nation of Brazil. The God he did in the nation of, even a nation like Cuba. Cuba is a nation of the dictatorship, communist. We are not allowed to be Christian. You're not allowed to express freedom expression, freedom to say how you feel. And I'm telling you right now, Brazil, they were hiding when they are praying to their nations. Right now, Brazil is Cuba is a nation of the revival. Every country we go to, even a country like Afghanistan, where there is a dictatorship, where there is, you know, the church I go, they have been missionary, they have been going there from 2002, and they were hiding. I remember one man killed. He was killed in Afghanistan when they go to preach the gospel there. You know why he was killed?
Rhoda,
Because
please
it's not
summarize.
democracy country.
Hello, Rhoda, please summarize so that we give Ruth Katai. She seems to be having problems.
Okay, turn back to you.
Okay, thank you. Ruth, I see you like you are popping in and out, maybe network in a challenge. Ukumbi ni wako, Ruth. Ruth and me, yeah. Ruth, looks like you are frozen. Internet problem, Ruth. Ruth anaonekana amekwama kwa challenge ya internet. Bwana Dan, ulikuwa umezungumza?
Yes, mi nilikuwa hapa a long time, yeah.
Okay, tukimsubiri Rhoda,
Yeah.
Ruth. Rhoda, unaweza malizia gospel nini inaitwa nini, message yako kidogo, dakika moja.
Yeah, sasa mimi nilikuwa nasema Mungu atakuja kufanya
ulikuwa unasema juu ya Afghanistan. Hatujafika pale,
nilikuwa nasema Afghanistan, church ile mimi naenda inaitwa Word of Life Church. And I'm telling you, they start to go the mission in 2002. And then when they go to preach the gospel, because Afghanistan is not democracy. Even when you're Christian, you're hiding. And I'm telling you, one guy, he killed that in our church. I think 2012, he was killed. He was killed by prosecutor. You know why? When he preached the gospel. And I'm telling you, in Afghanistan, many Afghanistan, they have been getting saved. I'm telling you right now, they hide their Christian faith because of the process. You know, because Taliban, they take over. You know, Taliban, they take over, and the president, and they cast the president out. They take over. They said, no, there is no. Even women, you're not allowed women are not right to go to school. You're not right to drive the car. And I'm telling my church, we pray for every Sunday. We pray every country prosecute. Even Kenya is there. Is in that every day we have a newspaper called Vadenido in English we call World.
Ruth, Rhoda, wacha tumkubalishe Ruth. Ruth, try again now. Ruth, hatukusikii. Sauti. The image is very clear, tunakuona vizuri, lakini sauti. Zungumza. Wow, that must be. Ruth must be having some challenges. Okay, as we wait for Ruth and anybody else who is trying to speak his or her mic, let's continue to thank those who are listening to us, those who are about to come to join us at Mtembei TV. We are looking at various discussion here. We are looking at President Uhuru's loud silence. For those of you who did literature, you know how to chambua that. We are also looking at the DP Ruto's first public address as president-elect. Inasema hiyo nasikia kwenda loop. Elections audit raise the question. Yes, that we need to talk. But as of now, I'm not even mentioning, I don't think I have a president-elect. But for others, you can say what you have to say. You are welcome. This is a free platform, but remember, ni mambo kuhusu Kenya. They just concluded elections. The injustice that we have seen has never been witnessed in our country before. It looks like this has been the pinnacle of what we would call the pinnacle of the most rotten election that you can ever have. The zenith of corruption, you know, pale juu kilele cha maovu kimefika. And thank God, as the most, those who really are our preachers, our Christians, Rhoda, Vice, Bernard, you know, they are believing and they are telling us that this is what we have to go through to be able to cross over to that land we are calling Canaan. Canaan hatuwezi enda ati tunateleza, tumelala, tukikunywa masoda, tukiimba. I'm told tunapata shida nyingi kama hizi tunazopata, lakini kwa kweli ni kwamba tuko na enough army, tuna jeshi proper, and it's because we are standing for the truth. That is the most consoling thing, that sisi tunaenda na ukweli. We are hakuna utapeli. You know, truth, as I keep on saying, is just like a lion. The lion in the jungle doesn't fear nothing. Even if you see it walking, it walks. Yani, aishtuki pale kuna elephant, aishtuki kuna, because it's the king of the jungle. Truth is the king of the world. You know, ukikaa na ukweli, you'll be as comfortable as anything. So because we are prospering truth, we are pronouncing truth, Baba, we know he has that truth. The truth is that he has what he wants to do, what is the best for this country. I don't think God can really turn away from us. That is my confidence. There is God. And if God is there, definitely he cannot allow Kenya to be ruled by evil, because we've seen evil at its best. I couldn't believe you can see watu tunaita people of the wanaitwa nini, of the flock, kama wanaitwaje, hata nimewasahau. You know, people wearing these things here, white hapa, saying Bwana asifiwe, and they are pronouncing what they are pronouncing. I think the end of time is coming. If people, I don't want to name them, you can stand and start saying ati wale wote wamepigia Raila ni watu wa shetani, na huyo ni mtu amevaa hiyo manguo. I think hizo nguo hazina maana, honestly, and that's why I have very little respect for some, and in fact most of these church people back home. I disrespect them a lot, and you'll never see me standing somewhere at Hiko Crusade. No, that is me, Stone PK. I don't. Ati nasimama kusikiza? No. Maybe in some other places. Kwetu imekwisha, kanisa imekwisha kwetu, labda imebaki kidogo sana, because what we are seeing, the problems we have, the impunity we have, has enter through the church. It is so sad. Corruption has entered through the church, ikakita mizizi huko. Extremely sad. Kimbilio ni wapi? Sijui. Kama kanisani ndiko sasa unakuta huo mnyama corruption amefungua jaws ready to swallow you, then I think the people now have to take charge. And we are taking charge. We just want to give Baba the necessary period, the necessary time, apanye all what we call the paperwork, present. We are watching. our people just be keen. Yeah, gari weka mafuta, gurumisha engine, warming up. Yeah, ndege inagurumishangwa mapema. So tunaguruma hivi tu, pilot tunaangalia miguu, mabawa kule mafuta, tusikie vile Supreme itasema. Yeah, now as of yesterday we were saying we need tupige tugurumishe engine kidogo hivi watu wasikie tuko, tukasema hapana, tutulize boli kidogo because tulikuwa tunataka kumwagika mahali watu wajue tuko. Tulikuwa tunataka tumwagike watu 1,000,000 mahali, lakini sasa the problem tukaona logistics ya kurudi nyumbani. Unajua once you unleash, kurudi nyumbani inakuwa ni shida. So we are holding. Thank you very much. Laban Misiani karibu. Vice karibu tena. And Laban Misiani, usukani ni wako. Salimu watu na useme jambo lile unalo baba.
Asante sana Stone BK. Nafikiria nimekuwa hapa awali kidogo, nikaja nikaondoka. Na Raila Amolo Odinga, na sitaogopa kurudia kusema kiongozi wangu Raila Amolo Odinga. Nimempigia amefanya Wakenya wanapumua. President elect akiyataja mambo ambayo sikutarajia yataje, kwa sababu nimesikia akisema standing orders inatakiwa siangaliwe, eti kuna vile mambo inatakiwa kuanza kuangaliwa upya. Nikashtuka nikajiuliza, nani huyu anaongea standing orders leo? Hata kabla hujaapishwa umeanza kuongelea mambo ya standing orders. Nikajiuliza, standing orders za bunge ndiyo, hata kama ni sheria, kuna zile vitu ambazo zinafaa kuongelewa kwanza, kama kushika mama mboga mkono, kama kuangalia mtu wa bodaboda. Lakini sasa standing orders si ni psychopaths, sasa wanatakiwa kuangaliwa vile wanaanza kukaa kwanza, kwa sababu ndio wako hapo karibu na wewe, na ulituambia wewe ajenda yako ya kwanza ni mama mboga na mtu wa bodaboda. Unajua ngiri, mnyama mwenye anaitwa ngiri, hata ukimfalisha suti, hakuna vile anaweza wacha ile tabia yake ya kusahau. Ni kitu yenye amezaliwa nayo. Akipiga kona namna hiyo, ukimshtua anarudia tena hapo hapo hata kabla hujapinduka. Hayo ndio mambo yenye haitapatilisha huu uchaguzi na tupate the right leaders. Kenya hii tutaona vituko. Sisi kama wanaazimio tuko na formidable case yenye itaoverturn hiyo uchaguzi, na itakuwa very simple. Ni kuhesabu kura za urais, kufanya comparison peke yake. Wachana na hiyo mambo ya sijui 0.00 vitu gani hizo vitu hata hakuna, they are not there. Ni kufanya tu comparison ya kura ambazo zimepigwa, zile kura ambazo zimepigwa basi, kwa sababu mambo ambayo wengine tunayapata, sababu si kitu nitathibitisha kwamba kuna mahali na inakaa eti ni sehemu moja ya Kenya eti kura za urais ni nyingi kuliko kura za governor na watu wengine. Jambo la ajabu. Unajua hili jambo nataka nirudie tena. Mtu kama kuna mtu mwenye unaweza pigia kura peke yake, anafaa kuwa MCA, sio rais. MCA mko naye kwa ground, ni mtu mwenye unaweza enda kwake. Mbona uamue kwamba utapigia rais peke yake kura na utoka kwa kituo cha kura? By the way, mimi Stone BK, na hili swala ningetaka unipatie tu mawaida juu yake, kwa sababu hizi ballot papers zinaprintiwa na pesa zetu ambazo zitawalipa ushuru kwa gharama kubwa sana nafikiria duniani, lakini mtu anapewa hiyo ballot paper, haijulikani mahali imeenda. Sasa mimi nauliza, kama wewe umegharamika kupitia kwa ushuru wako, yule mtu akapewa ballot nafaa wote, wewe umeichukua, haijulikani mahali imeenda. It cannot be accounted for. Sheria zetu zinafanya kazi, sheria zetu zinafanya kazi. I understand we are the most expensive in the world, sijui ni namba 1 ama 2 kwa uchaguzi. Ile ballot haiwezi account, na baadaye matokeo yake haijulikani ni nani alishinda, lakini kwa urais inajulikana. In fact, kitu yenye iko hapa, hata hii ndio kitu yenye tumeshinda tukiuliza, hata kutoka hapa nyuma tumeongozwa na watu ambao hatukuchagua, na tunasema wacha to move on, forget and move on. Mimi nataka kwa mambo ambayo tukienda mbele, kwamba kama kuna mtu atakuwa anaenda tu kwa voting station, anaenda kupigia rais peke yake kura, inafaa hata jina yake ikuwe hapo na awe answerable, agharamie hizo ballot zingine zenye amewacha, kwa sababu simenunuliwa. He has to pay for it. Kwa nini hakuzitumia? Hii ni mambo ambayo inahusu kufanyiwa marekebisho sana. Kama ni voting, ukifika 18 years iwe compulsory. Ni kwa nini inakuwa compulsory? Ndio tuweze kuelewa ni nini tunafanya katika uchaguzi. Hii mchezo yenye inafanyika now and then, kama ikiwa tutaenda kwa uchaguzi, lakini nafikiria ikifika 2027 wengi, na utashangaa kama hakuna mambo ambayo itafanyika saizi, Kenya hii maybe tutawachia hizo tribe mbili ambazo zinabadilishana uongozi waendelee kufanya hiyo uchaguzi, wengine tukae kando tuangalie watuchagulie rais vile huwa wanataka, kwa sababu hiyo ndio tunataka kuenda hivyo. Asante.
Asante Laban. Ballot paper iko karibu ni kama legal tender in my own knowledge. Manake ile karatasi ni ya muhimu sana. That's why lazima iwe accounted kama pesa tu. It's a legal. I mean, hiyo vote hiyo, it's so expensive that's why inasemekana kama haijapiga kura imeenda wapi. It has to be seen. Huwezi sema sijui. It has no two stories. Either ilipiga kura ikaharibika, ama haikupiga kura ikarudishwa, ama Kiswahili sanifu ikarejeshwa. There is no alternative. Kama ulikuwa na 1,000, it must be hiyo 1,000 accounted, voted, spoiled na returned. Na hizo I mean returned or whatever, kuna language wanasema, but it has to be, yani lazima ionekane yenyewe hapa hivi. Kwa hivyo kule tunaambiwa sijui imefanyika hivi, sijui spoiled, sijui zika exceed. Yani Kenya tumejiingiza aibu isiyo kifani. Tulijiweka aibu 2007. Maanake Kenya ilikuwa, sisi ndio tulikuwa Pearl of Peace. Sisi ndio ilikuwa dunia mzima, ulimwengu mzima walikuwa wanatusifu. Ndio hata tukaimba ule maneno ya amani. Moi akasema I love peace and unity. Yani tulikuwa tumeusudiwa na nchi zingine. Tukaja tukateremka 2007, tukashikwa na shetani hivi tu, umeona hivi, na shetani alikuja pale katukoroga, ndio hiyo tukauana, tukaingia kwenye list ya ordinary African countries. Yani mimi, that is when I became so depressed, before, na nilikuwa nchi za nje, nilikuwa nikienda mahali nasimama najisikia kweli. Nikienda nimeekelea kale kabendera kadogo kwa gari yangu pale kwa dashboard, najisikia yani, hata nikiingia mahali, hata kama ni supermarket ya hizi nchi zingine, I'm so happy. I want people to see. Nataka watu wajue mimi ni Mkenya. Saa hiyo ndio unakumbuka tulikuwa tumeenda Sierra Leone, tukapeleka kikosi ambacho kiliheshimika zaidi, kilichokuwa kinaongozwa na Mulinge. No, not Mulinge. Anaitwa Opande, brigadier. Kule tukasifika, UN wakatuamini, mpaka tulikuwa na kambi moja tulikuwa tumeita Lang'ata. That is where we were going to enjoy. Tukiwa kule, bendi zinapika, tunaimba nyimbo zetu, mpaka wa Sierra Leone walikuwa wanasema, lo, hii nchi tunaipenda kabisa. You are happy that you are the what we call it, the star. Nyinyi ndio mnaangazia Afrika. Nyinyi ndio mwelekeo. Mpaka ukiitwa pale kupeana zile talk, unasimama pale ukijisikia kweli wewe uko complete. Unapeana, like in my country, example unapeana mpaka unafurahi. Sasa 207 sasa tukaanza kuambia, my friend, mlikuwa mnajisifu, mmechinjana pia. Sasa can you imagine kurebuild hiyo? Na tumechinjana kwa nini? Election rigging, cheating, ambazo tulikuwa sisi kama wale ambao tulikuwa tumetuma huko Sierra Leone na nini, we were talking about elections, telling people that justice, you have to the vote, you got no rigging, no la la. Then sisi wenyewe tukaribu. How would you tell your colleagues? Wanasema, my friend, you are just Africa. Ndio vile walikuwa wanatuambia, we knew you are just Africans, you are not different. Okay, so wanatuambia, my brother, don't tell us about rigging. You are also rigging, you killed each other. Alafu kidogo hiyo 2013 we did it to us. Kidogo tukadeteriorate kabisa, yani tunazidi kuzama 2017, na tunazamishwa na mtu mmoja ambaye anasema ni lazima aongoze through thick and thin. Saa hii amenukiliwa akisema watu wanapiga wanaropokwa huku na mambo yamekwisha. Can you imagine? Atina anasema mbele ya kanisa.
Unajua PK, unajua kila kitu mimi nimenotice, ukiongea about mtu unamuogopa, inazidi. Unajua vile tusai tuko, wacha afanye vile anataka. Unajua hii dunia, kila mtu atakufa. Na hii mwili inakuliwa na nani? Inaitangwa animal crow. Hata Queen Elizabeth na kuna pesa mingi, si Princess Diana alikufa, si ndio? Sasa hii mwili yake ikakuliwa. Wacha afanye vile anataka. Pia yeye atakufa, atakuwa maiti, kila mtu. Kwa nini mnamuogopa na atakufa kama sisi? Hata hiyo State House hata President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta aliingia siku ya kwanza, sijui ni miaka gapi alikaa State House na akakufia huko, na alikuwa na pesa. Kenyatta hakukufa na nini? Mzee Jomo Kenyatta hakukufa kwa pesa, alikuwa na we don't know what to eat. Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, I was not born, my grandmother was singing Jomo Kenyatta, alikuwa naibia Jomo Kenyatta. Sasa msio mnaogopa Ruto ati sijui anamfanya nini. Hata yeye atakufa, kila mtu. Sasa Bin Laden aliuliwa na Obama. Kwa nini aliuliwa? Kwa sababu alikuwa ka dictatorship, alikuwa ka terrorist organization. By the way, dictatorship, they don't die, they can stay long time. Even Ruto utakufa na uende kwa kaburini na ukuliwe na nini, hata ukiwa na slot, ukiwa umeiba everyday 2 billion for watu maskini, watu machokola wanalala nje, you will die. And I'm telling you, we don't afraid you. Hey, please Kenya people, don't afraid this man. Turn to you.
Sio eti anaogopwa. Kuna kitu hapa ambacho tunaita katiba ya nchi. Hii katiba inafuatwa na kila mtu na watu wanaiheshimu, lakini wakati unaona mtu anafanya kinyume na ile katiba inasema, ndio kitu yenye tunajaribu kuraise issues nayo. Hakuna mtu anaogopa. Unafikiria kama Raila Odinga anaogopa mtu? Saisi angesema vijana fire, vile alikuwa anaambia vijana pautan, vijana fire. Tungesimama wapi?
Ukijua mzee Jomo Kenyatta akaenda unajua mzee Jomo Kenyatta ni alitupigania huru yetu na akaenda Kapangolia akakaa miaka sijui 9 na akatoka na wazungu akimchapa. Kwa nini baba hawezi tupigia katiba yetu irudi? Vile Jomo Kenyatta alienda Kapenguria, nyanyangu alikuwa anaibia mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Hata nikiwa mdogo nyanyangu alikuwa ananiweka hicho jaga na niimbia nyimbo zile mamake alikuwa anamwimbia. So tunajua sisi tumepigia nchi yetu, especially sisi wa Kikuyu, ni sisi wa Maumau tumepigia nini, hata makabila zote hakuna kabila itapigia nchi yao. Na situwezi atilia nchi yetu ati mtu anafanya vile anataka, ati mtu anaenda choo uende choo state wapi. No way, we will not leave our country. We must fight for our freedom and democracy, freedom expression, freedom to say how we feel, na tuende kotini na ni must kila kitu itumiwe nini inataka katiba. Kila mtu anaheshimiwa, kila kabila inaheshimiwa. Kenya ni ya sisi wote. Tuko na kabila 46, Luo, Luya, Kamba, whatever, mitigate. Oh my God, we are so blessed. Kenya is a blessed country. What a blessing. We have a different tribe. We speak different language. We are really blessed. Kenya is a nation of the revival. You will see the fire of the Holy Ghost moving that nation. We'll see awakening revival. And I'm telling you, this is a time Kenya. We'll see a lot of missionaries. Missionaries will come back to preach the gospel. People to turn.
Haya, sasa wacha tufupishe naitwa nani? Tufupishe hiyo kidogo. Twende kwa Tom Mose alafu kwa Vice. Tom Mose karibu, lakini hauonekani, uko kwenye giza ndugu yangu. Mose ameenda. Wengine ni ma spy. You are coming to spy nothing. Instead of people coming to spy, just come in. Kuja tu, onyesha sura, sikiza, usije kunini. Na tumesema watu wa UDM, wache wasiwasi. They are coming to listen to what we are saying. Mwizi ndio huwa anauoga kabisa. Mwizi akisikia mwizi mwingine akitajwa, unaona anashtuka. Mtaani when we were growing up ilikuwa tuna wale tulikuwa tunaita makauzi. Sasa saa nyingine mnaongea hivi na nini watoto wanasema yule kauzi una nini, unasikia jamaa mmoja anasema nani umeita kauzi? Sijakuita kauzi, kumbe ni kauzi. So wezi wana wasiwasi kabisa. Indeed KK is at a verge of wako at a very bad position. Vice, you had something to say?
Yes, thank you so much. Stone PK, good to see you again. I'm back. Let me try to talk in a political manner now. Just go to the topic of the day. Uhuru, President Uhuru, loud silence. Hii kitu ni kama tulikuwa tuliongelea jana hapa, and ilikuwa topic ingine yenye it's a narrative yenye UDA ndio ina push, and we have to give it to them. Wanatafuta any narrative yenye wanaweza push sahi, but the thing is that sahi is not a campaign period. Mi sijui kwa nini tunaweza tumia campaign strategy sahi kuanza kupush ma narrative. Na a president cannot respond to a civil coup. A president from his manner, he can never respond to a civil coup. That's what happened in Bomas just the other day, and we all witnessed that UDA became IEBC and IEBC became UDA all the same. So how do you think that a president with all his machinery and everything respond to a civil coup? I'm confused by now. I'm confused to see an independent commission turning to a dependent commission. I I don't think if that is the way it should be, and imekuwa hivyo sana for a long time in this country, and I believe that inaenda to an end, cutting the umbilical of dictatorship or of Moism. Let me say cutting the umbilical of Kanu is not easy. It should be hard, and then we are going through that fight and through that fire, and victorious will emerge. So behold, if you are singing victory right now and you are not sure of your victory,
That's
then maybe
macaroni
it was
that was made for.
Don't PK.
Yes.
Mute your mic. All right, thank you. So if you are victorious and then maybe you are not sure of your victory, then you are fearing, and then we know what fear is. What I want to urge the people who will stand by truth, I don't want to call them as Azimio supporters. I want to call those people who will stand with the truth. So it's not about supporting. Right now it has changed. It's a song that has changed. It's no longer Azimio La Umoja for now. It's those who will stand with the truth. So let me call them that way. For you guys who will stand with the truth, stop fearing. Don't fear. And for those who believe, start knowing that you have a backup that is bigger than you. That the one inside you is bigger than the one than the one that is fighting you. Actually, that's the way it's supposed to be. You are supposed to know that the one inside you is bigger than the one that is fighting you. So your future is not ahead of you, neither is it behind you. Your future is right inside of you, and that's leadership. That's your potential. That's it. Don't waste it. Don't die with that potential. Give it to us. Give us your gift. Now is the time that we need your gift more than before. Crisis is the best teacher. Crisis makes us. Crisis. I did a research that I came to find out that in Chinese language, there is no word for crisis. Actually, for them, what they call crisis, it's what we call opportunity. So what we call crisis is what they call opportunity. So for them, a crisis is defined as an opportunity. So this crisis that you may go through, it's your time to arise and to give us your gift, to make your gift at work, make your gift, sharpen your gift, and give us, refine your gift. This is the time of refinement, and this is the time to do the right thing. So I told Stone PK some days ago that for where I come from, we don't believe in vitisho. We don't buy fear. I'm from whereby you can be fighting, you are killing people, and people are busy playing even music, playing even their things, doing their own stuff. So we don't fear anything that you may sell to us. That's called fear. That's it. That is why I say that we have all manners to protect this country in every manner that we don't have. Kenya is not that rich, but resources are Kenya ni that we are a country that is the door of Africa. Kenya, the only thing that we have in Kenya is that we are the door of Africa. I've defined that many times, that Kenya is lucky to be, and that was designed by God. It's not even being lucky. Let me just not say being lucky. It was designed by God for it to be a door of Africa. And no dictator should lead Kenya. If we allow dictatorship to take over in Kenya, that will be that will be another story. That will not be safe, even for those people who comes to Kenya, because for everything to go into all the countries of Africa, it's passed through Kenya. If you don't have the information, let me just give you an information. Every institution, every UNCR, every big office that is in Africa, the headquarters are in Nairobi. In Nairobi is where every headquarter of every organization, every world organization, every NGO, every serious NGO. If you don't know and you are a Kenya, let me give you an information. All of those headquarters are in Kenya. So Kenya has all the benefit to keep safe. Kenya, that's what makes Kenya powerful. Being the door of Africa. Being the door of Africa. So let's put the country united. Let's not buy fear.
One
Let's
moment,
be
Vice. One moment, Vice.
yes.
Sami Kemboi, the rule says that we have to see you on camera. Please ensure you are on camera. Ensure your camera is on. Thank you. Okay, proceed, Vice.
Yeah, let's be logical. Like okay, I see here again. There another thing that Ruto, William Ruto, president-elect address. Okay, all those address or wherever he may do, or I urge just the Kenyan to don't don't allow themselves to worry about a thing. Don't worry about a thing. We have come a long way. We have come a long way. In 1963, I think, I believe, the independence of Kenya. So, as for now, it should be to us. It's our responsibility. Responsibility might take place. A responsibility is just a simple definition that you find something that is irritating you, fix it. If you are irritated about this presidency, so fix it. Do not wait for someone else to come and fix your mistake. If something is irritating you, in making you bitter, you are born to fix. That's the only signification of responsibility. If something hurts you, then you are born to fix that thing. That's what my teacher told me, and my teacher is who? The Holy Spirit. Okay. So the thing is that we've come to believe in ideology of the word and philosophy. All of those things, we must take responsibility first for us to be able to stabilize our mind. Because if our mind are not stable, so the generation will come will not be stable. The biggest empire on earth, the biggest kingdom, the kingdom of Roman ever existed. The powerfulest is the Roman. Do your research. Roman never fought through war. No army, there's no army that defeated Roman. Roman was defeated by one thing: immorality. So we want to put immorality in charge of our country? Can we afford immorality to destroy us, to destroy the generation and generation to come? No. The answer is nope. So immorality can defeat anything, can destroy every. So don't allow immorality. This narrative that we are creating in our heart, in our mind right now, we have to renew our minds. Not buying of this idea, sipangwingwi, you cannot use sipangwingwi, mimi. I can wake up like this, and then tomorrow I no. You see, there's something that a man. There is one thing that I bought from Wajakoya. He made sense for just one thing. He said that Kenya is the only country whereby you rob, you are corrupt, you murder, and when you go to the population, they promote you. They take you to parliament instead of the contrary. So in other countries, they hang you, they kill you, they prosecute you. In Kenya, they promote you, they take you to parliament. Do you want that? Do you want an immoral country? Do you want an immoral government? We are suffering from an immoral government, and government without morality, a government of a monarch ideas, stupid ideas. That's killing our countries. East African countries are dying. Kenya is the only country that is on a lead right now. And I'm telling you, we cannot afford to do this mistake now, because we have been on the lead as Kenyans. So if you cannot be on the lead and accept the lead and be the example of and be the big brother, because you are the big brothers in East Africa and in Central Africa, I can assure you that we will never set. We will never change the reality. It will be a reality instead of oh my God.
Okay.
Hello?
As voice fixes is let's have
PK, give this man called Rebano Musian. He have not said anything. He have been stay for a long time, right? Musiani.
Laban spoke.
Raban. Say something.
Laban ameongea. Wacha tuende kwa Pagan Toroitich.
Troy
Alafu Sami
Chich.
Kemboi.
But I got Troy Chich. I think you are encouraging Ruto tribe. Say something.
No.
You want to hear about it?
No. That's not the case. These are Kenyans. Pagan Toroitich, and then we go to Kemboi. Pagan.
Good morning. Mnanikia vizuri?
Morning, Pagan, karibu.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here again. Yeah, tumekuwa tuko pamoja before tuende kwa elections, and today tunakuja kama Kenya, hatu kama Azimio ama tukuji kama UDA, tunakuja hapa hivi kama Wakenya. Na if hiyo declaration ya Chebukati is anything to go by, we've actually sent out a message into the future. If things stand as it is, if hiyo election itakuwa upheld as Ruto is the president, already there is a message that has been sent into the future to our kids that you don't have to straight. You don't have to work so hard, abide by the rules and laws of the land. But the end justifies even though not wamesema. It's like that. The end is better than the beginning. Na vile imesimama tu hivi sasa hivi, tangu waseme kuwa tunaenda kwa Supreme Court ya upande wa DA, celebrations stopped. Ilikuwa ni fupi kushinda madebate. Saizi wameanza kuingia huku, ukisikia vile watu wanaongea hapa hivi kwa comment section, it's like they're just trying to force their opinion down on us. They were here, they were very silent, but now they have a panel to try to come and demoralize us. But we are serving the living God, and we know God is on the side of truth. truth is huwezi ukajaribu subvert the will of the people. We went out in our masses and we voted. Hii mambo ingine jaribu ni makosa ya ODM, hata mpaka wanajaribu na agents wakati ya kuvote. Mimi nikituma pesa, I don't need an agent to know my money is going to my mom at home or to whoever I'm sending it to. It is the work of M-Pesa, Safaricom, to make sure that your pesa ilishafika huko hivyo. So we cannot carry the burden of proof that tulisimama tena. That is for them to make sure that vitu ilifanyika right way. What I'm trying to say is hata saa hizi the things in a stand bila kuscratch the surface, tayari vitu mingi, discrepancies nyingi ziko tu out there glaring. This victory is ours as Martha Karua, our deputy president elect, kulingana na mimi na numbers zenye tuko na as Azimio. She said this is a victory deferred. And it's victory deferred because we have a constitution and we have rules on how things are supposed to be going. Nikiangalia vile deputy president alikuwa na address watu mara ya kwanza, ile acceptance speech yake jana, vile alikuwa anaongea, ako na pupa, anataka kuruka hata process, anataka already tuende into transition. But this victory is not yet over. Why is it that wale watu wabunge wenye wamepatikana wakiwa kuna kashfa, inasemekana wako innocent until proven guilty by the highest court of the land, lakini saizi kifika ni mahali pa kuchukua kura na imekuwa disputed, wanataka kuwa wako declared as guilty guilty in the sense that wako elected until proven not elected. To me, they are not elected. It is very, according to me, it's supposed even to be unconstitutional to term them as elect as of yet, because it's disputed until the highest court of the land also pia ikuja na iseme, in this case we are talking about the Supreme Court, ikuja iseme yes they are elect, then is when tutasema it's over. As of now, it's not yet over. And naona ikiwa ni very easy battle for us because we have so much on our side na we've proven hata we don't even need to spend. So yangu ni hayo, na ningependa tu kuambia wenzetu wale ambao wanajua kwa akili yao kuwa walishinda na wamekuwa celebrate, please celebrate na moderation, tuache hate. There's been so much hate. I wanted even to call myself Otieno because I remember even there was one instance where I was called nikaulizwa, na wewe ni nini mbaya na wewe unatetea watu na wewe si Mjaluo? It's not a Jaluo thing, it's not a Kikuyu thing, it's not any part of the Kenyan thing, it's a Kenyan thing. It is us as a nation. We are one, by the way. And if we win, it's not that ni Azimio ita win, or if you win, it's not like Kenya Kwanza ita win, because at the end of the day, the victory will be shared, or the pains thereof will be shared, distributed to all of us. Na nikikumbuka the same people wenye wamekataa saizi serikali yenye iko kwa power, they are the same people that waliweka into power, na wamekuja na kufanya wametu gaslight until we are thinking like, what did we make a mistake? Sisi wengine, they are the ones who put in Uhuru, now they are the ones who are castigating the same person. So with time tutakuwa vindicated, and it's not so long. Na kwa wale wengi wenye wametoka, naona siku hizi panel haina watu mpaka tunasikia no, it's not good, it's really not good. But what I'm trying to say is, hata ukiangalia kwa Biblia, Gideon alikuwa hapo na jeshi kubwa, lakini Mungu akasema no, you're too big, I don't want to give you victory mkiwa mko wengi, you will forget me. But now wale wenye wamejichuja mkijichuja hivyo, mjue nyinyi ndio wale wanaji kwa jeshi ya Gideon wenye Mungu alichuja ili apatiane victory kwa wachache. Mimi am here, I'm Azimio, I subscribe to the ideologies of Baba. Mimi manifesto ya Azimio is what ninajua iko, and I will remain. I will be gladly stay into opposition if koti itaamua kuwa unjust na ipitishe kuwa koti itapitisha ikuwe ya kuwa ikuwe unjust na iseme kuwa Ruto ndio president, I'll be there in opposition, but it won't be long until wakuje pia wenyewe wainue mkono waseme yeah, we made a mistake. We should not have allowed this rigging to go on. Asante Stone PK, I'm glad to see you here. I'm very sad kuona wale wengine panelists wengine hawako, but we are here to stay. Thank you.
Priest
Thank you.
Roichit.
One
Priest
minute, Rhoda.
Roichit.
Ngoja,
Okay,
Rhoda. Let's follow order. Yeah. Roichit, thank you so much, bro. Yeah, we are here. Even the other panelists wapo tu, ni vile tunafanya na mashift kwa sababu tunataka kusukuma masaa mingi ndio watu waweze kuzungumza. Bernard amekuwa hapa amesukuma masaa karibu matano hivi. Wale wengine pia wako na watatokelezea. Good to see you also. Lazima tungechukua kale, ilikuwa ni ile unajua ukipokonywa kitu ulikuwa umeshika hivi kwanza unashtuka sijui kama unajua mwewe ndio ilikuwa inatunyanyasa huko hata wa leo huko kwa village. Umechinja Christmas, watoto umegawia mtoto nyama, anazao anatoka nje ya nyumba akikula hivi. Ashika inaenda, huwa anabaki akilia. Anaona ikienda. That is the ambaye kashoko kalitustua kidogo, lakini uzuri we were all seeing and thank God. Tunasema ni Mungu amefanya hii kwa sababu those of us wale wanajua Biblia sana wanatuambia kwamba God works in very many ways. Anaweza kufanya ujione wewe ni mwerevu sana. Yaani unaona sasa kila mtu mbele yako ni mjinga. Kumbe wewe ndio mjinga. You know, people are looking at you, they are seeing what you are doing. They are seeing ni ujinga, lakini wewe unaona uko mnoma, uko mbele. Only for you to really unarudi huko nyuma. Sio ulikuwa unafikiria uko mbele, umerudi nyuma. That is what has happened to UDA, and I think God also wants Kenyans to learn. And he has made it to learn very simply, not by kumwaga damu. You see 207 tulimwagana damu, we still know that. Apart from the younger generation, we know what that means. Okay, so we learned, and that's why people keep on referring that never again shall we have that kind of a thing. And I'm happy it has come to pass. No way. People say never again, and that's why we are the way we are. You can imagine what happened at Bomas. Na Wakenya walisema hapana, hii ujinga tutaitatua tu pole pole. And Chebukati is not safe. He's not safe in either way, sheria wise, hata whichever njia ile, because you don't rob Kenyans. And by the way, Kenyans are not saying that Ruto angeshinda mshida ama Raila. It is the way we want Kenyans to be motivated, just like the way Pagan you have said. We want our children to know that when you work hard, you get rewarded. When you go to vote, your vote counts. Because what are we setting when we say we are setting a democracy? Yeah, you can see how there was this, the youth, you had to really convince them to go and vote. Can you imagine now if you tell them, this is how voting will be like. You go to Bomas for 5 days, 6 days, munakaa kwa TV, glued, kila mtu anangoja candidate wake. They are all Kenyan candidates, of course. It's like the way when we go to Nyayo Stadium for soccer, the teams are our teams. So of course one team itaepuka mshindi, but ikiepuka mshindi fairly, watu wanasalimiana na wanasema bro, umechukua kikombe na ngoja next time. Because the moment you have transparency, there is peace. But the moment umekuwa biased, ndio unasikianga vita imeanza kwa kiwanja. So it is us who creates this war by creating mistrust, by behaving in a suspicious manner. Juu kama wewe ni referee, kwa nini unaenda kujifungia kwa choo kwanza? And you are supposed to come out, piga firimbi watu wakiona, why don't you sustain that? So when I hear people of UDA saying, oh, Azimio sijui amefanya nini, I mean, they are just showing how ignorant they are. Yeah. When people are questioning, it's like they were not in Kenya when this thing happened. This thing, it's not that it's on PK Ama Mutembei that is talking about. It was on TV. And you can replay all these things and you see. And I would want UDA to be really sober first. Wajifungie tu kwa room, waangalie tu the unfolding event. Waseme ama that is what is meant to happen in a tallying center, national tallying center. Okay? Whatever took place, whatever, even those who started fighting, it's not supposed to be that way. Why were they doing that? They were agitated. Nobody can come and start throwing a chair on you when you are seated. Hakuna, sijawahi ona ati umeingia mahali umekuta Stone Pike amekaa unampiga tu ama unaanza kumtukana. No, there is provocation. Why was there provocation? Why you are behaving funny? Why you are told, okay, yesterday you read the results like this. What has changed? Why are you locking yourself in a certain room first before you come out? And why is it that these others are complaining? Because those who are at Bomas, they started hearing these misgivings, mapema. For most of us were just relying on TV and all that. But wale walipokuwa pale ndani, waliona maji yalipoanza kuvuja, wakaanza kuraise. That's why you could see some commotion here and there, arguments here and there. Arguments always come when mahali kunawekwa giza. Excuse me. Ukifanya kitu pahali peupe, you'll be so happy. Chebukati angeritaya vizuri, mzee wa watu yule maskini. Sasa amejiwekea shida, mzigo ambao hawezi akautoa. Hawezi. Yani Kenyans, hata mtu hawezi name mtoto wake Chebukati. And you know in Kenya the way we honor a great leader. Mtu hawezi ita mtu Chebukati. No woman can give birth to a Chebukati. Because unafikiri ukizaa mtoto Chebukati atakaa kama Chebukati. You know, Kenyans, they honor people. And I don't know why. I think hii kitu inaitwa IEBC is jinxed. It's cast. Kivuto alikufa kifo ya mbaya ya mauchungu ya, because of when you subject millions of Kenyans into this kind of a situation. Kilio kile watu wanalia saa hii, wakiilia jina yako. Kwa Kikwetu tunasema huwezi kuota shade ya, yani hii kidole ikikupoint mara nyingi sana, be careful. That is the first warning our mom warns us. Please, wherever you're going, let people not point at you in bad faith. Let people not complain about you. Because those fingers pointing at you, they are a curse in themselves. Let me bring in Shuari to say hi and tell us something. Shuari?
Hey, hi.
Hi. Maybe I didn't pronounce it well.
Hey, hi guys. Sarilist. Hi Stone PK.
Salama
Voice.
Bro. Hi.
Laban. Toroitich. I saw Rhoda here. Ametoroka.
She's back.
Yeah, I've been following this this conversation, and it's very unfortunate that we are, hey Rhoda, we are back to
Hi,
where
how
we
are
were.
you?
I'm fine, Rhoda. We are back to where we were in 2007. But the good thing is, everybody, we were watching everything that was happening. Everybody saw what was happening, the meddling. And I can remember, like, when Chebukati gave the media the freedom to air the results, there's a time I saw a video showing Baba started celebrating. They were dancing about, somebody was saying, this is your last dance as Raia. Things were moving on well. Then when the guys realized, like, hey, the numbers are not good on our side, they banned the media from airing the results. That's when the monkey business started being done. And the good thing is, Kenyans, all of us want change. I have a lot of people from Kalenjin Nation who are Azimio Damu, who are really praying that if Raila could be the president. It's not about the tribe where we are coming from, but this is about the future of Kenya and the future of children of our children. The good thing is, like 2017, the Supreme Court ordered for some conditions to be met. At the same conditions, I saw like Chebukati never honored them. Like the spoiled votes, where they placed, the rejected votes, where they placed. Another thing again, the Supreme Court ordered is the opening of server. As Chebukati will be going, the people have gone to the Supreme Court, and right now they are not charging the IEBC as a body, but they are charging Chebukati as individual. Everybody is carrying his own cross. So that is the complex of this case. The second thing, last time when the Supreme Court ordered for the server to be open so that the guys who petitioned can do some forensic study on it, Chebukati refused up to now. That is a contempt of the court. And I know there is a record over there. That is a time that he did refuse to adhere to the order of the court. Another good thing is, because last time the government was part of the game, so even if he went on and akufungua hiyo server, he had some protection. But right now, everything is exposed. And Chebukati, let me tell you, Kenyans, Chebukati is not gonna run. We have Trump here. Those who live in US, Trump life inakani kama inaishaisha. The last raid, the FBI kwake. And the same I'm seeing, it's going to happen to Ruto, because, you know, when these people printed the ballot in Greece or Turkey or wherever, somebody who can go ahead and print a ballot, secret ballot, with an intention of overturning an election of another county is always treated as a terrorist or an international crime. So as much as Ruto and his ilk are really celebrating about their win, but there are a lot that meet the eye. There are a lot that meet the eye, and they say mtu amecheka mwisho ndio kicheko mzuri, ama wanasemanga aje Stone PK, the one who laughs last laughs loudest.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that is my contribution. The Azimio are going to win because they have all the concrete evidence, and I know this people are not going for a rerun. People are not going for a rerun. The votes are going to be counted, and the rightful owner, the person who won this election, is going to be declared the winner. That is what is going to happen. They are not going to go the route that they went last time, like a rerun. They have tried that. It never functioned. So this time around, they are going to make sure the details of how people voted is captured, and the rightful winner is given is right. Mwenye alishinda atapewa hiyo nini yake. I really loved Voice. I was listening to Voice yesterday with this philosophical truth, and I've been talking about Voice with some friends over here. Yesterday, when I was watching this show with some friends, we were discussing Voice and PK about what the Kenya people are playing with. People are tired. Revolution inachemka pole pole. People are really tired. And the fastest we solve this once and for all, we will never have anything called Kenya. It's not a matter of, you know, vile votes zilikuwa zimefanywa, like people exaggerated like to look like Kikuyu cheated Raila. You know, the votes were exaggerated in Kikuyu, like mpaka inakani Kikuyus wali betray Raila, and it's not that the case. People united in this. Even Kalenjins were part of this struggle. And somebody who is trying to blame Kalenjin that they supported Ruto, I think that is a lie. We have Kalenjins who supported Azimio, Damu with blood and everything. So I think on those few remarks, those were some of my contributions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Surrealist. It is true. Your words are really, really true. The sentiments are really, really correct. I would like personally Kenyans to know that if there is any candidate that is supported by every corner of this country, is Baba. And that's why Baba does not talk Kabila. This, I can attest to you that he has votes from even where you think. Ile huwezi sema ati Kikuyu ama sijui. In fact, for Baba and that's why we believe he's the only one who will bring this nation to what is supposed to be. Right now, we don't have a nation. It's a country. We've been a country. Our past presidents have concentrated on other things. Wakasahau kuunda jumuiya. Wakasahau kuunda jumuiya. Maanake tulikuwa na shida nyingi za economy na nini. So right now, manifesto ya Baba top is kuunda jumuiya. Jumuiya, what does that mean? It means that you will always feel a Kenyan. We are not saying you will abolish the tribes kule tunatoka. Those are our family. Huwezi kataa, mimi ni Mwembu, siwezi kataa. You know, I didn't apply to be. But I want to respect each and every person in the country by our diversity. Our diversity is our richness. That we cannot kill. We want to embrace it in the most positive way. We want to know what do people in the other side eat? What do people at Mount Elgon do? What is it that they do in their culture? We want that now for entertainment, our marriages, our, not in terms of sasa hapa hatuwezi weka mtu wa kabila fulani. The moment you sit, and we shall condemn that when Baba takes over, that anytime you start thinking in that line, you are doomed totally. Yeah. So that's why we are so bitter that the only hope we have of this nation, this country turning into a nation, turudi pale kwa kujivunia. When I wear this band, I wear it with pride. That when I walk, I decide this holiday, my kids, I'm taking them to Kapenguria. Sina wasiwasi ati napitia sijui wapi. When I want to go to Shimoni, I just eat Shimoni. When I want to go Mandera, yani hakuna sa ati mtu wa kabila hii hawezi cross this other side. That is what we want to achieve. Two things: a nation and a corruption-free nation. Those two, we shall, hiyo Baba akifanya, then the others will be able to follow. That's why some of us are so passionate. Yeah. So the other side, of course, you can see even when they were given a chance. Walipoambiwa shika hii, ile gentleman agreement. Chukua nusu serikali na mimi nichukue nusu serikali, brothers tutunde. Then one side goes one nini. Of course they are Kenyans, but that is not the way to portray as a leader. That by itself tells you what kind of thinking the person will deliver to this country. So basically I agree with you, Shuari. It's true. Wacha tuangalie. Let's avoid kupakua hii revolution ambayo ina boil. Let it be solved now. And once it's solved this time around, guys, we can celebrate. Mtajua tumevuka, mtajua tuko redeemed. Yeah, but if we don't solve it, then I don't want to say what is going to happen. With those few remarks, I think we had all spoken. I want to welcome. Oh, Kuseo, kabla Kuseo kuje, Richie brother, can I welcome you to the studio? Tumekuwa tukiendelea. I know umekuwa ukimonitor from huko nyuma. Tunaendelea, tulikuwa tumezungumza karibu wote, Kuseo tu ndio bado hajazungumza. If you allow, I can naweza kukuachia steering kidogo, lakini usifanye kama Ruto alikuwa amepewa gari anaenda akiuza matairi, akiuza viti. On a lighter note, Richie, over to you.
Shukran. I don't know kama mnanisikia. Safi. I am so grateful that you guys are still here holding the wheel. And as we always say, hatutafunga kiosk. As we always say, hatutafunga kiosk. Walisema tutafunga tarehe 9, lakini bado tuko hapa tunaendelea kuzungumza. So ni wasalimu nyote kwanza, and I'm happy that we will be speaking here every day on what is happening in our country. So let me just take a back seat for a minute and let Kuseo talk. Kuseo, your camera is pointing to your ceiling. I don't know if you're still there. Daktari, are you there? Looks like Stone PK, Kuseo ni kama amechukua break. But I know that we can also play a video here so that we break the
ice.
Yeah, good.
The chairman, Wafula Chebukati, now says the 4 commissioners who have broken ranks with the commission wanted him to alter the presidential results to force a runoff. Chebukati, who has broken his silence after being accused of acting without consensus from the other commissioners, also says the 4 dissenters or dissenting commissioners were kept abreast of all the results of the presidential race until the last minute when they changed tune. Our very own Brenda Wanga begins the broadcast.
2 days after announcing the final tally of the presidential election results in chaotic scenes at the Bomas of Kenya, and the denouncement of the same by a section of the commissioners and the Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party, embattled IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati has finally broken his silence on the divisions within the commission that he has led since 2017.
We therefore decline to take ownership of the said results because the aggregation resulted in a total exceeding the percentage of 100, which cast doubt on the accuracy of the source of the figures tallied, and when we demanded that we verify our record, the chairman declined.
In a statement to newsrooms, the chairman of the commission says the 4 commissioners, Juliana Cherera, Francis Wanderi, Justus Nyang'aya, and Irene Masit, are being dishonest in their accusations against him. The 4 have accused him of what they term as lack of transparency in the final stages of tallying of the presidential vote result. But Chebukati says the 4 wanted him to alter the final tally moments before the scheduled announcement of the results at 3 p.m. this Monday. He says, and I quote, "The 4 commissioners, Juliana Cherera, Francis Wanderi, Justus Nyang'aya, and Irene Masit, demanded that the chairperson moderates the results for purposes of forcing an election rerun contrary to their oath of office. This is tantamount to subverting the constitution and the sovereign will of the people of Kenya." End of quote. Chebukati further says that he was well within his constitutional mandate in making the final declaration on his own as, and I quote, "The role of the National Returning Officer for the presidential election is not a shared responsibility and not subject to plenary decisions of the Commission."
We announced the results from several constituencies, all of us, and all the members of the Commission. And once that is done, it was going to the back end. What we are saying that back end was the privacy of Chebukati, not the rest of the commissioners. And it would have required for him to bring that back end analysis to the plenary to discuss and look at the results and evaluate and see what has been done at the back end. That is very simple. So if you want to ask about that back end, then you can check with Mr. Chebukati.
The 4 dissenting commissioners had claimed that the chairman erred by not involving and consulting them to get a common ground before the declaration of the result. Chebukati, however, says despite not being required by law to involve them, he, in the spirit of teamwork, involved all the commissioners in all activities of verification and tallying. Their duties were well defined in writing and allocated at the National Tally Center. He further says they had access to all results beforehand and interchangeably announced them for 6 days in the full glare of live television.
The 0.01% translates to approximately 142,000 votes.
The 4 commissioners have also faulted the final tally announced of the presidential result. But Chebukati says, and I quote, the alleged 0.01% increase in the presidential election results raised by the 4 commissioners, namely Juliana Cherera, Francis Wanderi, Justus Nyang'aya, and Irene Maset, is false and misleading. End of quote. The divided commission is yet to meet after the Monday debacle. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Okay, now that is what is happening. Usel sijui kama amerudi, but you can see I just want to make a brief comment on that. I think we have a very lazy media, very lazy. Media yetu, I think it's overhyped because what they do is they don't do their homework. If you have a different opinion, unamulika unaanza kuitwa dissenting commissioners. These people are still commissioners of the IEBC. The only thing that is different is that they do not agree with the announcement that Chebukati made. Sasa wameanza kuwa branded ati rebel commissioners, sijui dissenting commissioners. I think Kenyans bana, hii media stations inatu na these are the same media stations zenye hazikutuambia ni kwa nini ziliacha ku broadcast live transmission of results mpaka leo. They just shut the whole system down na wakanyamaza, wakasema wanangojea IEBC tangaze. They've never told us what happened to their transmission of results. Anyway, I think Chebukati should take responsibility of what is happening in the country right now in terms of the bungled election of 2022. He should not be issuing public statements trying to explain to us what happened on that very day, while in real sense, these 4 commissioners came to him and tried to prevail that they have some common agreement before announcing the results, even with the party agents. But because Commissioner Chebukati felt that he is the overall boss and does not share responsibility with anybody else, he went and announced the results because the constitution, like he says, gives him the sole mandate of announcing the presidential results. No one disputes that. But then if Chebukati feels that the other commissioners are useless, why does he need them? He should be running the IEBC by himself. He should be the chairman, he should be the commissioner, and he should be the CEO. If he believes that he does not share responsibility of running the commission with anybody else. So these shenanigans that is throwing in the media, trying to tell us what happened on that day, why we are not going for a rerun and blah, blah, blah. Angoje koti ataenda kuambia kwa nini hizo percentage zake zinapita, even without counting the stray ballots and the spoiled vote. Why are we having numbers that even overshoot the cast votes by thousands and thousands of ballots? We'll be listening to him. I hope he has a good lawyer. Now, let me come to this thing that people are talking about. I think William Ruto is, I saw him today, he's already forming government. He's already thinking about changing the standing orders so that his ministers will come to parliament so that they can be asked questions. That one is interesting. I don't know how sure he is that he's going to be the president. By the mere fact of having a certificate issued to you as a winner does not guarantee you to become the president. The process has to go through, unless he knows something that we don't know, then I think ako na kierere na hii speed yenye wako nayo na Gachagua. Juzi nimewachezea hapa video ya Oscar Sudi akituonya vile watadili na watu. So ladies and gentlemen, if at all ni yeye atakuwa president, funga mshipi tight, brace yourself. For those of us who lived in Moi era, we know what it means to have a rogue president. We know what it means to have your freedoms curtailed. And I mean, it's good that when we come to a show like this, we enjoy the freedoms that people fought for, so that we can sit here and discuss issues without being afraid of anybody. The deputy president says that when he assumes power, you will not be afraid of speaking on your phone. You will not need to just do a WhatsApp. You will have the liberty of going around talking whatever you want and nobody will question you. I don't know when that disappeared in the Kenyatta government, because Uhuru Kenyatta, as much as he's been abused by every politician in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, mimi sijaisikia akimfanyia mtu kitu. And so hii yenye Ruto anatuonya mapema ya kwamba hata tufanyia kitu, I don't know where he's getting his information from, that Kenyans are so suppressed in terms of freedom of expression and they need to be liberated. I think that one, time will tell, and I hope that he will not get to that position whereby he can be able to dictate what one says and where they say it. Finally, I think it's all systems go. We are going to the Supreme Court. And that is why I'm saying people should not come here to abuse us in the comment section while they should be busy celebrating of their win. You won the election. We do not feel that you won the election fairly. Let us meet in court. Saizi mngekuwa mnachoma nyama vile nilisema jana, mngekuwa Mombasa mnaoga na maji ya chumvi kule mkisherehekea ushindi wenu. Lakini mimi nashangaa sana, sisi tunakuja hapa kulia kwa TV na nyinyi mko kwa comment section mkitutusi. Why can't you go and celebrate your win? Because kama sisi Azimio ndio tungekuwa tumeshinda, Raila angekuwa na hiyo certificate, hata sijui mungekaa wapi. I'm not lying to you. You could see the celebration that we would be doing right now. Tungekuwa throw a big party because we believe in democracy and we were working to have an election that was free and fair. Unfortunately, because that didn't happen, we are going to the Supreme Court. So you better brace yourself for a legal war, and we hope that you're prepared. So I'll leave it there. I'll give an opportunity to other panelists so that they can contribute, na nitaendelea kuwachapia video tukisikiza watu wanasema nini. Kwanza wacha nimpatie Sarilist. I hope I got this name correctly today. Let me give you 1 minute and then we can go to Daktari Kusea. Karibu Sarilist.
You didn't pronounce the name correct. Can you try again?
No, he's even, I think I'm hung.
Doesn't think he's the one. Can you try again to pronounce the name properly?
No, he's stuck. I can see he's stuck. Endelea Kusea. Sarilist. Si alisema anaitwa Sarilist ama ni Shuarilist? I think he's stuck. Kusea, endelea.
Let me take those minutes are donated to me now. Yes, good evening, Richie. Stone PK, as always, is listening. Wapi? Stone, we need to see your face. You know you are an insider. Okay, surrealist. There is Mato. Oh, which Mato is this? Is this the usual Mato, really?
Yeah, that's the usual.
Toro is here. Nyumba is here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Boys is here and Rhoda. Good evening to all of us.
Not evening. Good morning. Good morning to me.
Oh, good morning to you. Usiende kuangalia hizo nini kabla tujamaliza hapa. Today they should excuse you. Now, I wanted to pick up on something which the DP was talking about. The DP was trying to tell us, the other day, he really embarrassed us when he was saying that that our AG is the most incompetent in the world. I don't believe what I heard, but I personally felt so embarrassed when he was addressing the international observers. Now, this time round, some of the comments which shocked me from the DP is that he was saying that he said that Chebukati is the hero. This time round, IEBC Chebukati is the hero of this time, so this election. And then he went ahead to say that he has never seen the most transparent elections for a long time. Now, he went ahead to add that why Chebukati allowed us to see what was in the server. This time, there is no need to say, open the server. Yeah. Now, to say the least, that means that he takes us for fools. Our website cannot be a server. Now, for those who are saying that in 2017, Chebukati did not open the server, it wasn't a portal that we were saying that should be opened. This was basically a website. For those who think that this was a server, you better take it in and don't say it loudly. Our website is not a server. What we were seeing there is what came from that server. We do not know what is in the server. What they gave us on the portal is what they chose to give us to see. And that's why, if you remember, some of the agents at the tallying center were complaining that what's going on there, the work that the place had become a crime scene. The reason for those comments was because of what they had found out was happening in the server. Now, remember, when you receive the Form 34As and the Form 34Bs from the constituencies, and now this so-called verification, what ideally was being verified? It is what IEBC had posted to the portal. Now, for those who do not understand, they thought that what they were getting there, they were getting from the server. And I'll repeat, that was not the server, and it is not the server. So take it from me, you have no idea what is in the server. Now, talk about now the disagreements which are now trying to come up from the IEBC, the commissioners among themselves. The Form 34As, which were being purportedly verified there, were being looked at against what was in the portal. In other words, for you to get these things onto the portal, you must process them one way or another. So I can choose to put on the portal what I want you to see, and just literally hide from you what I don't want you to see. And as you know, internet never lies. The internet cannot lie. So if I choose to even to change what I'm projecting on the portal, it will remain in the server. If somebody was to get access into the server, what will happen? They'll be able to see what was deleted, what was substituted, and all that. Now, remember the so-called Maina KI and the case regarding the verification. And one of the landmark rulings, it stated that elections are complete and over at the polling station. We keep saying this here, but looks like most people don't grasp that. What does it mean? It means when the forms come from the polling stations to the constituency center, the returning officer at the constituency level will add all the polling station Form 34As to make the Form 34B. which is the constituency total now. Now, these two forms, 34A and 34B, they are now the originals which Chebukati was purportedly waiting for to verify at Bomas. Now, what it means is that if you have any issues with the Form 34A, you better sort it out with the returning officer at the constituency level. By the time it leaves there and comes to Bomas, the same ruling states that Chebukati has no authority and has no power to change it. So if, for example, say that Wajakoya had 50 votes when the Form 34A was made, 50 votes when the Form 34A was made, and the agents took that photograph. Now the original is left with the PO to send the transmission to Bomas. At Bomas, it will not go to the portal, it will go to the server. Once it is at the server, it's the back end one of the commissioners there was talking about. At the back end, now you do the next transaction and decide what you want to take to the portal. Now, assuming that Wajakoya had 50 votes in, call it some thicker constituency somewhere, and then the forms are now left with the RO. And the RO decided that instead of 50, he adds a 9 in front of the 5. So you read 950. Now, remember, Chebukati is waiting for that form at Bomas. When the form comes, remember the transmission already took place with the 50. But when the form comes, now the so-called original, it is for that candidate, it is reading 950. Now, this verification, you may well find that if they had acted in time, they could be posting a substituted form reading 950, isn't it? But the original form is not projected on the portal, and it is still 50 because there is nothing you can do about it. It was just an image. You can't amend an image as such, a picture. Now, it so happened that during the checking of the original Form 34As, Form 34Bs with the portal numbers, there were discrepancies. Now, those discrepancies, as Chebukati has explained, he can only note them, take note of them and record them, but he can't change them. So in other words, even if he detects errors, he takes note of them and proceed with the so-called verification. Now, by the time the commissioners come to the floor to read, it's not that they're saying the forms are correct. You know, your lawyers who are going to the mainstream media and giving analysis and giving comments will tell you that nobody complained. The commissioners were reading the results from all constituencies. They were the ones reading. How come now they can turn around and say this and that? The truth of the matter is that this verification can either be that they reconcile or they don't reconcile. If they don't reconcile, a note should be taken and they are minuted for further action with the right authority or the right, call it in court or so. So the fact that a commissioner will come to the floor of Bomas and read for you results is reading for you what has gone through the verification process. He is not telling you the results of the verification process. He is not saying that as read, that is the correct position. No. He's simply telling you that this form from Thika, polling, blah, 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 we have checked and we have taken note of whatever it is, because remember, they were not telling you which forms had discrepancies. Now, that happened until they remained with only 30 forms to go, according to what the commissioners were saying. And each time they tried to raise a question, remember they were saying that when they questioned Chebukati, what do we do with the political parties which were raising issues and discrepancies at the floor? Before now, you want to declare these results. How do you deal with those issues? Now, the answer from Chebukati, you all had it from the commissioners. You all had it from the commissioners. Now, the verification, questioning those discrepancies is part of the verification process. Now, as much as people want us to believe that the law allows Chebukati to do this work alone. They are totally wrong. The law allows Chebukati to be a spokesperson of what the plenary and the commissioners, IEBC commission has agreed. Now, this is the IEBC commission position. Who is going to tell it to Kenyans? That is Chebukati. And that is where Chebukati has got the sole responsibility, the constitutional right to be the spokesperson, to read the final results. In the process, you realize that these commissioners disagreed in completing the work. That's why they're saying that the final bit of this, where they were questioning, how do we deal with these discrepancies? The commissioners, the agents from the other parties have raised issues. How do we proceed from there? Chebukati apparently said he will deal with it. Now, in other words, you leave it to me. Now, there lies the question marks which is lingering in all our heads. Now, I want to leave it at that. I'll be talking later so that I can let other people also contribute.
Okay, before I come to Nyumba, I give, let's make it brief, 1 minute. Surrealist, man. Surrealist, Shuarialist.
Hey, hi Makiadi. I'd already talked. Mato VP. Nisha gotea kina Richie Nyumba, how are you? So when you guys had arrived, I had submitted my my views. But there's some brilliant view that I've read over there amongst the comment. And I always know there are some people watch this channel, and even those lawyers that are going to present the Azimio, some of them are watching us now. There's some brilliant comment I've had there. Somebody had written, why can't they because now we have this issue of people tampering with numbers. Why should they include figures and words? If I get 171 votes in a polling station, then it's justified like a check written in words. I think that can make Form 34B be tamper-proof. I've read some point there when somebody has just suggested it's a brilliant idea, and I think some of the lawyers listening to us now, please take note of that. I've never been happy. I started voting for Raila, I think in the first time, not 97 and 7, I was not a voter, but I've never been so sure with Raila's win than I am in this 2022. And all the time I was voting, I knew he was not going to get it easily. I knew it was going to take a process, because change takes a process. Something that is good, you have to take a very long process to get it. And I'm happy. And I guess all the Azimios are happy, however disappointed we are. And when I saw the lineup of the lawyers that are going to defend the case, and with all the evidences that are out here, I tell you, no one is gonna win this case. This case is a done deal. And I've seen in psychology, I've seen some sense of fear in Chebukati. Tumeanza kuona like ameanza kutoa a lot of statements that does not even make sense, you know. He has started accusing like the other 4 commissioners, like they were trying to force him to do blah 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 blah, which does not make sense too. So to me, I see like somebody is really being threatened, and I see Ruto in the other hand is trying to create an impression that is already in power now, like Makiadi amesema, is trying to give some clue on what he wants to do for Kenyans. like mpaka najisahau. He's talking about democracy, about Uhuru has been so free with Kenyans. People have been abusing him, the mother and all the stuff. And I never saw him raise any finger, like capping the internet and all the stuff. Everything has been free. So guys, I don't think like we have an elephant hill, an anthill to climb. I'm seeing there's a win at the end of the tunnel. I don't see like this case is as complex as the one 2017 was, because 2017 we didn't see all that we saw during this 2022 election. Everybody, even my grandmom, could see that there was a lot of discrepancy, a lot of fault play in this election. But in 2017, walifanya ile hata uwezi jua. It was a little bit concealed, you know. So with that, those few remarks, hizo ndio niko nazo, Richie.
Okay, thank you so much. Nyomba.
Good whatever time, Makiadi, wherever you are. Is it morning, afternoon, or evening? I don't know. Me, I'm saying, let me say just good morning, because mine is morning. We go by my time now. I may not have much to say, but you can see some people are even changing their names. Don't change your names, because the changeover is not there. You know whom I'm talking about. Keep your name.
Be specific.
No, they know. I'm a politician. Now, we are still mourning, eh? Makiadi, I have not forgiven you for not throwing out Mr. Gee the other day, you know. My wounds were still paining, and then you are allowing Gee. Is it a Gee? G-E-E, to keep on adding salt onto my wounds. That's why. But it's okay. I think you people are very tolerant. Some of us are impatient with some of these statements and positions. Now, let me be very brief. For example, I salute everybody who is here. The salutations, mostly I don't use the word salute, because timing is becoming a problem to me. And then say this. Still, the situation is very volatile. And as somebody, I don't know, this is surist. I said it. For Mr. Ruto to even start making the cabinet, even before being sworn in, is like a coup d'etat. It's like actually throwing the government in position. Uhuru is still the president of Kenya. He has all the powers. And until he gives that sword to whoever he is going to give, that's when he will surrender that power. The power we have given him is still in authority. The planning and organizing of a cabinet and all that, whatever is happening, like jurists have said, is like a coup d'etat. Yeah, it's trying to overthrow the government in position. Should wait until if there is a case is done, then you can go doing those things and pretending to be person in power. Now, secondly, about Uhuru Kenyatta's silence, that's the way it should be. He's the president in power, and he should wait and give all the institutions of this country to solve the problem Chebukati has put us into. Him talking now is not the right time. So I agree, let him be silent, but observing. But I'm assuring you, in case anything is trying to get out of hand, he has all the powers. Ndiye mkubwa wa majeshi ya Kenya, ndiye nini, okay? So let's just give him that peace, let him keep quiet until things are sorted out in a legal way. I've already talked to DP Ruto first public address as president-elect. No. Being a president-elect, and I said the other night that even being gazetted by Chebukati, there's the word gazetting, okay? There's also the word de-gazetting. They are all valid, and they are there. and it depends. Legally, you cannot also be degazetted, and life will continue. Elections audit raise questions. Of course, there are questions, very many of them. Their mathematics are not adding up. And for once, not for once, for many times, can I give respect and agreement to one person called Kenyatta University CEO for UK? UK, I assume it is Kenyatta University CEO. You just had the CEO there. For what your contribution to today is very nice. You have enlightened most of us in about those portals and the servers. You see, like me, Kenyatta University CEO, I'm older than you, so I'm not as digital competent as you are, but I'm not totally ignorant. I know a few things here and there. I know about a portal, I know about a server. So what you have talked, it makes a lot of sense. And actually, finally, if the Supreme Court will decide on the statement you have made here, because the truth will be found. The only catch here is that, you remember, even in 2017, the court ruled that Chebukati should open those servers. Up to now, 5 years later, I've never seen somebody going free after contempt of court. 5 years later, that was contempt of court, and up to now he is in position. And to touch on that, similarly,
for your information, it has not expired.
Yeah, it doesn't. Crime, once a crime doesn't expire. You can see we followed even by that. Not only for the 2022, 2017 issues, we're still following up. Remember this, Chebukati has been in position with the other two commissioners for almost 4 years without anybody else there. The others quit. There have been 3. So there's a man whose power got into his head with the other 2. When these other 4 are brought in, he can't, his head will not allow that the other commissioners now, 4 of them, new ones. Although I cannot put this problem to Chebukati totally alone. Our President Uhuru Kenyatta is part and parcel of that problem for having overstayed without putting those commissioners in position. He is part of the problem, actually. I'm sorry for that. But Chebukati should have known things have changed. Sorry, I heard somebody saying here that the 4 commissioners were put there by Uhuru. All of them, even Chebukati, they had to go through the process. The process is that they are vetted, blah, blah, it goes on like that. Then Uhuru will finally just endorse there. Why do they think that Chebukati was not part and parcel of the same Nini? People are funny anyway. Let me leave that one that. Now, Mr. Makiadi, I found you talking. And the one thing we know about Mr. Ruto is a double speaker. Double speaks all the time. What he says is not what he means. It's the opposite, actually. So all people should be very careful of the statements he's releasing. Actually, what he's trying to say here is totally opposite to what he'll do once in his position. We know it's double speak every other point, and people are not observant. Makiadi, you said it very well and correctly that we should be very careful. Even all the things you're saying, think of the opposite. Everything he says, if he says black, think of white. You're getting it. If he says black, think of white, because that's what he means. He's saying this is black. He means deep inside himself, talking about white. He talks of opposites, actually. Now, so Kenyans were a bit in trouble there, but things are going to work out okay. Now, today I said I don't have much to say. The only thing is that finally the Supreme Court will make a decision, and mostly I have not seen it happening in Kenya, where it is actually sometimes found that really Nyumba won with so much votes against Kenyatta University. So, but usually they don't just give that post to me. They usually ask for another election, okay? I've not seen it. It has been found that I beat Kenyatta University so badly, but instead of just giving that seat to me, they usually recommend that we go for another election. So I think whatever matter it follows, I like the way we are going in Kenya. We are not fighting, we are not physical. even verbal, apart from a few people who come here after being allowed by Mr. Makiadi to come and rub our wounds, which are still raw. You know, we don't allow for that. So thanks everybody, and thank you, Kuseo. I liked your presentation, and I'm here. That's why I was stayed. My goats actually they're bleating and whatever, you know, all over. But now I'll stay slightly longer. It's very interesting because this is a postmortem, Bwana Makiadi. Hii ni nyumbani. Kwa Kikuyu Bwana Stone atakwambia mambo mengine ya nyumbani inafanyia tu ndani, taki watu wengine hata wajue. Tunalia, unaona. Actually, this thing has hurt people. Whoever sees or who is in contact with Mr. Njiro, tell him to read comments made by one Governor Madago, the former governor of Eldoret, or was an issue. Don't put these things at heart, okay? Just throw them out. Cough, sneeze. Mwambie Jiro ni rafiki yangu, isimuumize hivyo ameumia. You know me, I can laugh under any conditions. Thanks everybody for listening to me. We are together for this until the end of it. Thanks.
I'm going to call him. I have his number. I hear what he says.
Please, just talk to him. I've been actually communicating with him through WhatsApp, and I can see he has been in real trouble, really. Yeah.
Okay. Asante mzee wetu Nyumba kwa mawaidha yako. Always appreciated. Thank you for coming on to our show. We are here. This is our home and we are not going anywhere. Martin.
First of all, wacha niwasalimie nyote na mzee Nyumba, huo unani encourage sana.
Kwani umebadilisha jina ama uliingia roho mpaka unabadilisha jina wewe?
Alienda kulia kwa choo, alipotoka jina ikabadilika.
Ni sawa, nawapenda nyote hata mkinichapa. Ni sawa. It's just that, na mzee Nyumba baadhi huwa nakupenda sana na kuulizanga Kiamunyi kunaendelea vipi na vitu zote. Unajua, mimi nilienda hapo, you know where I went to school. Hapo ndo
very green, tutapata chakula, we are peaceful, we are okay. Yeah, green, Mungu ametujalia mpaka mvua nyingi sana. Asante.
Na unajua nilizaliwa Njoro Hospital. That's where I was born. Ingawaje mimi ni Mkamba.
Mwato tuache mambo pasa, tutafutane huko nyuma. Mimi nimesomea primary Njoro, area za Njoro tu. Kwa hivyo unaona umefuata footsteps zangu.
No, but kuna kitu imekuja ikafika mahali and I'm very, actually I'm not a happy person nikikuja. Mimi waga mtu niko very happy when I come, naipenda kucheka sana. And I really love this channel sana. Hata sijui niliangukiana nayo wapi. But because I love my country so much and I love where I am, na nazapenda watu, everything that I say watu waweze kuelewa. Some of us have spent so much to put our country where it needs to be. Even in these elections, some of us spend thousands of dollars to put an IT thing to happen. Just for the last day for Mr. Nisamee mzee ako hapa. I would have ningesema kitu mbaya lakini sitaisema, nitanyamaza. We spent so much that tuliwashika the first day they tried to hack. We made people not go to work. Na tukawashika the first day that they tried to hack. And then on the last day, I didn't, because so many people look up to me in this channel. Wengine wananipigianga kando tu chini. Wananizama tu kunaendaje. Because we had really put tulikuwa tumeweka hiyo the system. Hakuna mtu atahack this time. na hakuna server itapotelea ati sijui ati watu walikuwa wamelala. We did it so good and we got them on the first day, na tukawashika hizo zingine zote. Everything they tried, we got them. There's another group hii kwa watu wenye wako hapa hivi, hakuna mtu mwenye ako kwa hiyo group. It was just a group of engineers na IT guys, and we did it and we tulichanga. And then on the last time wanatuonesha mahesabu zingine hatuwezi fanyika, and inafanyika when we are going to ile tushajua tushafanya kila kitu. Mi ilinichapa, but there were so many people that needed my help that sikuwaonesha how much I was beaten by that. After spending so much money, spending so much thing, I mean, I spend nightless days to be in this channel. Saa zingine mpaka na moderate when people are not here. That hurt me so bad, na saizi ndo nazisema. But there were so many people that needed me and needed me to be strong. They did not understand how much I was. I was hurt by, after spending all that, watu now after tumwagonga kila side yote yenye tunaweza gonga, because they tried the Dennis Itumbis, and then at the end of the day they come back and say, I mean, wanakuja tu Chebukati now comes in and anasema, oh, this is what it is. The numbers don't even, I mean, numbers don't lie. 1 + 1 is 2. And if I'm wrong, let my mother be wrong, because I know 1 + 1 is 2, and that's what I live for. They came in last minute, yenye tunajua, okay, it's nice. Now we are moving our country. First of all, we have nothing against Uhuru Kenyatta. We have nothing against Uhuru Kenyatta. We have nothing against Ruto. We have nothing against anything. It's something that is about our country. Most of us, and I talk to a lot of people that actually come to me, some of us don't want to be in the United States. Some of us don't want to be in the UK. Some of us don't want to be anywhere. We want a good working justice system and something that is working what it is. And a country that is working, that we don't have to. If kama kuna mtu hapa hivi kwa hii, since we started, or since I even came in, people will tell you that I've always been saying, most of the people out there or out here do not want to be out there. They want to have a country that actually does what it does and needs to be a country of its own. A society, forget about a country, a society that actually does what needs to be done. We cannot be a Mutunga's thing of system ya majambazi forever, because that is what Tom Mboya walked away and said, we start sending people out there so that they can bring the technology back and bring the system back, and also even the social fabric back to our country. And seeing that thing that we are so close to it being taken away, for me, is taking a toll on me. But I think we still can do it. And we have to stop the games, playbooks, and games of playing games of really not understanding what we are doing. Today we have people telling me, I had people call me, almost 4 people telling me, we sunitafutia karatasi nikuje US bana, mi sitaki history ya Kenya. Listen, that was not the dream of Tom Mboya. That was not the dream of people who have fought for this thing, as Mr. Nyumba, who has gone through the trenches and known what the trenches that we've gone through as a Kenya. And the young people, we need to go back and people start, sijui kama civics ilishaga Kenya or what. Kenya is at a place that we don't need to go to the United States. We do not need to export anyone. We need to be importing. I've been saying this since I started coming to this channel. Guys, if we don't watch this, we will go back to a very bad place that we don't understand. And I'm not talking to the people in this channel. I'm talking to the people that listen to us, that are out there, the young people that think of wheelbarrow na vitu za ujinga kama hizo. We are going somewhere that people did not understand where this country, the country that we talk about. I'm saying this country, yes, I'm not in it, but that's the country that has my mother, my grandfather, and everything. We need to stop with the semantics of constitution, education, and everything, but we need to go back and listen. What is our country telling us? Where is our country going to be? And I keep on saying, we need to move from a third world country to a first world country. But the worst enemies of that dream is ourselves. The moment we have people who were to a place where not the engineers, not the mathematicians, not the constitutionalists are going to even demystify the IEBC chairman in making sense of math that does not make sense to even the constitutionalists and the mathematicians of the country, and it doesn't work, and that's the person that is going to tell us who the president is going to be, then we have a big, huge problem. I am not a good person today. I mean, I'm not a very happy person today. But, and you know, watu wananijua hapa hivi, I'm always mtu nachekaga. But to see people, kwanza wakiumiza watu wengine wa Central, I have people in Central that stood with Baba and stood with the right thing, coming in to see IEBC people running away and wanako mpaka wanafichwa na security, they can't even sleep in the same hotel, running from their own country. Ladies and gentlemen, if we keep on going like that, this country that so much of us have fought for, we will lose it. And once we lose it this time, we will go the Congo way, even though Congo wamejitoa na saizi wanataka kuingia the East African nationality na washaingia. We have a chance as Kenya to become the hub, to become the people that actually, because we've already been, and the person that is the president, ule mulikuwa huyo Raila, remember, yeye ndo ameshikilia infrastructure ya Afrika mzima. Let me tell you guys, we have a chance here. Kuna kitu inaitwa the United States of America, yenye kila mtu anataka kuja. But there's also something, hatuwezi ita United States of Africa. But we have been, tumewekwa pale because we have two ports. Uganda yezi kuwa, because it's a landlocked country. I think the people that know me here know that we have always said this. We are there, and that's why we sing two anthems. We sing the national anthem of Kenya, iko na stanza tatu. We also sing normally, hata tukienda mahali bado sasa watu washaanza kujua hata ya East Africa. Gaddafi tried this. We wanted to do our own currency instead of dollars. It's about time that, guys, we understand where we are where we are. If we lose this chance, I'm telling you guys, because of stupidity of somebody wanting to run away because of criminality, yake, and there's still elections and we can see them, that even watu wenye wajaenda shule, the hustlers that they call, wanaweza oneshiwa kitu. Guys, we are going to go to a bad place that we will never get ourselves back. I'm urging Kenyans, please, yes, tutaenda Supreme Court, but I'm urging you, if you have any cause, kila mtu anajua ako nayo evidence, bring it forward so that we bring our country to be where we are. We have the chance to even be the hub and the capital of Africa, because we are moving from a first world country to a third world country. Mugabe, Amanda, we are here. All the African countries are there to get us together, and we've been noted to be the capital, the Washington DC of Africa, so that no one ever in Africa can ever have to go to the US, the East, huko kwenye watu wanaendanga wakitoka Kenya. I'm telling you guys, I'm asking you guys, please, let's watch our country. Tuko nayo. We will lose it. It will go to Tanzania, na tutakuwa hapa hivi tukilia because of something stupid that we could have held and put it there, and it was there. Numbers don't lie. I'm begging you guys, I am not a good person. I'm not a happy person of what is happening, but I'm very focused, and I think we are going to get it if at least we can focus instead of focusing on the negative, focusing on the positive. Thank you.
Okay, Joshua Mark.
Yes, how are you, Mr. Makiadi? Today I've resurfaced after 7 days of torture. At least leo naweza nikaamka kidogo. But then I haven't gone to work for the last 7 days. It hasn't really affected me. And I just decided to take a leave just to relax and think of the next move. It has really hurt me so hard. I'm trying to come up to my senses, but things are not that okay. So I just want to ask God to mpatie nguvu. Huyu kipara huyu ametumiza sana. Huyu kipara huyu Chebukati huyu, he has really affected so many Kenyans because people had a lot of expectation this time that you're going to have a free and fair election, but it was one of the worst election ever in the history of Kenya. But sometimes I just want to blame our leaders, both this, especially in Azimio and in Kenya Kwanza. You know, sometimes leaders, they do forget. And especially now, I want to blame our deputy president, that is Martha Karua. I'm going to say this, wherever he is, he should just hear this. We had a peaceful election 2022, where we had a free and fair election. 2007, Martha Karua was one of those people who engineered rigging out Raila 2007. And that is where everyone now, to 2013, the team that were coming in, they know, yes, we can now rig. 2013 was rigged because 2007 was rigged. 2002, we had a very wonderful election. Everybody celebrated. 2007, the same Martha Karua, than standing for the truth, they fixed in Kibaki. Now, 2013, they say, yes, we can rig election. It was rigged. 2017, they said, yes, election can be rigged. They rigged. 2022, they said, now we need to rig this thing in a camera. They rigged. And I don't expect one day rectangular, because you're still in this country, to cry that election has been rigged. I'll not even want to hear anything with rectangular, because they saw this thing is a lawyer, then defending, they were part of this rigging of election. So I'll not even expect even a single day, because we're still in this country, whether rectangular or Mudavadi, they should not come one day and claim that election has been rigged, maybe maybe 2027, 2032, because our leaders are the one who are letting us down. You know, Kenyans are really struggling to have a country that is a democratic country. People woke up in the morning, they voted peacefully, and people had a lot of expectation. I was in the queue that day. People were really peaceful, but now our leaders are the one who are letting us down. And the way Mata said, in the next 10 years, we'll have one of the worst country ever, because I'm telling you, 2027, if maybe Ruto return to the power, I'm telling you, he'll still the president. Ruto will not link his power with only one term. He has to go 2 terms. So to me, as a person, I'll not vote, because I know that Ruto will still rig himself in. So I'll not vote, because why should I vote? Because if they did it 2007, they did it 2013, 2017, 2022, why not 2027? So I'm still saying, and I'm still repeating, that our leaders have let us down. Unless our leaders decide that they're going to bury this thing known as rigging. And everyone, this is a time that I knew that if Raila could have won this election, I was going to request him that in any case 2027, the election will be conducted, and maybe he has not captured the power, back the capture. He should just link the power. I knew that that was my message I won't tell Raila. But unfortunately, it is Ruto. And I know that Ruto must retain power 2027. That's a must. He must retain power. So we should expect, in any case, Ruto retain power. I don't see something good out of this. But I'm still saying that our leaders have let us down. And I'm saying this, and wherever Mother Karua is, she must listen to this, that is the one who let us down 2007. Because if she could have stood for the truth.
Let's concentrate in the present, my friend.
No, Kusei, let's just speak the truth. We are now doing an analysis. We are really suffering because of impunity of this country. Like me right now, I've suffered because of impunity of our leaders. Wetangula, the people who have engineered, this election to be rigged. And he's a lawyer. Tomorrow, he will come and start saying that election will be rigged. And the people who have engineered rigging of this election. So our leaders are really letting us down. And as young Kenyans, we need to come out and stand for the truth and say no to our leaders. Because our leaders are really messing up this country. Many people really cried. I mean, by the way, I didn't know that election can just be rigged like that. I knew very well, because by 12 noon on Monday, I was already been told that Raila is going to be declared. I spoke with some of my friends who were in Bomas. They told me that now Raila is being declared, and I kept on calling that friend of mine. I kept on calling him each and every time, and at some point he became bitter. He told me that you have told you, get my words. If you don't get my words, then don't call me again. Raila will be declared by 3 p.m. So I was shocked. By up to now, when I went back and called that friend of mine, himself was also shocked. So we cannot leave a country. This is a coup. That was a coup. You know, sometimes people don't know what's a coup. That was a coup because they were taking powers by force. Raila won this election, and something justice that Raila could have been given and be declared as a president of Kenya. But I'm shocked that just within 3 hours, things turned, and Chebukati was wild, and he decided to declare.
Wind up, Joshua.
Yes, I'm winding up. He went up declaring Ruto. So Makiadi, mi mpaka saizi bado naumia, na I think that for the next 7 days I have to mourn for siku 7 tena, So just let me. I'm really suffering. Thank you very much.
Let me go to Stone PK, then we come to you, Mato, in a minute. Okay, go ahead, Mato.
And Makiadi, you know, I normally don't do that, but on today I'm gonna go out of character to say this. I want to support the man that just said what he said. Listen, it's a historical moment, and that's how you know this was a coup. And I want everybody that listens to us and that has been listening to us for a long time. It's never happened in a country or even in our country that kila mtu ashajipanga pale, tunaimba patriotic music, zingine hata za kina Square Moi, and then everybody is so happy, and then watu wanaanza kupigana, viti zinaanza kurushwa, even with international watu wamekuja huko and everything. The day is working so well that whole drama happens in a minute, and then the next thing you find the person who's the electoral board mwenye anafaa kutangaza, wanaenda wanarudi wote wawili wamekaa pamoja next to next, seat to seat. My friends, if you guys don't see it, I don't understand when you guys will ever see what really happened that day, because that was a coup, and I accept. Na mwenye ametoka kusema saizi ni nani huyu? Joshua, I accept with you, Buddha, kula mbili kwangu, because that was not, listen, every international person was there, all the people were there, and let me tell you, even the four wenye mnasema ni rogue, wenye wanasemwa ni rogue, the four were there ready to give out something, and then they all ran wakaenda Serena. Guys, if you don't see that, there's no way I can help you. Something happened that day. It was messed up, and as a country, is being watched by the international community, because we don't leave Kenya by itself. It's being watched, and guys, if you don't be smart and watch what happened, kama ilikuwa tunajua tuende kuwasha mtu, hatungekuwa huko sisi wote, watu wameosha manguo zao, kuna mtu angetoka kwa nyumba yake aende, shida ikuwe huko hivyo. It was done, dusted, na walikuwa wanaenda kuwasha mtu. So what really happened that day, I am ashamed of my country. And let me say it, sijakuwa nikisema because kuna watu, they depend on me here to give them some courage. Kuna watu wako so beaten up by that. Nawaambianga, but guys, take heart, we will go for it. That was a shame for a country that is revered, that hata ilisimamisha war in Somalia. Well, America igeza Black Hawk Down iliangukaga. A country like that, that was a big shame, and we need to be ashamed as Kenyans to pull a move like that. And people will have to answer, and we will make them answer. Mark my word.
Let me go to Stone PK before nikuje kwa voice. Nakuja kwako voice. Stone PK.
Okay, thank you, Brother Richie. I have two exercises nataka kupatia panel. Ya kwanza ningetaka nielezewe, Kosea alikuwa ameeleza vizuri about Form 34A and then the Form 34B. I would want maybe when he comes back to demonstrate with the figures, assuming our Form 34A has 200 votes. Imekuja. I want to hear what is it that was happening at, or what was supposed to happen at Bomas of Kenya. Figuratively, tusifanye tu theory. Oh, thank you, Kusel. I hope you heard what I'm asking. I would want you to demonstrate in a very, very briefly with the figures. You can use abstract figures. A Form 34A comes from a polling station called Stone PK. arrive Bomas, of course, via, I hear there is a direct route to Bomas, and then there's kuna kule imepitia constituency also. So at Bomas, what happens to Form 34A and what happens to Form 34B? I mean, what is it that happened? Let's not just talk of verification. What is it? What actually, if I was there looking, what would I see happening? Because Kenyans are really confusing each other. So what happened? What is this called verification? What, yes, that. And then number two, as we are speaking now, I have not had time to check. Do we have 346,000 or something from 34As in the server that now I can go access and pull it, or if I want to engage people to do that? Okay. And yeah, those two questions first before I proceed, just to help.
Okay.
You see,
Let me do this, Kuse. Let me give Voice 1 minute, and then we'll come to you.
Yeah, thank you, Makiadi. Hi, Matindeto. Nice to see you, Joshua and Simon. We have not met before with Simon, I think. And Joshua, I wanna encourage you. I wanna give you some tips that maybe you should hear. I heard your submission about Mother Karua and about the thing. Okay, I think what I believe is that maybe we were not we were only raised up in this ideology of succeeding, success. But what they haven't teach us is how to fall effectively. How to fall effectively. It's good to support an ideology, but you should not be a blamer. You should not use blame. That's every decision you take, you should take what we call responsibility of your decision, and that's what is very important. I believe that you are a very good person, and you might be working in a hospital if I'm not wrong, but I want to give you something that maybe as an encouragement. This is not a time to lament. Instead of, I will advise you as your brother that please don't blame. It's not our time to blame. Let's not blame our leaders. Let's not blame ourselves, but let's pull our socks. It's a time of crisis, whereby I said it here before. I said that in China, grammar or whatever, they don't have a word in their this dictionary that means crisis. The only word that means crisis to them, it's opportunity. This should be your opportunity to pull up your socks and get up and fight. This is not time to blame, oh, my leader. You are a leader. We are leaders. You are born a leader. You have a gift to give us. Give us your gift. Stop lamenting. Stop crying. Stop complaining about Bomas. We all saw what happened. Yes, it's a civil coup. Yes. But you have a part to play in this. You have it, bro. You have that part. Instead of blaming, oh, they have done this, they have done it. It's our time to change it. Do you know why you're feeling heartbroken about it? Because you are born to fix it. You are born to fix it, not your leaders. You are a leader too. I need your gift, brother. I need Martin Deto's gift. I need Stone Piquet's ideas. I need Kuseo. That's what every one of us is important in this planet, on this panel. To share our gifts, to share ideology, not blame game, not blamers. We are not a generation. We are not gonna build another generation of blamers. Oh, you will start sounding like those people who are blaming Uhuru right now. Oh, Uhuru is not speaking. Oh, why? Let's not sound like UDA here. Sound like a man, like a leader. You are a leader. Wake up, man. Your future is not behind you, neither is it beside you or your future is right kept inside you. You are a seed. A seed doesn't grow without creating its own roots. So a seed is the future of a seed is inside that seed. So grow, come on, give me your gift, I give you mine. We share gifts. We are here to share gifts. Stop blaming leaders. We are leaders. Everyone is a leader in its gifted area. You have a gift, give me it. Come on, right now. We are in the time of crisis. We are on that time of crisis where we need each other right now. Stop blaming people. Thank you so much. I love you. Go back to work. Go back to work. Wake up. Rise up. It shine again. Long might be a night, but the day has come. Come on, let's go to work.
Okay. Okay.
Richie, can I just special at the risk of being sent to quarantine? Boys, I've listened to you for a couple of days. I need your number. Can you put it on the private chat, please? I really need your number because that's the spirit that I want for people to get into. And I like to hear somebody who's more focused like that. Please, nieke kwa private chat.
Aya. Thank you. What I'll do is somebody's mic is on.
Hello.
Okay, Kuseo, respond to PK's questions, and then we can go to Saimo Amengoja sana hapo. Tafadhali, we'll still come back. If you don't exhaust, we'll still come back to you.
Oh, okay. Anyway, just to comment lightly on what Voice is saying is that from where I come from, whenever you are in a problem, make sure that 70% of addressing the issue focuses on the forward. Now, if you listen to what Mark was talking about, he's going back to issues and which took place some time back. People have even come together, they have apologized, some have even Ometubu, you know. This is not the time to open up issues which are not helping anybody going forward. So let's focus on going forward. And especially for some of us who understand exactly how this thing happened. If you don't have the information, you should let it rest. Wait for when they are disclosed or when they are discussed. Then you are able to go forward. Now, Mark, I think to put a blame here, to share the blame and put it on somebody here, is not fair. And from listening to you, it's like you don't know exactly how this thing happened. For some of us, really have a little of what happened, and Mama is very far away from what happened. Anyway, to deal with what Stone was talking about. Stone, remember, from 34 A's come from polling stations. So from polling station K, L, M, N, each of them will generate a Form 34A. Now, the polling station from 34As eventually will congregate, end up at the constituency level. At the polling stations, you have the PO, isn't it? And then at the constituency level, you have the RO. I believe so. Because there is also the county level. At constituency level, you have the RO. And I believe even at the county level, you should have an RO. If we have 290 constituencies, that means that you have 290 ROs. Now, I was trying to avoid talking about this because you know that this matter is going to the Supreme Court. So I'll try and say as little as I can because just know for our sake is that the Form 34A for the presidential vote originates from the constituency, from the polling station level. Now, at that point, some things can go wrong, some things can go right. It all depends on how the riggers engineer this thing. There are certain, that is why the sort of rigging which takes place in a stronghold normally are very well planned, are very well schemed, with that in mind, that it is a stronghold. So you'll find certain rigging schemes are best and they work well in a stronghold. So if polling station K is a stronghold, you may well find that the people who are playing ball there are the POs, the agents, and other people associated with it. And you remember, as you, I think you are one of the people who pointed out that there were no agents. Now, the moment you have no agents, it opens up the place for very many other malpractices. So those ones will go there. But from the little that we have learned, especially because the Form 34A ends up in 34B, which ends up at Bomas, most of the issues were around the ROs. Now, by the time you realize, by the time the RO is dealing with these things, the scheme kit, the transmission has already taken place at polling station level. Now, whatever would be changed or amended, like I was saying that, take for example, Jikoya as a polling station picker, he has 50 votes. Now, by the time it ends up at the constituency level, 9 has appeared in front of the 5. So it is 950. Your agent, which witnessed what was transmitted, his form as 50. I don't know whether that makes you get what I'm saying. So now you find Chebukati is at Boma, he's saying, hey, returning officers, can you bring those Form 34As and Form 34Bs? Now the form which is calling original, and you had that is what in the first press conference that was offered by the DP, he kept emphasizing that Kenyans can see the server. Kenyans can see the server. And the original is what was added. This is simple addition. Do you remember? I don't know whether you watched it. Anybody can add these things. He adds and finds, I'm the winner. IEBC has been very transparent. I must congratulate them. Those were his words. Now, from what I've just described to you about the 50 has become 950. Now, Chebukati is waiting for the regional form at Bomas. So what form shows up there is the 950. The 950 has been used to consolidate or to work out the Form 34B, among other similar issues around other polling stations. Now, then you can imagine what you have at Bomas. Now, what did the Maina Kai case say about the forms in terms of verification? In the event that you find that the transmitted copy disagrees with the presented original copy, which one do you choose? The physical. I think you can see where we are heading. You can see where we are heading. Now, our friends at Bomas, the ones now at the floor, they are doing the verification. They are checking what has come on the original Form 34B, which is 34A and B, which are there. And they compare it. You remember, even the 34Bs are transmitted. From the transmission circle I watched from IEBC, even those ones are transmitted. So there is a copy sitting somewhere at IEBC or an electronic copy. So if you are at the floor of Bomas, you are checking, where's the original is this? What I want to hope is that they were not looking at the portal. But according to the speakers who have come before us, they are saying they check the portal, they see what is posted there. Now, in the event you find the original you are holding is not agreeing with the electronic copy, what you are supposed to do is to note it. You can't change it and just leave it like that. You note it and present it to the commissioners. So the commissioners are supposed to make a decision at that level. I think based on the threshold. Based on the threshold of what they have. So at that level, once we have done with the constituency X, what happens? It is given to the commissioner who is ready. Go and read it to the plenary, Huko, at the floor of Bomas. The so-called verification is mean that we have seen what is in there, we have noted what we need to note, we are moving on. Now, you do realize from the 4 commissioners that a number of issues were brought up during the verification by political parties on the discrepancies. Now, they were told, let's just finish the verification, then we'll deal with it. Now, after verification, what happened? The forms went to the back end, the way the commissioners are saying, and they started totally doing the tallying. Now, they will add them up, and then present the... They'll add them up, and then present it to the commissioners at the plenary. So ideally, the commissioners are supposed to discuss, this is what we have in the server, this is what we have on the Form 34 original. Wow, the figures are not agreeing. What do we do? Remember, the Constitution does not allow you to amend or add anything. But as commission, you can, depending on the magnitude of the problem, you can even say, hey, since it is even exceeding the number of registered voters, this one we better even not accommodate it here. So those decisions are supposed to be discussed at the plenary. Now, this is now the back end where these fellows are saying they were given a blackout.
Hold on. Wacha tupatie Simon nafasi kwanza ongea. He's been here for a while na hajasema kitu. Simon.
Habari zenu. It's nice to see you. I think the only person that is new to me is Voice, and I really love his energy. He sounds very focused. I love it. I love it. I agree. At this portion, at this time is the wrong time to apportion blames, and the emotions are still very high. We are still trying to manage the same. But the truth be said, my professional original, I'm a builder. I build all kind of buildings, houses, small, big. And if you are building a house and it develops a problem, you have to know what was the root cause of the problem so that you can fix it. Otherwise, if you don't look at the cause of the problem, you're not going to know how to fix it. This is the same with this kind of problem that we are facing in Kenya right now, which we have been facing since 1963, the independence. So we have to go and look where did the rain start beating us? Because we can go round about it, and continue like our friends have been telling us. And Makiu have been on the other side saying the same. Naambia watu wenye wame lose, agree and move on. Let's move on. Yeah, let's move on. But as we say, let's move on. What problem have we solved? What are we setting? I'll give you an example. I have grown kids in the mid-20s, and I'm not in the country, so I'm outside the country. And when I go back, as sometimes they lose their jobs and they are so desperate, they have to be asking for money for me all the time, which is something you don't like. You want them to be dependent. But I asked them. We talked about politics, and they have been telling me, if do I know somebody? Do I know? Because they feel like I know people in the government. Do I know people in the government that can help them get positions? And then I always ask them, what would you do if you get a place that a lot of money is gonna come your way? And they are very straightforward. They tell me they're gonna steal it. That's the only way that you can get rich in Kenya. Everybody in Kenya, for you to get rich, you have to steal. This is the country that we have built. I'm talking of my own kids. I have talked with my nephews, my nieces. one of them literally told me she's going for. I asked her, "What course are you taking?" She told me she's taking a course called Tedapreneur. I don't know whether you guys have heard about it. I'm sure you have. Tedapreneur. I said, "What? I have never heard of that." And she said, you come to this country all the time because I go 4 or 5 times back home. And she said, that entrepreneur, this it's procurement. When you go to college and do procurement, when you get a job, you get the source of money. That's where you'll be able to steal. This is a girl, my niece, that she's 19 years old. This is the kind of generation that we are bringing to ourselves. Let me say this. I know how PK talks. I'm like with PK. I'm so upset with us as a country agreeing on things going wrong as we watch and agreeing that that is the right way to go. I have seen people coming in this country where I am and tell me, and I help them do a lot of things, and I tell them, do you know our country is made up of very corrupt people? And they refuse. Grown-up men like me in their 40s, 50s, 60s, they deny completely that we are rotten. Our country is rotten. There's one guy, I know you have seen that video, that has gone viral. I think this guy is right. He says we need to completely overhaul the country. Kenya inataka ikatakatwa vipande vidogo vidogo hivi, put in the factory and be rebuilt again because we are completely rotten. Completely tumeisha kabisa. For example, tuliambiwa, if you listen to some of these political analysts, you will hear that especially people who are back at home, you will know what they are talking about. I listened to one guy about 6 months ago. He is called Professor Herman Manyora, and he said, I don't know even whether he remembers, but he said that Kenyan elections will be stolen. That's about 6 months ago. And they will be stolen in the polling stations. And what Quisera has been talking about is the same thing. They have been stolen at the polling station. You can hear, especially Central, the stronghold. We haven't even touched Rift Valley. We don't know what they have done. But we know that they have done a lot. Let me give a few examples. In Gatanga, it has come very clear that Raila got 15,070 votes. What does the Form 34B show? What does the Form 34A show? It shows that he got 5,070. 10,000 votes were deleted. They were switched and they were given to Ruto. His original vote was 41,050. And now, if you look at the 41 from 34A, it shows 51,050. That is an additional 10,000. But if you just look, if you're not careful enough, the votes they're gonna tally, and that is where the trick is. They're gonna tally because the total votes are the addition of the 51,000 and the 15,000, which is about 66,120. So what does that mean? They just need, because these people that they are working for somebody. They just switch the votes. The tally, the total becomes the same. Go to Gatondo. Raila got 12,290. What does the from 34A say? 2,290. 10,000. Thin air, gone. Just switch them. Where does the 10,000 go to? They are switched to Ruto. What did happen to Juja? Juja had registered vote. That was the registered votes, 132,000. What was the turnout? We were told it's 86,256. Rejected votes, 342. So the votes but when you get the actual number of the votes that are there, these are the figures: 62,280 for Ruto. For Raila, 32,192. Wajakoyo, 498. Maore, 352. Total, 95,156. The people that voted is 85,914. The difference, more people voted. The Form 34A shows 9,242 more people, more than the ones that voted. So we are only talking about 3 constituencies, and I'm giving you a figure of 29,242,000. 3 constituencies in Central. We haven't even touched that whole lot of. We haven't touched all the other 29 constituencies in Central. You tell me that this country should not be turned into little place, put in a posho mill, itoagwe kabisa and made afresh. Tell me why we shouldn't do that. Just tell me why. Arabu mnatuambia we move on. You tell us we move on. How do we move on?
Simon, I agree with you, but
how do we move on?
Simon,
yeah,
I agree with you, but your solution is too drastic.
No, you know what I mean.
No,
you
but
just don't
Jose,
know
what Simon is saying, people are mad. Even me, and you know I'm a very tolerant person. I am mad. You've never seen me come out venye nimekuja leo. It's so sad when you take grown-up people and you bring some stupid things, and now we have to be tolerant with everything. We cannot be anymore. And I think that's what he's saying.
He's been told to accept and move on.
Sasa nimesikia me, I have loved Laida for a long time, but I have never paid a close attention to see exactly what really happened. I have paid very, very close attention. Nimeona vile amekuwa akifanywa, and I am saying, I don't care what tribe you are, I don't care. I just need mtu yoyote akisimama, and this is the precedent that we're gonna form for our country. Mtu yoyote akisimama kiti yoyote afanyiwe kama mwingine. This is not wewe ukifikiria kama the people we always tell uende kwa duka saa hii unga I was in Kenya 6 months ago, the unga ya ugali ilikuwa 125 130 around there. Saa hii ni 250. My family is there, I know how much they pay. Biu na wanaitisha pesa na wauliza kwani hizi vipesa kwani tell me vitu zimepanda, napewa receipt. I believe it, I can see it. So the thing is this, the country, abu angalia enda Laikipia kwa Governor Derito Mureithi, one polling station iko na 119 iko na 119%. What turnout in 119%. Another polling station 103%, another one 186%. Sasa hii ni country gani mnataka to run? What country do you want us to learn here? Mi nilikuwa nimesema before hii kitu itangazwa, mi nilikuwa nimesema, and I know I'm not a warmonger, but nilikuwa nimesema everything should be on the table. These people should not be allowed to rule. We cannot be ruled by this kind of people. Everything should be on the table. Wakati tulipata uhuru, we had to fight for it. If you guys want to be coward, we are not going to fight. Wacha tuanze na vita ya kuongea. If it doesn't work, let's talk about something else.
Makiadi,
haiwezi kuwa hivyo all the time. It can't be like this all the time. We can't allow it. Why are you allowing it? Kwa nini mnaongea na upole hivyo as if something nice has been done to us? What happens to your brother later is going to happen to you and your family. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. I was in Kenya during Moi's rule. Everywhere. Nairobi, everywhere. Afya Center. Where? Moi Avenue. Masimo, kila mahali. Unaenda in the street, back street, watu wanakunya huko ndani. There was nowhere. That's where we are going back. Believe me, that's where we are going back. Chokora wamejaa kila mahali. Askari anakushika na kutoa. Mimi sasa kutolewa, askari ametoa kofia kwa kichwa, viatu, and the police. That's where we are going back. We either have to confront it with very serious vigor, ama we go back there. Our country can be worse than Somalia. I'm telling you, friends. It can be worse than Southern Sudan. It can. Let's not allow it. Let's fight. Let's have everything on the table. I'm done.
Thank you.
Haya,
Semo, there's something, you know, I'm a very easygoing person, like you've given me something to go for it, man. Thank you for that, because I've wanted to say that what you just said, but because sometimes, you know, I'm an easy guy. Yoki tumeongea, and I want people to listen to what you just said, because it can be only one time, and then we lose our country.
Mato, ngoja. Kuna watu wamekaa hapa sana. Msi-unmute mic mkiongea, mnapatia mtu anamaliza nafasi, kuongea kwanza ndio at least tusonge. So mki-interrupt ama mki-interject katikati ya presentation ya mtu will end up prolonging that presentation. So let's be brief. If it's your first time kupeana presentation, I'll give you more time. But kama kuna kitu ya kuongea katikati, tafadhali inua mkono, we'll give you a minute and then we go on, so that at least kila mtu aongee. Haya, Voice, we ninakupatia dakika moja ndio tuende kwa Bundi.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. Thank you so much, Brother Simon. That was a very good one of the solution that I was talking about that we should bring on table. Right now, we are out of solution. I know that if you're not part of the problem, then if you're not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. And if you are not part of the problem, then you may be part of the solution. That's what we should do. I want to condemn something before I go on, Makiadi. Allow me. I want to condemn something done by Mr. G. I don't know, G. Who I think those behavior, we need to condemn those kind of behavior. G came here and insult Mzee Nyumba, and that's our Mzee. That is a generation that we want to refuse. The Sipangwingwi system, that one is not good. G is not good. Insulting Mzee and call him names. No, we don't call names our Mzee, and that's where we go wrong. When I'm talking about Raila Odinga leadership or presidency, I'm not talking about impossibility. Neither am I talking about miracles. It's not a matter of miracle. Miracles are for babies. I'm talking about a revolutions of ideas. Everything we see around the country that you guys are in right now used to be ideas from people just like you. And those kind of revolution thoughts, those kind of if you study every leader that is known, every man who stands for something, he had an idea just like yours. He had a gift. And that's what I was talking about here. I don't think that we have to spend all the time talking about figures or something, lamenting or whatever. I want to condemn such kind of things. Let's keep on giving and sharing ideas. Ideas, if you don't have an idea, then kick off, man. Give us ideas. Give us ideas. Let's give ideas. We are in the court of law right now, where we need ideas to conquer. It's a matter of evidence, and then we have to find more solutions to accompany everything. The all thing. We need this thing. We need right now. We need this time to go to succeed. So the success is guaranteed. I'm not talking about impossibility. I believe where there is strong ideas the moment that Kenya will not believe, will take Raila as a president or someone who wants presidency. I don't. I'm sorry. Just 1 second.
I have to cut you guys short because I'm giving you an opportunity to give just a 1 minute remark, and if you go over that, then I'll have to cut you short.
Okay, it's okay.
So wind up in
okay.
30 seconds. 30 seconds, wind up. And yeah, just wind up 30 seconds.
When we keep on viewing these leaders as the only one to take that journey, or we think that they're hungry power people, then we are wrong. Raila is not a hungry power people person. It's all evidence out there. So if we may support him with our ideas, in our gifts, I think we will succeed in this. It doesn't matter where you are. This world has come together. We can communicate. Remember, right now we are communicating. Everyone is where he is, but we can give ideas. That was just my point for 30 seconds. As much as I had all other things to say, but I just want to say, please, let's keep on point. Give us points. Give us ideas, strong ideas, please. Thank you.
Okay. Stone PK umesema kuna 1 minute. Ama nipatie Honorable Bundi. I want us to give the newcomers an opportunity to present also. Okay, Safi. So Honorable Bundi, karibu. I'll give you 3 minutes each, and then we can have an open forum. I think the studio is full. Endelea.
Let me say good morning here, all of you. Wacha nianze nikisema ile inchali Raila ako naye pia mimi niko naye, nilikuwa pia kwa election. Got 7,014 votes. Na winner yangu alipata 7,021. That means alinishinda na kura 7. Nilikubali, nikaambia watu wangu wasonge mbele. Nilitulia rais. Kuna 3 boxes simejaa nini zangu simepatikana somewhere. We have gathered them together with Raila's votes. So now we are heading to court. Sikuwa nimefikiria hayo. But karibu kura zangu 2,000 na siko, cause it was like a dream. Sikuwa nishindwe. But I'm relaxed because I know I'm going to be hand over, and nitapewa hiyo kitu ilikuwa yangu. Tusonge mbele mambo ya Raila. Kitu ya kwanza, Raila hakutaka kuipiwa uchaguzi ndio akue rais. Alikuwa anataka asinde uchaguzi na haki. Ndio maana nasikia wengi mitaani wakisema alikuwa na deep state, mbona itamsaidia. Raila has been saying all over, I want free and fair election. And that's the Kenya we are building for tomorrow. I think mkimunukuu, hiyo ndio mambo yake kila wakati. Hakuna mtu anachukia Ruto. Ruto ni Mkenya. Lakini pia tunataka pia nkeshinda ashinde na haki, pia tumuunge mkono, tuseme watu wanakupenda zaidi, wanapenda haki yako zaidi, umeshinda kura, enda naye. Sitaki kuongelea mambo mingi yenye sijui. Wacha niongee kwa ward yangu ambayo inaitwa Mountain View constituency, ambao iko na neighbor yake inaitwa Kitusuru. Sorry, that's a ward, not a constituency. Iko under Western constituency. Kuna ward inaitwa Kitusuru. Turnout was 60%. Lakini zile kura zimehesabiwa ni 80-something%. Kile kitu sijasikia, hata kama nimeingia mahali ya mchaongelea hapa sana. Kura za Wachakoya singefika 1,300. And this one I'm sure, and it's going to come out. Wachakoya kura zake mahali silienda, Bisimamata now is heading to court. We don't to talk a lot, but that's not exactly figure for Wachakoya. For Mwaura, I lose like that something thousand. And that is the fact. Tati Kitusuru, we never got the 80%. Now, where are these votes? And I can assure you today, what's going to happen? We are not going for election. We are going for recount. Let other side not celebrate a lot. They might be having a paper in their hand. They might not having a certificate. We need a recount. We want to confirm the real votes. Hizi ni saa nani na hizi ni saa nani. Kwa ile karatasi imemakiwa mwenye alimakiwa. Now where's change? We want to know the spoiled votes. After that, we do the totality. Then, mwenye alishinda apewe haki yake. I know that's going to happen. I am asking and I'm watching my supporters and our friends like our Stone PK and others. Kindly calm down. It's not over until it's over. I understand the pain. I understand how everybody's aggrieved. Just relax. Everything is gonna be okay. Mr. Ruto alichipanga in one way or another. I think Stone PK, you remember, even Ruto Makiandai was here, when I was complaining, our returning officer, how comes when I talk about the mocha water, around 3/4? I complained here in this platform. How comes? Anyway, as much as this guy is very smart, and if he's smart on that way, we don't know where this country will go. The way Simon is saying, it's not easy to have this guy as a president. It is not easy. The other day you asked, Mr. Nyoro was saying, mimi nimetoka kwa nyumba na bibi yangu na watoto. Tumeenda into a one stream. Tumevote. Lakini kura nimepata moja. Does it mean my wife wako nipigia na mtoto yangu? Surely. Hata msichana wa kazi.
That's
na tumerudi naye kwa you know, this is an obvious question. Now, as one of the politicians who went through that, in fact, I was okay until yesterday when I saw this is what happened. And I was very much okay. Nimeandrea kazi yangu. Sina neno, because I know it was my first time to contest. I was having no issue. But only to realize somebody asked me, Brand, vitabu ilitembea, wengine wanajipiga kifua, wameenda wamekunywa ile furaha, wametoa evidence, wamesema vile iko, atumewatuma na watu wetu wako sopa, wanakunywa macho, wanawadanganya, wanakunywa pombe, they have to come out with evidence. Actually, we have even one of the remaining book. What we want is not just a recount. After recount, we want somebody to go to custody. Reason, it was easy to awake dunia into bloodshed. It was very easy. We must return terror, but for this one, somebody must face the full face of terror. I don't want to talk a lot of time. I want to take exactly 3 minutes to say. But let me finish saying this. Calm down. Nothing is happening. Everybody knows. Even Ruto himself knows what happened. Kama Chebukati aliweka vitu aliweka ya wenyewe kwa mfuko, lazima angefanya hivyo pia mhurumie, kwa sababu you can see the way those guys went into bombers. Behind the cameras, we don't know what happened. Italiambiwa leta sahi hapa ama utangaze, we don't know. Yeye kama aliingia pale kusaidia Wakenya, aseme ukweli, asirudishe Kenya yetu kwa damu, hatuhitaji kumwaga damu sisi. Ahesabu kura vile zilipiwa. Kama Ruto alishinda, let the IEBC ituonyeshe this is what happened. Hapa zilipiwa hivi na hivi ndio ilihesabiwa. Hizi ni za Ruto, hizi ni za Mwaura, hizi ni Wajakoya. Alafu tuhesabu vizuri. Tukimaliza kuhesabu, Supreme Court itangaze. And I have no doubt Raila Amolo Odinga is going to be given a president of this country. That is it. Na alishinda over 900,000 votes, which is 52% That one is there, we know. Ndio maana hata mchaona hata chabrifu anything about security, nothing is happening about him. Yeye ni kelele anapiga, piga kelele ukichua what is happening. Something is going to change and it's going to be a really breaking news. What yenye mliona juzi hii. Breaking news is coming soon. This 18 days, wakiweka hii petition, let us become, let us preach peace, and that's what I'm gonna say for today. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. Kiinua mkono sasa 30 seconds. Nataka tumalizie hao wenye wamekuja. 30 seconds, Simon. 30 seconds.
Thank you so much, Makiendi. I wanted to ask Honorable Budi 2 questions. Number one, you have said that these votes need to be counted, and that is a preempting what the Supreme Court gonna do, and we hope that's gonna happen. So my first question is, who is gonna be counting these votes? Is it the same people that made the same mistake with the same commissioners? That's my question number one. Number two, right now, the way things are coming out, a lot of information coming out, a lot of those bad things that happen coming out, is the Azimio side especially aware that the other side is also thinking what might happen? And as a result, are the votes, I believe they are put in boxes. That's what I saw the last time I voted. That was I have been seeing on the TV. Are the votes on the boxes, forget about Form 34, A or B or whatever, are they secure? And who is securing? Those are the questions that I would like Honorable Budi to answer to us.
Let me answer you the first question, whether who is going to count. What I know and what I understand, they are not going to be counted at what or constituency level. Those presidential votes must be carried all along to Nairobi. That's one. Two, the issue of security of these votes. Ile kitu najua at the moment, there is nothing the government of Kenya doing. They are taking care of those votes. If anything is being tampered with, it must be known. There is a lot of work you can do if you want to do any tampering of that paper. But either you remove it from inside, it may come less, or it become no more. It's not easy to tamper with that paper. That one I can assure you. It's not ever to tamper with that seal. What is it? Once it has been sealed. Now the time of recount, the Azimio side will be arrowed in with some people. The court, Supreme Court, should arrow some people to witness. The Ruto side will arrow some people, and any other teams which will be arrowed in court to contest. But what RSCK and others, but what I know, it must be recounted, and here in Nairobi, the court will decide where to put those papers. Either they come on bulks, maybe come with 3,000, we count, they get somewhere and then we count, but they must be counted. If that is how the court will go to loan. If they go to rerun or a fresh election, I don't know. But what is here is not about free election. That is a big budget for no reason, because of somebody. We know it is going to be that one. Don't get even afraid of it. we don't have that much time. These people would do, even if the same people who want to count, kutakuwa na macho ngine. And again, Asimi also failed us in one way or another. Look at Rift Valley. No single agent. Somebody somewhere failed this mzee. Because kuna mtu alikuwa wa budgeting, and that's where I don't conga with this Switchunet Mohammed. Kerere mingi, batus mingi.
Okay. I'm gonna stop it there. I think
Okay.
yeah, I think we have to move forward. But I want just to make a remark. I don't think if the Supreme Court orders a recount, we are going to have the recounting of over 14 million. They don't do it like that. I might stand to be corrected. There's a way that they do sampling. But that is
Makadi, what they do, you must come up with specifics.
Areas.
Yeah.
Okay.
They only go once you approve. First of all, you must prove there is a case, and then they'll have to make a ruling whether the case you have presented necessitates or justifies that recount. But they only go for the specific areas where you have evidence to show that you have a case.
Yeah, and it all depends whether you want a recount or you want a recount. It depends on
exactly.
Yeah, it depends on what you want to bring before the
should know a recount is not always not normally a solution, because you have no idea where these things were secured after the election.
Okay. Let me go to Douglas. Jameni, wacheni tusonge haraka tumalize hapa Mato. Hold on. Douglas, mimi nitakupatia dakika 3. I want us tufike kwa mtu wa mwisho. Ndio tuwe na open forum, tafadhali.
Okay. I'll try to be quick. First of all, I think it is clear these elections were not credible. Even the past 4 elections in Kenya have not been credible. IEBC is corrupt. The agents are corrupt, and that's how they deliver the results they deliver. It's important for this case to be taken to the Supreme Court, because justice has to be seen, and the process has to be seen where things went wrong and where things were manipulated and everything, just like it did last time. You don't get tired of pursuing justice, because by pursuing justice, you're showing people that this is a system that some people are supporting because they think it favors their candidates. So they're supporting a system that they don't know will come and bite them again if other people get into power and come up with their own system. We want a system that is free and fair, where everyone can actually vie for political position. And if you are popular, you are popular, and you're elected to an elected position. But if you're not, the numbers show. But this system whereby things are just manufactured, that people have become so confident that they are winning, that they, because of manufacturing whatever numbers, it's something that has to be revealed in the Supreme Court case. We will hear it, and the Supreme Court, of course, will have to give a verdict based on the evidence that is provided. One thing I'd like to say is that Raila, the case of Raila Odinga is going to be, a case example in this country, just to show what tribalism and media brainwashing has done to the people of Kenya. And I'm seeing this has also been sold very well to the youth, because the youth have adopted this system as well. Whatever propaganda they've been sold by the media in their local language or whatever, they've been bought in this idea that we cannot allow certain people to get into power. And they've been given an idea that we are the only other people who can only be in power, not any other person. And this has grown roots in the country. It has grown roots in the community in Kenya, that people actually preach water in social media, like right now, but actually they are drinking wine with their families and their friends, continuing with the same tribal issue, with the same corruption issue, because this election has divided Kenyans into two. There are people who are supporting this, and they're saying this election is very credible, even if you present some of the evidence that we are seeing that has been presented forward, and the process, even the clarity of the process. It's not only a clean election, but you have to see the clarity of the process for you to accept, yes, I've been defeated. But this thing was very open. I saw everything. Everything was clear. but there's never been clarity. It's always been elections, results in the first 2 days, results out of the TV, Kenyans anguish for another 5, 6, 4 days, then abruptly a result is announced. Then it's so confusing. So I think the case should go to the High Court, to the Supreme Court. Let's see the evidence that is going to be provided. If there's going to be a rerun, I would prefer a rerun than recounting. But anyway, that is not my decision. It all depends on the evidence that is provided. Let us know what really happened, because I know there are insiders who have serious evidence that Kenyans don't know. It might be presented there, and we shall know how this thing was played. But we all know this election was a sham. If you think this election was credible, then you are part of the problem in Kenya. Thank you.
Wangera. Thank you very much, Makiade. Are you hearing me? Okay, I just want to say like 3 things. Makiade, you know, our elections in Kenya are guided by a number of issues. You know, they all start from what I call the general principles for the electoral system. Our general principles for the electoral system includes that the elections must be free from violence, intimidation, improper influence, or corruption. Those are some of the principles of our elections, conducted by an independent body. They must be transparent and administered in an impartial, neutral, efficient, accurate, and accountable manner. Then when you go to Article 88 of the Kenyan Constitution, you discover that that is the article that now creates that independent body that I've just referred to you there, that is called the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And you know, it has the mandate of conducting the elections. Then we move to where the real problem is, my brother Makiade. We move to Article 138 of the Kenyan Constitution, which talks about the procedure at the presidential election. And this is where I want my brothers and sisters on this platform to perhaps get me, because I've always, since this quagmire came up, Chebukati keeps on quoting sub-article 10. For those who have your constitution, sub-article 10 of Article 138 of the Kenyan Constitution. Sub-article 10 reads as follows. It says that within 7 days after the presidential election, the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall A. declare the result of the election, and B. deliver a written notification of the result to the Chief Justice and the incumbent president. But there's one thing that Chebukati is running away from, and we cannot allow him to run away from it. In the same Article 138 of the Kenyan Constitution, sub-article 1C, for those who have your copies of the Constitution, it's very, very clear in that sub-article. It's not 1C, 2C. Article 138, sub-article 2C, it reads, it says very, very clear that after, it says very, very clear, and I want you to follow it keenly. It says that after counting the votes in the polling station, those are the words. After counting the polls in the after counting the votes in the polling stations, after counting the votes in the polling stations, which means this particular provision says that there are polling stations across the country, and the counting is done at the polling stations. Then the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall tally. The word is tally, shall tally, and verify the count and declare the result. So the work of tallying, verification, and declaring the result of a presidential election is not the work of the chairman as a person, but is the work of the commission as a corporate. I hope you're following me. So if it's the work of the corporate, the commission as a corporate, Chebukati, and perhaps through a misnomer in the IEBC Act, they introduced something called the Presidential Returning Officer. Under the Constitution does not foresee, the Constitution that I am reading today does not foresee anything called a Presidential Returning Officer. We don't have that thing within the meaning of the 2010 Constitution. What we have is an IEBC. And IEBC, if you go to Article 250 of the Kenyan Constitution on a definition of a commission, because we have several commissions, then they are defined, a commission is defined as the chairman and commissioner. So this now becomes my question as a person who does research in this country, a person who does general analysis of whatever happens in this country, that if we are talking of a commission, which is IEBC, within the definition of a commission under Article 250, which says that a commission is the chairman and commissioners, and then we are being told under Article 138, sub-article 2C, that after counting the votes in the polling stations, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall tally and verify the count and declare the results. This is just my simple question from the simple analysis that I've tried to give you this morning. Because we have 4 commissioners who are saying that they were not part of the tallying. They were not part of the verification. Then if they were not part of the tallying and they were not part of the verification, and we are being told here that they are also supposed to be part of the declaration, then if they are saying that they are not part of that, and it became a one-man show of one of the gentleman called Wafula Chebukati, then can we call this one as a free, fair, and credible election within our principle of the electoral system? You know, those are the simple questions that we need to ask ourselves. And you know, under minor Kiai matter, the Court of Appeal was very, very clear that the people of Kenya did not intend to create a monster in the name of the chairman of the Electoral Commission. But unfortunately, what we are seeing, you know, we are ending up with a monster in the name of the chairman of the Electoral Commission, a person whose word is supposed to be the gospel truth, whose word is supposed to be final. You know, that is very, very unfortunate, especially at the time that we are trying to develop our democracy. We are just 12 years into our new constitution, and you know, this is not a very, very good show. Then the ladies say that, you know, they were not part of the tallying, they were not part of the verification. Then now Chebukati also now introduces another argument that, you know, these people wanted me to moderate the results so that we end up with a runoff. So when you listen at such stories coming from IEBC from both sides, you know, where the 4 commissioners are saying that, you know, they were not part of the tallying, they were not part of the verification, so they cannot not be part of the declaration. And the chairman of the commission purporting that
Wangera, they had said they were not part of the last part.
No, I read
the final part.
I read their statement, Kuse. Let me interrogate my case. I read their statement. I have it here. If you want me to,
what they complained about was the final stage. That's what they complained about.
So let Wangira finish. We move ahead.
I've talked of 2 things, Kuse. What these 4 commissioners talked about, and I've read their statement. Kuse. They say that they were not part of the tallying, because as much as they were made to be reading results from the particular constituencies that were coming up, but those results were ending up in a back room somewhere where they were not allowed to be, where they were never allowed access to. And that's why they were saying that they were never part of the tallying and they were never part of the verification. I have the statement here and I can send it to you. I have your number. I can send it to you online so that you can also read. So the issue is that if they are not part of the tallying and they were not part of the verification, then can they be said to be part of? Then can they be said to be part of the declaration of these results? And that's why they are saying that they cannot take ownership of what they don't know. And now here is Chebukati introducing another angle to this argument that, you know, these 4 commissioners, wanted us to moderate the results so that we end up with a runoff. Now you ask yourself, who is fooling whom? And I see very, very interesting issues coming up at the Supreme Court, because I see the 4 commissioners now appearing in this particular petition, not as commissioners, but in their personal capacities as what we call interested parties. And I will be interested to see what their affidavit will be reading, because here they are, they have evidence according to themselves that this election was not free, fair, and credible because there was no tallying and there was no verification. So there's supposed to be no declaration to this matter. And there is the Wafula Chebukati who is arguing that they wanted to moderate the numbers so that we could end up with a runoff. So we are into very, very interesting times. And just finally, I'm finishing in 2 minutes. We were expecting the Supreme Court to determine this time, and with finality, and even with special recommendation on that matter, is whether there were real election offenses. And if there were election offenses in the 2022 elections, then the Supreme Court must make a declaration on that matter, on whether the DCI should move in and carry out an investigation, and whether people should be taken in court. Secondly, if the Supreme Court finds out, like it found out in 2017, that there were illegalities and irregularities, then the Supreme Court should tell the people of Kenya whether the people who handled an election in 2017 that ended up being bungled, and they have handled another election in 2022 that is also seen as bungled, should be allowed to conduct another election. Those are the questions that some of us are expecting that the Supreme Court will be answering. Finally, on the issue of the recount, in case there will be a recount, a recount is not done of the entire 46,000 polling stations. When you are gathering your evidence, you gather your evidence pointing at particular areas, like in central Kenya, where we understand that there's an inflated number. For example, those people who are identified with the Kim's kits do not correspond with the number of votes that were cast. Then that is the area that we target. And we can target, like, let us say, 10,000 polling stations, and we say that we want 10,000 polling stations counted. Then the Supreme Court would order the registrar or the chief registrar of the Supreme Court to oversee the counting. And then the two parties, the Azimio la Umoja and Kenya Kwanza, will have their representatives during the count. And that's how it's done, and it was even done in the same manner in 2013. I remember. So we are in very, very dangerous times, and we need to question ourselves whether the IEBC we are seeing today is the IEBC we anticipated when we are promulgating the 2010 constitution. Because if we continue in the manner we are continuing with the Makiade, this is a recipe for disaster. It doesn't augur well for our country. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you very much.
All right, Mato, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Richie. I won't even take 2 minutes on this one, actually, because I think I'm straightforward. I think from the word go, I've always been saying that there's a precedence being set. There's a precedence being set right here, and for a long time, nimekuwa nikiimba hii kitu yote ya precedence, because the Constitution is not just built. Again, I'll repeat it for the people who don't hear it. A constitution is not made from just what it was made. A constitution is a dynamic thing. You see, like, if we decide to go for a recount, that will be the first time ever in our country that a recount has ever been done. And that's a precedence. Whatever Maraga court did last time, that was a precedence. When the Kiai case came in, that's why we are quoting it. Whatever happens now, it will be something that has never happened. And you know what? That will be a constitution in the making. We're making our constitution. Now, what I'm really mad about is that even though I'm happy that it will make the constitution be a better thing and make our country better, because we need it. If we don't need it, I mean, there are countries who are waiting to snatch what we have right now. Tanzania has ports. They are waiting to be the hub of Africa. There's countries who are very waiting. The reason I'm not so much worried about Museveni is because that's a landlocked. But we also don't know what they can do. I'm telling you guys, where Africa is going to be what you call the United States of America, but Africa, whatever you're going to call it. I need people to listen to us and what we are talking about. Let's make our constitution. Let's get it where it needs to be. Let's forget about Ruto, Raila, but also, I mean, as we are not forgetting that much, let's also remember the bigger picture of where our continent needs to be and where we are. So it's a precedence, it's our constitution getting stronger and stronger so that something like this can never happen again, so that it doesn't happen when it's really life and death more than it is today. We have a chance to fix it. We know who won. People are showing, even people who, you know, what wanaoneshezo math, the math doesn't work out. And actually, we know everything was switched around. The number that came on the other side was not it. Some of us had worked hard to get there. They caught us on the last time. Ruto is not the president of Kenya. Ruto never won that thing, was not even close to winning it. It was those things that were played, and that's why he's in a hurry before even Supreme Court people, you know, the courts goes, is trying to put up, you know, a cabinet, and is trying to run everything so that he can, you know, get those things. Guys, let's just, for most of us that are here, we are here because we are internet savvy and we can actually know how to get into Mutembe TV and talk. We are not light people around here. So let's be careful. Let's look at our country. Let's look at where we need to go. And let's look at mostly, not for us, but for our kids and our kids' kids. Richie, let me close with that.
Safi. Naona kuna mtu ameingia hapa, but before I do that, I'll give Douglas 1.5 minutes, I'm 1.5 minutes, alafu tuende kwa Matimbai.
Okay, you know, I think whatever I'll say, it's just more like a repetition. But my emphasis is on the justice and the process. It is clear that once you lose faith in an electoral process, once the people lose faith that whatever decision they make or whatever decision that they want to make and the person that they've chosen, it can be interfered with and a different result can come that you cannot challenge, that you cannot change, and it is accepted as normal, then that is when we normally say democracy is dead. And right now, in our country, Kenya, democracy is dead. We might come here and talk about how we need to move on and how we need to bring back our economy, how we need to go back to school. Our children need to go back to school. We need to go back to normal life. We need to go back to work so that we can continue living. There are more important things. We need to unite. We are one people. You know, these things we'll solve them. We'll solve them in a few years. It will help us change things in the constitution in a few years. This is what has been going on since 2013. since 2007. Postponing an issue does not solve it. It only makes it worse, because this is a system that is being passed on after every 5 years. This is how we do it. And after every 5 years, they're making it stronger, they make it more technical, they make it more savvy. This is what is going to happen. And this is what is happening in our country. Our democracy is dead. Most of the elections is tampered with. The processes of even election itself, there used to be a commission that was supposed to check on the candidates, their qualification. We are looking at what are the requirements. Those things are not adhered to. You're not supposed to be in the ballot paper unless you pass all these stages, but those things are not followed. First, that is just another big problem, because we find that there are people who are vying and they're not supposed to be vying. Then you have the electoral theft. Then you have the IEBC. As in, we are piling up issues after issues after issues after issues, that solving becomes a problem. We already corrupted the system, because someone else will come and say, if you allowed him to vie, why can't I vie? And you allowed this guy to vie, and he was not qualified. This is how the system is so corrupt. So my thing is to say that we need to take this thing to court. We need to get proper justice. I hope that we have judges in the Supreme Court who have integrity, because at the end of the day, this is for the future of the country. If this thing is handled in a wrong way, just know that we are dipping lower and lower. And just like Martin Detto said, there are other countries who are our neighbors, they're looking for an opportunity to take over business. Yeah, because they know that is going to be a failed state. And we are also looking for the future of our children. I don't know who's thinking about the future of our children. Most of us here, if the guy who's elected president goes for 10 years, some people here will be 40 years old, will be 45, 50. And at that time, you don't have the energy and strength, and the system of corruption has gone way beyond the other people being trained. What is the future of the country? And if you look at our country properly, even the people who are in power, if you go to their constituencies, you go back to their homelands, their rural areas, there is nothing but poverty everywhere. It's not like even if you go to Central, despite them having Kenyatta, despite them having Mwai Kibaki, despite them having Uhuru Kenyatta, it doesn't mean if you go to Central Kenya is more developed, and you can see the standard of living of a majority of 80% of Central Kenyans that is better than the rest of the country. No. There is poverty everywhere, just like any other place, even other people who have never had a president. So we are fighting for personalities and tribal competition rather than ideologies and a future for our children. We are busy fighting for which tribe is ruling. Our people are the ones ruling, but we are not looking at what is the future of the country. Where do we want to go? And this is a constant 5-year thing. Then after 5 years, we come back, the same thing. Our people, us versus them, they cannot. We are wasting time. As a people, we are wasting time. We talk too much. We do nothing. And like we said, if we can't stand for something, surely, then let's postpone election. Let's have one president and let's just never go to election again, because elections have become useless because they are tampered with. That's all I can say, because the system has been compromised, and unless that is corrected, our democracy is totally dead, and there is no point of voting because it's a waste of time.
Okay, Saimo, are you there? One and a half minutes.
I'm here.
1.5 minutes.
I'm with Douglas. Is an extension of our frustration as a nation. What we are facing is a monumental decision. It's a decision that is going to affect the country for a few decades. This election, I would say, it must have been the standard. This was more. This was, if not the same as getting the white man out of the country, the Mzungu out of the country. It is at that level. Now, if we accept and move on, we will never, at least in the next 20, 30 years, we will never get this chance again. So I think it is our constitutional right. It is our civic duty. I know, Douglas, what you have said, it feels there's no need to vote. And actually it does. I know, Stone PK, you feel the same way. I've had you multiple times. There's no need to vote. Why vote if the vote is going to be started? Why? And that is what is has gone ahead to bring this time. Even the 22 million people who took the votes, that's not the number of people that we have that are over 18 years of age in Kenya. There are more. We're talking about maybe 30 million, maybe more. But only 22 million agreed to take the vote. And only 14 accepted to actually vote. It is true, we will continue going down that hole, and in the next 2-3 elections, you will get 2-3 million people voting. Then it will be 60 million. So what sense does it make if we can't fix this? So I hope our legal system, our Chief Justice, Martha Koome, and the 6 judges, they will focus, because I believe, I know they have their families inside the country, not outside. I hope they will look this with a giraffe eye. They'll be looking forward. Not only these 2 individuals, not these 2 contenders, or these 4 contenders, these presidential contenders, not for today, for the future. And that's what for our fathers, when they were fighting, most of us, and most of you, they are old enough to remember, we were fighting, our forefathers were not fighting for themselves. They were fighting for their children and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren, for the country. If these judges, led by Mother Koome, they will think like that, we hope so. Because we are Raila is now going to be having the burden of proof. He has to, him and his battery of lawyers, they have to show that this is there. And it's there. Even the other side that is saying that they can't, they see the process was legitimate. It was free and fair. They know it was not. You sometimes wonder, if you say it's free and fair, what country are you living? What country is going to be after this? Where are you going to be? If you go, and I'll give you an example. I went one time, 6 months ago, I went to a restaurant, and I asked for a drink. And the person that is bringing, the cashier that is bringing me a drink, I gave him the $1,000, the 1,000 Kenyan shillings note, and we were talking with another person, and the drinks both were like 400 shillings, and she gave me back 100 shillings. It's a guy. He gave me back 100 shillings. What? And then I asked him, the only those 2 drinks they cost 1,000, and he says, you give me 500. Swear to God, I didn't have one 500 notes. I only had a few thousand with me. So asking me, so you think I'm drunk, or what makes you think I'm confused? This is a young man who is like 22, 23. It just shows a lot. And then he went back to he said, let me go back and check. He went back and came back. So he said, oh yeah, yes, I believe you. It's true. You gave me 1,000. Then he gave me 600. So that's just a very simple thing. It just shows how our system is rotten, and we have to do something with these monumental. This is the defining moment of our country. Thank you.
Okay. Dad, naona umejiandaa hapo, lakini dakika moja nicheze hivi. Stone PK umenyamaza sana, ngoja kidogo nicheze hii video alafu tuendelee.
A polling booth.
Yes.
You're given 6 ballot papers.
Yes.
So you decide, as you may decide,
yes,
that you'll only vote for a presidential candidate.
Correct.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
Those 5
yes.
are not stray.
No.
They are unused.
Yes.
You've been given 6,
yes,
but you have elected to use only 1.
Yes.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
What we are asking,
yes,
where do those 5 go? How are they accounted for? It's a simple question.
Oh, yes.
And they're not stray.
No, they're not stray.
They can only be stray if they have found themselves through in the wrong ballot box.
And that's the point.
Okay. So they're not stray. So you still remain with 5.
Yes.
Where do you put them? You carry them away?
No.
How are they accounted for?
No, and that's the point I'm making. You vote. You vote for 1, and vote for the 2nd, and vote for the 3rd. You have 6.
This time you have lifted, I mean...
Is that where we are going? I hope that's not
our country. That's our country.
That is how you catch a rat. That's how you catch them.
That's what you'll be seeing next week, because it is the same issue that we are talking about here, where in let me read for you what this document that has just landed on my phone right now. So this one is it's something that says presidential election 2022 irregularities in Mount Kenya, and it says in Nyeri County, the president was voted for by 310. The gubernatorial candidate was voted for by 309,000. Those are thousands. And then when it came to the Senate, he got, or she got, I don't know, maybe she or he got 340,000. And then women rep 305. So there's a 35,000 vote difference between the senator and the women rep. So I'm assuming 35,000 people went into the polling station, picked only 1 ballot, and then voted for that one candidate and left. So what Smoking Wanjala is asking is, what do you do with the other ballot papers? And I think we are heading there. Let me give Dad, naona unatembea, alafu Stone PK inakuja kwako. Wacha tumpatie kabla apotee, naona kuna shida. Karibu.
Habari zenyu. Thank God for you guys. One thing I realize about this forum, it's a bunch of people who have who know what they're doing. We don't just come here like Akina G to argue. You come here to argue with facts. For the last 2 days, I've been in forums in North Carolina. I'm always in some 2 groups. If I can tell you the amount of things that are being said, like people just talk. What anaongea tu, they have become so tribal, they have become so like personal. And then you like, was this election about a person or it was about a country? But I like the way we're arguing here. Stone PK, leo naona nimekufuata the whole day since when you came in. You kind of coming down, and you told us the reason why. Like you seeing some brightness somewhere. Like sense is coming somewhere. And one thing I've realized, I wonder how, I'm trying to imagine, is it the same Martha Karua? Is it the same Raila? Is it the same Orengo? Those guys are just cool. Wamenyamaza tu. I don't know. I'm trying to wonder. I was asking somebody, Kwana, this guy is drunk or something. Are they under some influence? Because ile kunyamaza is kind of scaring me. But if you continue listening to people coming here and talking, you find that there must be something smoking. There must be something smoking. There's something under the table that you don't know. And like Makieda Mesema hapa, let's meet in courts. We will see wonders. Because those figures actually, how are you going to explain that? An Arrow or Chebukati utakuwa unaeleza aje hizo vitu? And I've heard our legal expert Mzee Wangira explaining something here about the articles in the Constitution. And those things are coming up. But in real sense, me, I had my stomach has been going on like for 3 days. Sata. I've not been able to contain myself. Anytime I open this, when I join the comment sections, I see whatever people are sending and the way people are arguing here. It's making a lot of sense. And lastly, like Douglas was just saying, where is Kenya heading to? But me and you, who are knowledgeable, plus other people, if we put our resources together, Basai see election ikienda ikiisha, we now start calling people and even just tell them, this is the way we're supposed to be doing these things. Like put some little sense into people's heads. I believe Kenya will go in the right place. And today, to finish, niliona Ruto akiongea na watu wake, and then there are some words that are coming out of their mouths. For real. Ule mzaki wachoe Kenya kuongoza. There are some of people, I don't think, hata sitatamani kurudi Kenya. Kobe, it will be tatters. But Kenya is my home. I have all my family there. Let us speak up. Makiadi hata kama watataka pesa, at least tuchange hata kama ni $10. Hiyo kesi iendelee. We can do it. Because this is our country. Nataka nikifanya, I work hard. I know there is no corruption in Kenya. I worked with immigrations. I know what we used to do ndio mtu apate passport. Ukitaka passport naweza kukuambia utatoa pesa ngapi na itatoka lini. I can tell you. The chain of corruption that is down there, it needs to die. And it all dies by us choosing the correct leaders that we know are going to fight it. But if you find people like Sudi just dumping, telling us we're going to Nyorosha some people, really? No. Not right now. Let's push this. Let's talk to people. Let's just encourage ourselves and know that it's going to be better for us. Thank you. And Makeri, today is my birthday. I'm just 19 days into my 49 years.
Hey,
19 minutes into my...
Happy birthday to you.
Asanteni sana.
Hongera sana kwa kufikisha hiyo miaka, na Mungu aendelee kukuongezea ingine mingi, tuone Kenya ikiweza kukombolewa kutoka kwa minyororo ya mahasidi na majambazi. Haya, Stone PK, Matimbai yako na shida ya network, acha nikupatie nafasi uongee kidogo alafu tumwachilie ndio asidrop kabla ameongea.
Mpe Matimbai, Ricky, mpe Matimbai.
Matimbai, karibu. Pole kwa kuanguka na kuamka. Karibu.
Thank you, Stone. Tumia habari zenyu, habari za asubuhi. Okay, in Kenya ni asubuhi. So sijuko kwenye ni saa ngapi. To me, okay, I have 3 points to make. Nimesikianga mnasema recount, re-election. To me, hizo vitu zote haziwaka. I think those 4, nasikia sahi tuko 5 wenye wali defect. They know the real results. Wanajua nani aliwin. Because if tukienda kwa rerun, the same Chebukati will be there. And bullshit will happen. Tukienda kwa recount, Stone PK alikuwa anasema sijui washaingia kwa server, washa destroy everything. Okay, I don't know that. I'm not an IT man. Then kwangu, if hizi vitu zimekataa kabisa, because naona watu wanasema we cannot believe in Supreme Court, if zimekataa, I rather tell the president aachie military uongozi. To me, he rather leave the power to the military. Asipe tena civilians, because the civilians have tempered with the life of Kenyans. Heri ape military to rule. Then tukikuja sijui ati story na democracy. Kwani the world haijui Kenya haikuona 2007 kukuwa na democracy, 2017 kukuwa na democracy. Let's leave this stupid call thing democracy. Na sisi ndio tunaumia. Kuna mtu alisema sijui ati mwezi wa 6 alikuwa Kenya kanua unga 140. My friend, in Kenya we are suffering. Totally tunaumia. Kabisa tunaumia. Unga hata hakuna, leave alone area ya 250. Go look in supermarkets. Hakuna unga totally. We're just surviving with rice, with this small thing. Hakuna. And that's the country that tunataka to democracies, because tunajua Raila alishinda kura. We know that. Wacha hapo commission pia wajitokeze waseme mwenye alishinda kura ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Wampe sword, story iendelee mbele. If kama Uhuru anaona kufanya hivyo ni ngumu, aachie military uongozi. It's like for instance, we are men. Wewe uko na bibi yako, uko na 2 wives. Alafu unaona bibi yako mdogo amekufa, alafu uliona vile huyu bibi yako mkubwa ana mistreat hawa watoto wa ile another family, small family. Then unataka kuachia like all mandate to that wife. Surely really? To me, heri Uhuru aachie military watu rule. Kwani si Uganda inaendelea na haina democracy? Russia, it doesn't have democracy, inaendelea. So some people like, well, let's just tuachane na hizi vitu sijui democracy, katiba. Kwani katiba ni miaka ngapi tumekuwa nayo? Last elections and I remember Stone PK nilikwambia we were celebrating here, tunasema sijui Raila ako 7, nikamwambia this thing ili happen in 2007. Si ndio ita name happen sahi. 2017 tunasema we are going to the courts, sijui court itatufavor. We went there, what happened? So you people like, if tunataka kama the president anaweza sikia hii, president tafadhali, if you see that yezi patikana kwa mtu, don't leave this. Watu wawili watatumaliza totally, they will do everything. Those people they just stamp. Kama wako hivyo na powers ndogo na Kenya wamefanya, what if wakishikilia yote? My friend, Kenya itakuwa it will be worse than regime ya Moi. So mimi Kenya nasema I can tell the president, you rather leave the powers to the military. Military itanyorosha hii nchi vizuri kabisa. Look at Nairobi. Watu wanalaumu General Mbadi. General Mbadi at least amefanya. No politician mwenye alikuwa sasa ukienda Nairobi unaweza dhani ni city. Huko nyuma ilikuwa takataka all over. At least ukienda pale railways ameka hizo vitu at least. Kwani kina Sonko walikuwa hapo, kina Nanis walikuwa, they did nothing. Sasa ndio tunakuja hapa tunasema wacha Uhuru kama anaona ni ngumu, yeye pia achane, ape military uongozi tuongoze. Hakuna story na election. Why do we go to vote every now and then? Na the same thing is happening. The same thing is happening. Ruto anavunja sheria alafu anangojea sheria msupport. Kwani Kenya Ruto alifanya kuvunja sheria? So tusisema ati tuko na katiba sijui nini. To me mazai waka kabisa. Na sisi watu hapa, unajua maybe kina Stone PK wako huko ngambo. Kuna mwingine alisema nilisikia Mata alisema the other day ati ako huko hata fikiri kurudi Kenya. By the way, you people you are lucky. But people when you tuko kwa ground, my friend, things are different. Very very different and difficult. Tunaumia ukweli. Hata tukisema sijui tuchange $1 sijui what. Is high time tutoke tu nje na tukataa ujinga. Na Kenya Uhuru anaweza tusaidia kama asipeane uongozi kwa watu wawili. Heri aachie military na tuendelee mbele. Na tusiwahi piga kura iishe hivyo. Asanteni.
Haya, hayo ni maoni ya Matimbai. Stone.
Thank you very much. I'm really saddened, I know here tunaongeaga, tunapiga hizo story. That's a Kenyan on the ground. And it's the future of this country because he's young, Matimbai is young. So how many Kenyans are feeling that way? These are the strength. This is the strength of a country that is feeling wasted. You can shed tears. I mean, when you hear people saying, I saw this in Liberia. When you hear people now crying and saying, Jeshi kuja tu, when you hear civilians calling Jeshi, ndugu yangu ujue kamenuka. It is normal. It is bad. In fact, I've been falling short of that. It's better you have military na unaenda unapata unga. Because the people who fight military are these people who talk democracy. I would use Matiambai's word. We are here with the theories, these stories. Oh, Constitution 2012, we have freedom of speech. Do we eat freedom of speech? In fact, democracy is the worst kind of governance. It is a demon. It is the source of tyranny. Especially in Africa, where you are not able to manage it. Sisi tulipata 2010, we celebrated. Look, this is when corruption increased the most. This is when a president would say, "Mnataka nifanye nini?" Sincerely speaking. This is when somebody stands kwa podium, anatukana president mpaka anamuonyesha kidole, anamwambia enda ukazae. That's democracy. Kenyans, we have democracy. Democracy. Democracy when these young people here, we all have families back there. In fact, Simon has very elaborately explained. Yani ile do tunatuma every, yani, my friend, we are just going to collapse. We will die because the demand there is not equivalent to what you are getting. And that tells you things are bad. Ukituma $100 saa hii home, it actually is nothing. Because inakuja 11,000 something. Unga ndio hiyo 200 na ipatikani. So why am I saying this? I'm just agreeing to a lot of extent with Matiambai. Because to me looks like tumeshindwa. Sincerely speaking, tunaweza debate. It's true. Oh, you know, tunaridi hizo machapter. But by the way, I'm like Matiambai. I don't care reading that constitution. I dumped it because it doesn't help me. I'm not in the US because I like leaving my family in Nairobi. No, never. Nobody should like. Mutiambai usidanganywe. Kama mimi ni economic refugee. That is what I call myself. I'm an economic refugee. Nimehepa ukukara. Because I'm a victim of what the system we are talking. I died in 2013. I mean, I know I've never told people. And when I hear people, there is a question I asked here. You know, and Kuseo was giving those theories. Those are the theories you hear. Even now, when you talk of recount or sampling, it's garbage. You are sampling what? Ruto has screwed up everything. Ati sasa Ruto mnafikiria aliriji hivyo na akaacha hizo mabox zikae in case of anything zihesabiwe Kenyans, man. Get out of here. We are too naive. This thing hata ikarudiwa kuhesabiwa, Ruto will still win. In quotes, not win, but he will still take it the way he took it. Ruto is so powerful that Uhuru was sleeping for so long and he has been overtaken. Indeed, the best Uhuru can do is what Matiambai is saying. However, he cannot control Ruto. None. Ruto hata anamchallenge kuja hapa tutandikane. If Sudi can insult Ruto the way, umesikia what Ruto is, Sudi is saying, that una threaten a sitting president. Our president will be like the Botswana case. And because even him is a bit careless, sorry to say this, you know, anasema tu, oh, sijui nifanye nini. You know, you are supposed to be tough. A leader, you don't get hard and then apologize. You are apologizing to be a model of what? Uhuru is the one who has led us into this. And he needs to wake up, honestly. Otherwise, anyway, they have the biggest businesses and all that. Watakiona, and it is true, the first guy kumfira atakuwa huyo Sudi. Sudi will be the first guy to go humiliating the president. Yeah? People who are talking, and they have known this country at heart. Can you imagine Kachagua and Ruto seated on a table there, chairing a meeting of economic something? They are whispering. What would they be whispering to each other? I mean, Kenyans, and you know, despite Ruto stealing, look at, he stole, and of course he got some votes from Kenyans. So, ni kusema Kenya is a failed state. It's a failed state, what we call in terms of electoral processes, we have failed totally. Mtu asinieleze kitu ingine. We are done, we are gone, we cannot hold an election. We are not capable. We have no capacity to hold election. Imagine, that's the saddest thing. So anytime we do hold election, it is just a conduit of whatever. Look at the 40 billion, the budget. Now you know why this budget, Chebukati was saying, without this money, I'm not going to do this. 40 billion to hold a simple election in Kenya. So now you know, it was money to buy and distribute to people, corrupt people, and all that. That is why somebody was asking, na huyu Ruto kwani ana pesa ngapi? Imagine mtu ameiba kila mahali, KPNDLC, kila mahali ilikuwa ni kuiba akina Chemwalel, and you are stealing billions. I think it's the only first country in Africa that steals billions in Kenya. Kenya, we overtook other countries in corruption and in stealing. We don't steal small money. So for me, I'm as frustrated as Mutiambai and many others. I feel so, I'm what we call it. I'm despair. I'm despair. Okay, I don't see any bright future. I have no faith even in the Supreme Court, because you can't trust anybody in this country today. You sit there hoping, alafu unasikia wanne wamesema elections will be held. Kwisha, we will be heartbroken twice. Not twice, tutakufa tu. Those judges, today I was reviewing, I looked at them once again. You know the way you are saying, let me see the feet, the faces of these guys. I didn't seem to trust anybody there. Because I have realized Kenya imeingiliwa na shetani ingine, you even don't know how people are reasoning. The person you think could be reasoning vizuri, what he gives you as an answer, unashtuka. Look at even those of you who look at the comment, tweets and all that. Look at these people you call Grand Mullah, thieves of the thieves. And Kenyans there adore him, Grand Mullah Mavi. These are thieves. Thieves in the name of religion. Oh, you pretend to be so faithful, so what? No. In fact, if there is a revolution in that country, people will be killed like never before. These big people, because they are known. They are there. For them, it's a game. Equal the Supreme Court is a time to earn and show bids and kuonesha Kiingereza mingi. Then what ruling do you get? There is no enough evidence, because it's all destroyed. And then the 7 judges and the lawyers earn billions. Mwananchi wewe umekwisha. Indeed, for me, I would think we don't need election. We don't need whatever it is. Okay, they know the answer. They know who won elections. The option number 1, it is to just swear Baba in. Let Ruto go and hang. He can do whatever he wants. Okay, Uhuru now can go and retire. Option number 2, you hand over the sword to those where the sword belongs, and we move on. Or you can even call for an interim, whatever, to put things together. It runs for 5 years until civilians learn how to count votes and how to, because they know how to vote, then until Kenyan civilians will know how to count. Kuhesabu tu hiyo 1 + 1 is equal to, and that's why I had asked this question of what happened at Boma. Nobody answered, even Kuseo didn't answer. And the way you see you don't have answers, that's why it's kizungumkuti. Tuko na theory tu 34 imeingia. Then you are telling me tuna tally. Then you are telling me we are not supposed to add. If from 34 ilikuja na iko na namba, hii inakuja original iko na namba tofauti, then what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Anyway, let me stop there. It is so frustrating, Makiadi, that the country has been imefika mahali ilipo.
Haya, safi Stony PK, na ninaona vile masaa imeenda. I think it would be also justice for us to bring this to close for today. I think we've spoken, we've exhausted much that we were supposed to be speaking about, but I'll not do that before I give you panelists another one round to make your closing remarks, ndio tuweze kufunga show, tukutane hapa kesho. So nitaanza na Douglas, wacha nianzie hapo kwako. Within two minutes, make your closing remarks.
Wacha mtu mwingine aende kwanza. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay. Mato, 2 minutes.
Actually, Richie, you know, I like your moderation, and I like how you moderate, because even me, I do sometimes, you know, when I get the chance, I do that. Unfortunately, I'm gonna push it to you. I'm gonna sacrifice my 2 minutes for you to give your remarks, because you've just unatupatia, and nobody's thinking you have not given us something. So I'm gonna sacrifice mine to give you, so that you give us what you think about and what you have in your mind.
Aya, umekataa dakika mbili. Acha nipatie Douglas hizo basi kwanza. Go ahead.
Hapana, lazima utumie. Kama umepewa tumia. Ukipewa tumia ni nini?
Sacrifice, nipatie hiyo.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'll definitely make my remarks, but wacha nataka kumalizana na panelists kwanza. Go ahead, Douglas.
Okay, for me, this is the most important thing to me. Justice. Very, very important, because justice will punish the wicked and it will protect the people who are doing right. It's lacking in Kenya. There is no justice. People are walking with impunity, doing things that they are supposed to be hanged. They're supposed to be taken to committee, wafungwe huko, but people are walking knowing that there is no justice in this country. Everything can be bought. That is where corruption has brought us up to this point, where leaders, they steal and then call their community to protect them. Oh, wanajaribu kutumaliza. They are fighting us. They are fighting us. And the stupid people are protecting these same leaders who do nothing for them. Justice is very key. My second issue is the future of the youth of Kenya. That is something that pains me so much. I feel so much pain that we have youth in our country who are talented, they're smart, they're healthy, they're ready to work. In fact, give a Kenyan an opportunity to just earn a decent living, and they will work like they've never worked before. Give them an opportunity to actually even run and actually represent the country. They will run like they've never run before and make the best of that opportunity, because the opportunities for the youth have been robbed completely. Right now, we have a youth that are suffering in such a way that they've turned into entertainment just to keep them sane, because they're looking at what is happening in terms of the education that they've gotten and the opportunities that are not available for them. They try to open businesses, it's unaffordable. They try to get loans, it's unaffordable. Banks are not giving any loans to young people. You can get Fuliza, whatever you want to get, but that is also coupled by how much transactions is happening in your M-Pesa, but they don't have access to capital. This is very frustrating, because when the youth of a country don't see the future, they are open to anything. That's why you saw that clip, people just changing shots, going to this rally, changing shots, going to this rally. They have no principles whatsoever. It reaches a point where the principles go. They're like, now there are no opportunities, nothing can be done. What can I do to survive? And with the education behind it and the skills behind it, these will become sophisticated criminals. That's why I'm always seeing videos of people being robbed in Nairobi each and every day, because these are people who realize there's no way we are going. I better make my way. If I make it, I make it. If I don't make it, at least I will have a period of time I'll enjoy life because I'll have money that I've stolen from people. Otherwise, I live in poverty for the rest of my life because I don't have any opportunities. This is what we're doing to our youth. And you always say, these are the people who are going to inherit the country. They are our future leaders. The youth they started at 20. Now those people who are in 20, they're in their 50s. Those were the ones who are called the youth of Kenya, the future leaders. They're in their 50s. They're retiring. They don't have even the strength and the energy now to fight this fight for justice in Kenya. That is how this system has defeated the people. And also the media, the mainstream media in Kenya is part and parcel of the rot in the country. They have brainwashed the people. They have been partisan, they have been tribal, they've been confusing people, they've not been redoing the basic thing that the media needs to do, which is educate the people about the constitution, educate the people about the law, tell the people, according to the law of Kenya, this person needs to be done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are not doing it. Why are they not doing it? No follow-up, nothing. Just confusion, comedy, entertainment. Everything is turned into comedy and entertainment and disappears. That is Kenya for you. But unfortunately, the reality is in the ground. When you wake up in the morning and you have nothing in your pocket, and you're tamarking and you can't get an opportunity because you're in the wrong tribe, or your father is not in a position that he knows some people who are in good positions to offer you something, which is not even sometimes even good money, then you're hitting rock bottom. You're hitting a country whereby now crime will be the wave. And when crime becomes a wave, even the rich will not have a safe place to stay. Because anybody who appears to have anything, they will be robbed, mugged, even killed. That is where Kenya is heading right now. And people think it's a joke. Me, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. And I said this election, if this election is handled properly and Kenyans really think, they can at least elect someone who can try to change this country to go in a proper direction. This other direction that says they've won the election, that direction is going to lead this country into chaos. We'll see things that we've never seen in this country. And you think it's a joke. The poverty, the economic collapse, corruption, injustice. You know, people are joking until they see the real monster. And this is a monster in creation. For decades, since 2007, this is a monster in creation. That is what hurts me so much. I wish the youth of Kenya can just get an opportunity somewhere and just leave. But at the end of the day, you're going to leave the country to who? The parents are old and they're going to pass away. Who's going to run the country? We need to do something that can secure the future of our youth. We need to do something that can instill hope. We need to have a vision of changing the country in such a way that the youth can have opportunities and actually be able to actually see that they are going somewhere and the country is taking care of them. That is my biggest concern. Let me just stop there.
Okay, Matimbai.
Okay, thank you. To me, I think okay, let me start by this. Tukiwa watoto, hata penye mkiwa watoto, mlikuwa mnaambiwa you work hard so that upate a bright future. We really work hard. I remember me in high school, we used to sleep at late. We wake up very early in the morning. So that walikuwa natuambia education, it can levelize you. It levels you. My friend, some of us, we have papers. But you see somebody like Sudi, ana paper but he's living a better life than watu wenye wamesoma. Somebody like huyu mtu wa Mumias, mwenye alikuwa Minister of Sports. Imagine a class 7 person is a minister. Then you say that education. Then my brother Douglas anasema justice. The only person mwenye akona justice ni Mungu. You remember the story of Obado. I'm sorry to say that. Obado. Nandi hakujua Obado aliwa Sharon. And up to now, kesi jamuliwa. Imagine ule mama mwenye alizaa Sharon ana feel aje. ule askari mwenye aliuliwa kwa ofisi ya deputy president. Up to now ule mzee alikuwa analia juzi. Up to now hata bob moja je mtumia kwake. And this is the call that we have justice. Here in Kenya justice, mtu ameiba 200 million anapelekwa kwa kotini na anapewa bondi ya 20 million. What is 20 million to mtu mwenye ameiba 200 million surely? What is 20 million to him? Mtu mwenye ameiba 200 million. Then we expect watu wakupe justice. The only mtu mwenye atatupea justice is only Almighty God. But as long as you live here in Kenya, my friend, forget about justice. Ndio tu mimi nasimama tu hivi, if the president anaweza nisikiza mimi ni mwananchi waka. I have here my cousin, hata mnaweza muona. He's a graduate, a teacher of mathematics and chemistry. He's really struggling here. Kazi yenye anafanya hata huwezi amini. And somebody mwenye hata ana papers. Somebody goes here in River Road, anaelectiwa na kuwa governor. So what is the meaning of education ni nini kwangu? We struggle, tuna struggle tupate ile maisha. At least walikuwa natuambia, ukitaka upate the bright future, work hard. We really work hard. And unaona wale watu wenye wanaumia kabisa, walikuwa na work hard, they invest in education. Baba zao walikuwa wanauza mashamba, wanajinyima. So that wanajua huyu mtoto wangu atakuja niondoe this poverty, shimo ya umaskini. But unatoka after college, you just come, unasema mtu mwenye kuenda college is ahead of you. Wewe ndio unatoka college unaenda kwa sijui ati what, mtu anakuandika kazi ya 30,000 anafaa umpe 50,000 and from college surely. And that's the country that we are running. So to me, naomba kama president anaweza nisikiza, don't leave if you don't trust these two people. Pea wanajeshi wa rule 5 years until the civilians will understand ama watajua vile wanaweza count. My friend here in Kenya, mimi Stone PK unasema you are economic. Mimi nikipata shimo hata kufika Rwanda, leave alone in states. Rwanda tu peke yake, I will never come back in Kenya. I will never. My friend, tunaumia. Somebody ananunua kiatu iko hivi, imebend because anatafuta kitu. Unashikwa with a small thing, with a mask. Mtu ana mask, tujua una mask, unalipa 20,000. Mtu ameiba 100 of millions, analipa and 20 anawekewa bond. Surely. And that's your kitu ati tupeane justice. So to me, tusiende recount, tusiende sijui ati re-election. The whole world knows nani aliwin kura. Simple. Tusifollow sijui ati democracy. Democracy imetusaidia nini? Si Uganda wanaishi, Russia wanaishi, many people they're living. So let's do away with this democracy because democracy ndio inatusumbua. So the president apeane tu sword kwa military na anyamaze hivyo, hata aenda hata mtu asiwahi msikia vile amenyamaza hivyo. Hivyo tutapiga kelele to get used to. That's the only thing I can say.
Okay, so Matimbai, we understand the pain. We understand the pain. Martin, 2 minutes.
Ulikata ofa yangu anyway. Matimbai, by the way, una stay wapi?
I'm in Nairobi at a place called Huruma.
By the way, umekuwa hapa for a while, si ndio? Wewe ndio ulisemaga ka sijui uliongea story ya ka bed sitter. Ni ndio ulisema hiyo story?
Nimekuwa hapa for a while. I've been here for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, practical ulisema. Iza bro, Huruma, iza. Naweza penda ukaweka namba yako mahali niipate ama kama unaweza pata yangu tupige story. Kutoka venye umebonga manzo umenitacha. Mimi pia ni mse nimegrow ya Islando maze. So umenitouch venye unabonga. Na usijali maze Kenya tunazidi tutaachia wakora na haita nambaya. Hata kasa zingine si wengine tuko mbali hivi pia tumegrow ya hiyo area. Na naweza penda wase wenye wana feel hivyo maze. Wale pia na si wote, everybody. And who wenye wanatusikia. Kama ni Mkenya unanisikia na Kiswahili. Leo mimi siongei Kizungu. Mimi nabonga sasa Kihome. Kenya ni yetu maze. Irregardless kulolitokaga. Umegrow ya Islando kama mimi na maybe Sagodi akakuonekania kidogo na ukaenda kule huko. Na maybe saizi uishi Islando watu kirudi home na wenye wanaishi Islando, bado Kenya ni yetu. Kwanza tufikirie mazee, hii Kenya unasema we ni Mkenya, unaishi kule unaishi, hata kama unaishi mbinguni, hii Kenya ni yetu sote. Na wacha nikwambie, mimi nimeona wasee wakikamatwa wanaishi huku majuu, unapata msee anaanza kurudi mtaani. Sasa hiyo hata ajua anaenda kuanzia wapi, but eventually atarudi kwao, cause hiyo ndio mtaani. Kizungu yote tutaweza piga, all the careers tutaweza zipata, lakini eventually mtaani ni kwenye, ni either utarudi mtaani ama utaenda kwa kasemi truku. Na utu tuseme truku huku hivi, hizi makantri za juu tunakwanga very lonely, kwa sababu uzikwi kwenye unazikwa na watu wengi, hata ujui wanakaaje, umezikwa tu kwa hivyo mko huko. Nimeona watu wakidedi huku hivi, na ndio maana nakwaga so passionate na country yetu, because heri mimi ziko pale hivyo kwa shamba yetu, unaona, mtaani. Ile naweza sema mazee, tukumbuke hii Kenya ni yetu. Hii Kenya ni yetu, ndio maana tunajiestablish na Ukenya. Ona Stone PK, hiyo nini yake, band yake ndio pia mimi nimeweka, na hatuishi pamoja, unaona mazee. Lazima tukumbuke si wote mazio, Kenya tuichunge, na tusifanye Kenya ikuje kwa Somalia. Tunachekaga Somalia, tulikuwa tunacheka Kongo, wamejaribu wamesort, tulienda tukajaribu Sudan, wakagawana wakakuwa country mbili. Tusije tukakuwa mahali tulikuwa tumefika last time. Last time tulikuwa tumesema manze tutafunga Central tu, wafunge kao, wakwe Central Africa of Kenya or whatever, na sisi si wengine tuendelee, unaona. So tujaribu ile kitu yote tunafanya. Ukiona kitu haifanyi poa, haijalishi kama wewe ni Mkikuyu, wewe ni Mjaka, wewe ni Mkao, wewe ni Msapere, haijalishi. Si wote mazee, si wote ni wa Kenya. Tuligrow si wote wa Kenya. Hata kama huko grow Mkenya mazee, budako madako kitu yote iligrow ilitokaga Kenya. To make Kenya kwetu na tukue very proud. I mean, squeeze ukiambia hata huko kwenye tunakaaga mazee, ukiuliza msee anakuambia I'm a patriot. Let's be tukue ma patriot wa country yetu. Country yetu mazee, tusiache igawanywe. Hiyo country mazee iko na vitu mob. Hiyo country ni big na inaweza tushika si wote. Ni imekuwa ikishika hizo kabila zote na tunapenda hizo kabila zote. Sasa zima unataka tu kujua kabila huu msee mwingine. So mazee, mimi nikimaliza kozlo nimeamua kumaliza na hiyo, you know, na ile yenye najua ile ya mtaani. Wacha hizi mavizungu mingi naongea hapa hivi. Tukumbuke country ni yetu si wote at the end of it. Regardless where you are, mahali huko, kitu yenye unaweza bonga, country ni yetu moja. It's peace, love and unity. Unity. And that's what we wanted, Azimio la Umoja, to be together regardless who you are, and to be proud of our countries and to our country and all the tribes. People ask me how many tribes do you speak? Nikiwaambia wanashtuka because wanajua tu tribe moja. Mimi naweza bonga Kiswa, naweza bonga English, naweza bonga Ngoso, naweza bonga Kikamba, naweza bonga Kikuyu, naweza bonga nini, and they feel very proud of that. It's a very good thing that we have. Let's defend our country venye inafaa kuwa, because our forefathers wali defend your country. Tusiseme hao ndio walikuwa naweza defend peke yao. Sisi pia tuko na duty ya kuidefend mali tuko saizi, whether uko nje, uko ndani ama uko kando, regardless mali uko, do everything that you can do. Ndio maana mimi spending time more mazee nikibonga na wase home na nikiwa hapo hivi. Richie, I think sidhani kwa open session ikikuja nitakam, but that was my closing.
Okay, safi. Hata sidhani kama tuko na open session siku hizi, tunamalizaga tu hivyo hivyo tukienda. But Stone PK nitakupatia dakika mbili uongee. Before you do that, okay, just go ahead and speak. Stone PK, malizia alafu ndio.
Mimi ni ni kufunga nikisema Kenya tuko at a very tight position. Actually, it's the most difficult position where nothing is hopeful. I keep on telling people nili delete the word hope. I don't live on hope. Because hope nili dismiss kwa sababu it's just a desire of things to happen. And then unakaa hapo tu yani ati unangoja kitu happen. That's why I don't believe in it. I believe in being in it. Wewe mwenyewe sasa. You must make it happen. I don't believe in sitting down and saying tuombe Mungu, tuombe amani. Amani is there, but are you eating amani? Yeah? What is amani? Me, I pray God because amekupa amani. God should give you strength to go and get what is yours. Kenyans have to go, get up and go, move, twende tuchukue what is ours. In fact, I'm just saying we should start demonstrating to show. Hii silence tumeambiwa tunyamaze. I'm not happy about it. Tunamnyamaza tunangoja nini? I'm missing the days. Kama saa hii tungekuwa tumeagitate, tunaonyesha watu. I think, Makiadi, with all due respect, we should start showing some clips. Kama ile ya ule msichana alitoa Bashir, that beautiful girl who started alone. Every morning anaenda pale, anaambia watu wa cartoon. Alianza peke yake pale na kitambaa nyeupe. And you know what happened, what she did. You know Egypt, what happened. People may say we are inciting. That's okay. For me, I really don't care whether you say I'm inciting. If empowering and telling you what is real is inciting, sawa. Because if akina Dede and Kimathi wangesema watu wana incite, we would not be here being proud to kusema sini wa Kenya and all that. Yeah. Somebody sacrificed. Akina Martin Shikuku, these guys, akina Njoya, Reverend. Guys, those clips should be shown because that is where we are. And these young people who don't know what Moi regime was like, I think we need to show those clips, honestly, so that our vijana, because most of them are sick. They don't know. They don't know. Nani Simon here mentioned about there was a time in Nairobi, Kenya actually, ilikuwa na potholes kila mahali. Some of these kids don't know what is a pothole. Some of these kids don't know that you would go from Nairobi to Mombasa driving. One, you would reach after 18 hours. Two, with broken shock absorbers. If you are lucky to drive, all right. If you are taking a public bus, you'll be lucky if that bus reaches the same day, because one, itakuwa imepasuka mamiguu na nini. Kenya was hell, and it was hell under the leadership and the tutor of this Ruto and Moi. They walikuwa, ndio walikuwa kwa KANU and all that. Inaitwaje YK92 and all those. They met. This money stealing and all that. He started that time. And then Kenyans are here voting. Honestly, I would say at the time ninarudi nasema ama Wakenya wapate hiyo shida ndio wajue. Mtoto akilea wembe umpe. Walie na kusaga meno miaka 20. We will be long gone, okay? So that they washike adabu. They need to get there. Let me stop there by saying, Kenyans, it's up to you. It's up to you. Mungu wenyu atawasaidia. Asante.
Aya, sawa. Naona voice umekuja kuchelewa, lakini my closing statement itakuwa rahisi sana leo.
Tulikuwa na program hapa ya stima ya watu ya Mount Kenya ya 3 billion. Tulikuwa tumesikizana na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ya kwamba wewe rais, tumekutenda mema, tumekupenda kama mtoto wetu, tumekufanya rais miaka 10. Tunataka ukienda kupumzika kila boma katika Mount Kenya ikuwe na stima. Tukaweka pesa kando. Hii kitendawili amekuja ameleta fujo, achukue hiyo pesa. Huyu kijana anaitwa Kimani Ichung'wa na huyu Kuria walikuwa kamati ya budget. Wakaambiwa watoe pesa kwa mlima, wapeleke kwa mtu ya kitendawili. Ichung'wa na Kuria wakakataa, Uhuru akawafukuza. Kukakuja hii kijana ya kwetu anaitwa Kanini Koru. Mnasikianga yeye? Mnasikianga yeye? Akakuja akasaini hiyo pesa yote ile Kuria na Chungwa alikataa, ikapelekwa huko. Watu wetu sasa, Uhuru anaenda kustaafu, hakuna stima. Hiyo hatuwezi samehea wewe kitendawili. Hii barabara zote zimesimama hapa Mount Kenya ni pesa yetu, pia alichukua akapeleka huko. Sasa tunauliza, huyu mtu ametuumiza, amekuja hapa amejificha, amepakwa rangi, ati amesafishwa. Mnaweza changanyikiwa? Mnaweza changanyikiwa? Sisi nauliza, punda hata ikipakwa rangi ya zebra, ipakwe rangi ya nini? Saa ya kutoa ndulu saa 10, siitalia kipunda? Siitalia kipunda? Mimi nataka nimwambie hawa wanapanga huyu kitendawili, mujaribu kuuza yeye pahali ingine, hapana kwa hii mlima. Sisi
hiyo video najua inaudhi watu sana, na kwa sababu moja nimeicheza. I want Kenyans to try to get the reality of a possibility that might be true in what is coming. Yani ujaribu ku wrap your head and your thoughts around the possibility of having such a bitter person who was then an MP but now might be with the instruments of power. Alafu uniambie hiyo Kenya utaishi namna gani? And huko unasikia kuna semangwa huko pesa ilienda huko, we ujijazie huko kunaitwa huko ni wapi huko. You should understand hiyo kitu inaitwa huko ni wapi. I don't want to mention things here that watu watanichukulia ni kama ni, but wewe jua hiyo kitu inaitwa huko ni nini. Inasemekana kuna pesa ilinyang'anywa huko kwetu ikapelekwa huko. Sijui huko ni Kenya ama ni wapi. But naona voice umekuja hapa and we are closing. I'll give you one, let me be fair, 1.5 minutes kwa sababu tunafunga. Naona huko kwa wacha nisikwambie ni saa ngapi, utaamini. Sawa sawa, wewe malizia 2 minutes alafu tufunge na wimbo ya taifa, then we can meet here tomorrow.
Thank you, Makedi. I think my closing remarks will be simple. Yeah, Kenya has reached a point whereby it is like in the Bible whereby they ask, waliuliza watu wana wa Israeli walipomshika Yesu mateka, akauliza sasa leo naweza fungua mfungo mmoja, niwafungulie Yesu ama niwafungulie Baraba? Wakalalamika wote wakasema tufungulie Baraba. So, kwa hivyo yatafakari ya babu. Lakini hiyo story haikuisha hivyo. Tunajua mwenye aliibuka mshindi sana. Kwa hiyo ni nani aliibuka mshindi? Ni Baraba ama ni Yesu mwenye tunahubiri mpaka leo? So mi bado na encourage wa Kenya, msife moyo. Hata kama baadhi, si wengi, sitasema wengi wenu, baadhi yenu wamechagua Baraba kuwa kiongozi ama kufunguliwa, safari haijafika mwisho. Msikate tamaa, matumaini iko. Matiambai, tumekusikia brother, we are here in Nairobi. Yes, we share the same but then you know, penye umesema hapo watu wanazungumzia unga ya 250 na hakuna hata hiyo unga, haiko by the way. Hakuna unga kwa store, hakuna anywhere, unga imeisha everywhere, hakuna unga. So sijui unga gani mnaongelea. So tusikate tamaa. Nasema nataka kuna methali fulani unasemanga ati alijifunika blanketi, alijifunika mguu, kumbe blanketi ilikuwa mfupi. Kuna watu sahii wanajifunika blanketi na blanketi ni fupi. Na what do you expect? Sitaki kufafanua mambo mengi sana, lakini tujifunze kujua ya kwamba tujifunze kujua kwamba mambo haiwezi isha kama haijafika kikomo, na heri mwisho kuliko mwanzo, na mwisho lazima uwe na vita. But it's better the end of something than its beginning. That's one. Never forget that, and then never underestimate that statement, because hata kama wakina Stone PK, I feel you. I was listening to you, what you said about I love you. I love your reasoning. But usife moyo, ni amani, mambo imefika mwisho. Unajua tunasemanga ngoma ikilia sana inataka pasuka. Ngoma ikilia sana, ikipiga kabisa, inapasuka hivi karibuni. Kwa hivyo msife moyo, mambo yatabadilika, vindu vichenjanga. Asante sana.
Haya, thank you Voice. I want to acknowledge the people who have joined us. Naona kuna group imeingia hapa kwa fujo sana kutoka Facebook wameingia na kusema zoeni rais wenu mapema. Sisi hatutakataa, tutazoea kama atapatiwa kiti. Lakini mkumbuke kuna wale ambao walituambia mwaka wa 2013 wakatueleza kwamba kuna wateule wa Mungu ambao wamechaguliwa kuongoza Kenya. They were called the dynamic duo, na ikasemekana hawa ndio wamechaguliwa na Mwenyezi Mungu. Miaka 10 baadaye, wale watu ambao walituambia hawa ni dynamic duo ndio wanatuambia huyo mmoja ni mbaya lakini huyu mwingine ni mzuri. So sisi wengine tutaendelea kuangalia. Mnyonge hana lake. Inaonekana mnyonge hana lake, ni kuangalia kwa macho, lakini ujue watu tukianza kuumia tutaumia sisi wote. Hakuna mahali kuna duka ya UDA na duka ya Azimio. Kama ni unga imeandikwa 260, ukiingia pale utauziwa 260, hata kama umevaa t-shirt ya Azimio ama t-shirt ya UDA. So mimi nataka kueleza namna hii. Tukikuja hapa kuongea, hatuna uchungu na wewe. Kama ulishinda, nenda ukasherehekee. Sisi kama tumeshindwa, kama supporters wa Azimio, tutakaa hivi inaitwa kuliwazana, inaitwa kuliwazwa ama kufanya nini? Tunasaidiana kwa morning, kuliwaza.
Kuwazua or something like that.
Kuwaza ni kuwazua, kuwaza ni kufikiria, ile kufikiria kwa ndani, lakini kuliwaza ni kumon. Ama namna gani Douglas?
Kuomboleza basi.
Kuomboleza ni kuliwaza pia. We are mourning, but we know that with this kind of talking that we still have strength, na tumekubali. Hata Yegon unasema tukubali, yeye ni smart, ni sawa sawa. Basi hatuna shida. 2013 mlituambia ni wateule na sisi tunasema ni sawa. Basi nataka ku acknowledge wale ambao wamekuja kuungana pamoja nasi kwa comment section, na tafadhali panelists, msiniache peke yangu hapa. Nataka tuiseme wimbo wa taifa kwa pamoja. Kwa hivyo nita acknowledge wale ambao mko pale kwa comment section. Naona Eunice Ananda, mwingine anasema hapa, Makedi, I feel your pain but please concede defeat for a better tomorrow. Ni sawa sawa tu, tutakutana hapa miaka ingine 2-3, alafu tutakuwa na huo mjadala tena. Juliet Camps, karibu sana. Grace Wamboi, KAOG, Gilbert Yegon, asanteni sana. Yufin na kuona hapo, asante sana. Awino Rapemo, asante. Daniel na Manda, Joy Obesa, asante sana. Unasema Voice, vindu vichenjanga, asante sana. Naona ni wengi zaidi. PK, unaweza amini saizi tunatizamwa na zaidi ya watu 537.
Wow.
Yeah.
Eko kabisa.
Kwa hivyo watu wanasema, mwingine anaitwa Grace Wangondu anasema Gashagwa hoi. Asante sana Grace kwa ushindi wenu. Thomas TK, Gaitano Ngaira, Masi Melody na wengine wote ambao mko pamoja nasi kwenye kipindi hiki kwa siku ya leo, tunasema ni asante. Kesho ni siku nyingine ambayo tutakutana hapa mida na saa 7:30 Kenyan time, yani 7:30 mchana Kenya, na tutakuwa na show nyingine kama hii. Unakaribishwa kutoa maoni yako, tutaweka link kwa comment section. Kazi yako ni kuclick kwenye link hiyo na utajipata kwa studio na utapewa nafasi ya kutoa maoni yako. Ni bure, ni bure, tulipishi mtu kuingia hapa kwenye show, na maoni yako pia utapewa nafasi ya kutoa bure. Lakini kwa hayo machache, kumbuka kwenda kusubscribe kwa Mutembei TV. Ninaona tunaenda kupiga karibu 1400 sasa. Hiyo ndio target yetu sasa. We are doing very well. We are almost 350, but we hope that we will continue subscribing to Mutembei TV, and so that we can expand this channel moving forward. So I want to actually give the panelists kwa Kiswahili wakariri wimbo wa taifa. Tutasema stanza ya kwanza, ya pili na ya tatu, alafu tutaweza kufunga show yetu. Na voice leo najua hujajipanga pia. Jana ulinihepa, lakini sawa tu. Tulimaliza pamoja lakini hukuweza kukariri. So leo nitaanza na Douglas. Stanza ya kwanza tuende kwa Mato. Alafu stanza ya pili Stony PK, stanza ya tatu, alafu tutafunga show yetu. Douglas.
Okay. Ee Mungu, nguvu zetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na ulinzi, na tukae na uhuru, amani na raha tupate na ustawi.
Umechoma. Kuna kitu naitwa kukariri.
Kwanza uhuru waezi inakuwaga tunakaa uhuru na undugu ndio wanakaa pamoja.
Tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Nimechoma hapo, nimechoma.
Safi basi, haya twende Mato, stanza number 2.
Na kukariri si kuimba, kukariri ni kusema. Stanza 2. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Stony PK, unmute, maliza hii kitu.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Anamaliza na kusema kwamba kila siku tuwe na shukrani, na sisi tunataka kusema ni shukrani kubwa sana kwa watazamaji wetu, nyinyi ambao mnatutazama kila siku. Nyinyi ndio watu ambao mnafanya hii show kuendelea kila siku, na tunapenda kusema ni asante. Leo tutakuwa na show nyingine masaa hiyo nimesema ya saa 7:30 Kenyan time, kwa hivyo unakaribishwa na ukaweze kumwambia mwingine kwamba tuna show kama hii ambapo mwananchi yule ya kawaida unajua hii si ile show ambayo unaenda kama umevaa suti. Hii ni ile show unakuja na t-shirt vile ulivyo, lakini tunakuja kusikiza maoni yako. Show zingine utaambiwa uvae suti na ufunge tai na uende ukae pale, lakini hapa mahali popote uliko, hata kama unatembea na unaweza kuongea, maoni yako ndio tunataka kusikiza. Kwa hivyo hii ni channel ya mwananchi wa kawaida, na tunapatia kila mtu nafasi, hatuna ubaguzi, mradi tu ukija hapa uweze kuongea kwa heshima na kuheshimu wale ambao mna debate pamoja nao. Matusi tumesema hatutaki, tutaweza kudebate kwa tolerance na tukiweza kuconsider other people's feelings. Kwa hivyo wewe ukikuja hapa kusema ati sijui nini kututusi, saa zingine panelist hawataki hiyo, na kama moderator saa zingine tunajaribu kuweka amani hapa. Kwa hivyo please kuja hapa ukiwa na tolerance ndio tuweze move forward as a country. I want to say thank you so much panelists, Stony PK, Douglas, Martin Deto, Matimbai, be strong, utaonekaniwa. Hiyo huruma hiyo umesema, sitaki nikupatie story mrefu sana, lakini area 2 pale, sijui kama unajua area 2 pale, hata mimi siku moja nilikuwa hapo area 2. Unajua Mungu anachoreanga kila mtu grafu yake, so usikate tamaa. Kila mtu Mungu anajua future yake, so keep the hope alive. Area 2 pale tulikuwa tunapita ile bridge ya Huruma pale tukienda huko kanisa pande ile nyingine ya anaitwa nani, Bishop nani, Arthur Kitonga. So hiyo area nimekaa sana pale. Kuna mahali tulikuwa tunanunua viatu za 200, sijui kama ziko karibu na soko pale, sijui kama unajua hapo. Viatu zimetandikwa mingi sana Mato, sijui kama ushaisikia kitu kama hiyo. Sisi tulikuwa tunaenda kununua viatu kwa duka bana. Nilinunua viatu vya 200 hapo Huruma kwa muda mrefu sana nikiwa hapo Nairobi. Na vile umesikia Matimbaye akisema kiatu imeinama pande moja, si uongo. Unaenda unatafuta kiatu ambaye haijakulika sana so kila mtu ana future, usikate tamaa ndugu yangu Matimbaye. We hope for the best. I know God will always remember his people. Just keep your faith, keep fighting, and your star will shine one day. So asanteni sana Voice kwa kuja pamoja, kuungana pamoja nasi. Tutakutana kesho kwa majaliwa ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Asanteni.